Hogwarts, Forbidden Son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426. Even if we are in a hurry, don't forget the sunset in the evening. Today is a good day. At the beginning of the dinner, Dumbledore sat in the center of the staff table and said something that everyone could understand. There were empty plates in front of the students, and they looked at the principal earnestly, looking forward to his next speech. He clapped his hands, and the flags and badges hanging above his head were temporarily put away, and the outside scenery appeared on the dome. The cloudless sky was evenly painted in orange-red, which looked warm, and the river valley in the distance behind the high mountains in the west. The big and red sun is slowly hiding itself, and everything in the auditorium is covered with a gentle orange-red color. Whether it is a silver tableau that looks like gold, or the red-faced teachers and students, even the face of the portrait of Slytherin, that no one paid attention to in the corner, showed a red glow that could not be restored by paint. Ahem. Today's sunshine is exceptionally good. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a weather without a little fog or a cloud. Dumbledore tapped the glass in front of him with the handle of his spoon, attracting everyone's attention. Gaze, the Hogwarts kids are beyond reproach when it comes to hard work, but I figured maybe you could go outside for a walk around the Black Lake or even sneak a peek into the Forbidden Forest in your spare time. No, ahem. Mag coughed forcefully twice. Of course, this is against the school rules. We need to try our best to visit in a safe place. Dumbledore changed the subject. The school days immersed in books are fulfilling, but when you walk out of Hogwarts after many years, in retrospect, I'm afraid I'd curse. Oh, that Dumbledore was as harsh as the cell boss. He wouldn't even let us go for a walk with the other students or something. There were knowing smiles on the faces of the students in the auditorium. I don't want to be responsible for you not being able to find someone you like in the future. Of course, this sentence is only for senior students. Dumbledore blinked, ignoring Madda's rapid coughing. The more when we are tense, the more we need to relax. Think about it. If I didn't tell you, who would notice a clean sunset? The students of the 4th Academy raised their heads one after another, looking at the gradually darker red dome above, intoxicated by this ordinary but imperceptible scene, and even ignored what Dumbledore said next. The application for introducing a variety of magical animals to the Magical Beasts study class has finally been approved by the International Affairs Department. The director of the International Affairs Department is Mr. Boraux Black, who has just taken office, but has never spent a full day in the office except the first day. The experience of previous students at Hogwarts tells us that, as an indispensable and huge part of the wizarding world, all kinds of magical animals will inevitably have something to do with you who left school. In the future, in the study of magical animals, practice will replace books and become the largest proportion of teaching content, and some magical animals that are not commonly seen in the UK will also be added. To make the Forbidden Forest even more dangerous, those students who want to challenge the school rules, please do what you can, and be careful when you are in class. Protect yourself, and of course, protect those rare magical animals. This passage did not get any strong response. After all, there are not many people who choose this course. What's more, as Dumbledore said, those unchanging T-bow warthogs have already made the students lose their understanding of this course. They never imagined that in the future Hogwarts students could even personally help the professor breed a magical animal that does not exist in nature. In addition, the Ministry of Magic has paid more and more attention to Hogwarts graduates in recent years. Starting from this semester, the school will increase relevant career consultation, and it will be easier for students to obtain internship opportunities at the Ministry of Magic, said Dumbledore. Leto paused, seeing many students turn their eyes from the setting sun to him, and continued, the Ministry of Magic will also announce the grade requirements of their different departments for everyone. Interested students can pay attention to the door of Professor McGonagall's office bulletin board, and she regularly answers your career development questions. The strategy of the Ministry of Magic is undoubtedly successful. Many students from poor backgrounds or poor family backgrounds, but with good grades are rekindling their hopes. Many people yearn to get a job in the Ministry of Magic, but for many years, they will only ask for a job in the Ministry of Magic. Excellent graduates like Gary or Miranda Gossick offered an olive branch. Even Flitwick had to go to work at Gringotts for various reasons. In fact, the Ministry of Magic also lacked people, but poor communication led neither side has been able to get a result that satisfies most people for many years. With Nelson's hitchhiking, this perennially blocked road was reopened. Are they so efficient? Tom whispered. It's eye-opening. It should have been prepared for a long time. Nelson shook his head. Mr. Black mentioned this before, but you don't care too much. I have no money and nothing to do. I don't want to sit in the office every day and think about my past. One last thing, said Dumbledore, smiling, so that it won't take away your appetite. I'll tell you after dinner is over. Well, shrugged Tom, it's very appetizing, much less appetizing. Today I was lucky enough to taste something good. Dumbledore clapped his hands, shouted carrot cake to the plate in front of him, and said with a smile, I recommend everyone to try it, although the taste may not be as good as what I have tasted. That piece is amazing, but it will definitely satisfy you. Let's start. On the long Hufflepuff table, Adele sat silently in the corner, holding the cake paper covered with dusty cream. Nelson watched the situation there, and the Hufflepuff classmates showed the unity and kindness that the little badgers are proud of. The students sitting next to Adele took out different types of snacks from their pockets as if by magic, put them in front of the girl with a smile, and quickly piled up a delicious hill. Nelson even saw a delicate china bowl containing what looked like rice noodles. God knows how he got his hands on it. At this time, the Hufflepuff students seem to have the same huge pockets as Nelson. As long as the students who have experienced the cake just landed, all of them can feel the strong friendliness in it, and no one will be sorry this kind of simple concern is moving. It's really strange. Tom watched the scene silently, holding a knife and fork. He lowered his head and sighed. We used to share food like this when we were in the West Side orphanage, but the food we could share back then also limited. That's why it's even more memorable. Martha told me, those brats are talking about Brother Tom's chocolate and their Brother Tom all day long. Sitting next to Adele was the Hufflepuff prefect. She was a pale-skinned, usually very stylish girl, but at this moment she was pinching her plump cheeks and making a gesture far beyond carbon-based. Seeing this spectacle, the gloomy Adele finally smiled, and Dumbledore, who was far away on the stage, also smiled heartily when he saw this scene. Don't say it. Tom is a shameless person, but this thoughtless decision, when he was young, made Nelson grab a fatal handle. Tom didn't regret giving some good things to his former companions in the orphanage. The only thing he regrets is asking Nelson to do it for him. He lowered his voice and threatened, be careful that I put snakes in your quilt tonight. What are you talking about? Alfred on the side had noticed these two sneaky people for a long time and couldn't help asking curiously, are you having any fun? We're talking about Brother Tom Puff. It was too late, and it was too late. Tom pressed Nelson's face on the plate in front of him before he could order and explained to Alfred with a smile, we are talking about identification because Nelson's uncle and aunt adopted me and my birthday happens to be one day earlier than his. Do you understand? Oh, I know. Alfred nodded, glanced at Wahlberger, and whispered to Tom over Nelson's head on the plate. Actually, I have this dispute with my sister. You know why she is it my sister? Tom was overwhelmed by Alfred's question, and he didn't understand it. This is obviously an obvious thing. Is this a profound ethical question? He shook his head blankly, looking forward to Alfred's speech. Obviously, I was born earlier than her, but you know, my sister always likes to fight over this and that, so we decided to use a duel to determine our status in the family. Alfred clenched his fists and raised his hand. She said in a high voice, very angrily, in order to win, she resorted to despicable tricks. She called our father, and then he beat me indiscriminately, out of doting on his little daughter. He let Wahlberger become my sister. I thought you would say something normal people can understand. Tom took a deep breath. His expression at the moment was as if something dirty had been stuck on his fork. Obviously defeated by Alfred's shocking speech, he looked behind Alfred and said softly, Wahlberger, be gentle, this is a public place. Alfred turned his head stiffly, but halfway through the completion of the movement, his hair was already caught by his sister, and he pulled it back forcefully. Wahlberger showed an apologetic expression and said softly, "Actually, relatives have been persuading Dad to have another son, alas." "Did you really, Jewel?" Nelson raised his head and rubbed his eyes, as if he fell asleep in the few tens of seconds just now, but even when he just woke up, he didn't forget to fan the flames. "Yes," Wahlberger nodded ashamedly. "If I had worked a little harder, I could have managed to have a healthy boy before Dad arrived. Well, maybe our family would have had a healthy boy." Alfred was shrouded in the shadow of his sister and dared not say a word. He was dragged back bit by bit. It could be seen that Wahlberger was really trying hard, and his face was even deformed by his hair. Wahlberger forced a gentle smile at Tom and whispered, "You know, I've always been a gentle person. It's just." Tom nodded, looked at Alfred, who wasted his precious time with pity, and said softly, "I understand." "Ah." Nelson yawned big. "Have you not slept for a long time? Why do you look so listless?" Tom asked with concern, as if he wasn't the one who just pushed Nelson onto the plate. "You don't know what I've been through the past few days." Nelson whispered, "I teach people how to hunt during the day and teach the old man how to snow at night, and when I go to the toilet, I also teach wizards how to launch rockets. You know what I can only do? Time to sleep, fishing time. I even have to teach others how to cook after fishing." "Thank you." Tom patted Nelson on the shoulder, lowered his head, and squeezed out a sound through his teeth. Alas. Nelson squinted his eyes and sighed on the back of the chair. Thinking of Jacinda's parting appearance, he only felt his scalp numb. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at Tom beside him. What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm telling the snakes under the floor to tell you the ones under the bed to leave," said Tom, looking up, "to give you a good night's sleep." "No, you really let the snake go? Otherwise?" "I always keep my word." At this time, the Hufflepuff prefect returned to her usual dignified and demure expression, with one arm around Adele's shoulder, and the other hand was demonstrating the levitation charm for her. The details of the gesture, it's just that it's even more ridiculous when it's combined with the teaching aid that serves as a magic wand in her hand. It's a stick that I don't know where to find. The skin is burnt and cracked, the oil is shiny, and it's strung together with the wooden stick sausages. Adele's smile became brighter, and Nelson looked away in relief and ordered a carrot cake that was exactly the same as Dumbledore's. "I think it tastes good." Tom had eaten half of it calmly and said vaguely, "When did you buy that piece?" "Why don't I know? I baked it now, and now it seems that the effect of the fierce fire oven is really good." Well, Tom shrugged. "Give me one at a time." The dinner came to an end in a joyful atmosphere. On the long Hufflepuff table, the small snacks that were piled up in front of Adele had been distributed to everyone, and every little badger got delicious food from classmates. This has long been a repertoire on this long table, and even because there are too many snacks, they also distributed it to the students of the other 3 houses. Nelson, who was buried in his meal, felt something pulling the lock of hair on the top of his head. He raised his head, and there was a can with Indy written in front of his eyes. He looked at the long table of Hufflepuff. It was full of snacks shared by the little badgers, and Adele was holding the crooked wand, blushing, and waving at Nelson, who had sent this can with the levitation charm. Nelson gave her a thumbs up. The girl smiled happily, and the whole auditorium became brighter. Beside Adele, the stylish female prefect of Hufflepuff put away the bags she secretly carried behind her. Wand nodded and smiled at Nelson, who caught the can. "One last thing." Dumbledore's voice sounded amid the laughter. "The dueling club founded by Professor Flitwick has begun to take shape, and Alastair Moody from Gryffindor is even in the International Youth Good results in the wizard duel competition. After discussions among the professors, we have decided that from this semester onwards, more practical content will be added to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class," said Dumbledore loudly. "We hope that every student who graduates from Hogwarts can have the ability to protect themselves under the hands of the Dark Wizard and be fully prepared to meet possible changes in the world." There was a moment of silence in the auditorium, and then an astonishing cheer broke out. The student Professor Cumiers, has been around for a long time, just like no magic wand is born to sweep the floor, and no wizard can resist the charm of the battle spell. As for the change in Dumbledore's mouth was casually forgotten by everyone. Chapter 427 Odin rides 8 horses on his 8 legs. Look, that's Nelson. Somehow, on his return to Hogwarts, Nelson was back to the well-known and popular state he had been in the True Wizard tournament, and when he passed by classmates, there would always be backstabbing from time to time. Whispering, even though he is used to being talked about, he always feels that this kind of fame is different. The first is the crowd. These students with abnormal behavior are almost all in the same class. The keywords they talk about are outrageous, professor, angry, street mungo, savior and so on. Can't hit the vocabulary. He tried to connect these words together and got a funny story. An outrageous professor provoked public anger. Nelson beat him into Saint Mungos and became the savior of his classmates. This is obviously impossible. After all, in the dinner every night, the faculty table is always full of people, and there is no such thing as a professor who is hospitalized in Saint Mungos. The discussion intensified, but Tom and Alfred said nothing. Finally, on the 3rd day, after returning to school, Nelson couldn't help it. I came to the owl room first, where, after waiting for 10 minutes, just when Nelson was about to let out a coo sound from his mouth under the influence of the owls in the room, Myrtle finally arrived late. Hello, does anyone know where my package is? Myrtle stood among the densely packed owl racks, staring blankly, trying to communicate with the owls. My name is Myrtle Warren. It's here. Nelson's voice came from behind her, startling the girl. His figure firmly blocked the doorframe of the owl room. Myrtle turned around and looked at Nelson, who couldn't see his face clearly, and swallowed. Take a step back. I picked up the package for you, Metal. Nelson snapped his fingers. The passive glare made the owl's room brightly lit. After getting up, he raised the envelope in his hand and said, I came here to pick up the letter, and when I saw your name, I just picked it up for you. Oh, thank you. Myrtle didn't know what medicine was sold in his gourd. She stretched out her hand timidly. Her face was a little red. She seemed to be frightened just now. I thought my package was hidden again. Gone. Are they still doing this kind of thing? Nelson frowned. Is the memory so bad? No. Myrtle quickly waved her hand in denial. After Tom helped me, they are much better. Although they don't want to talk to me on weekdays, they won't come to make trouble. Then how could it be hidden again? You may not understand that, since the door knocker of the Ravenclaw lounge was lost, the students felt that there was no room for their ingenuity to be displayed. Myrtle whispered, so sometimes they would play some games, such as playing cards and chess. Sometimes they also think that it is not healthy to sit in the lounge all the time, so they make jokes about hiding other people's packages and leaving clues in place for the owner to find. The Riddler, right? Nelson sucked his teeth. For the first time, he felt that Tom's habit of wanting to touch anything valuable when he saw it was a bit bad. Can you give it to me? Said Myrtle, holding out her hand, blushing. Well, Nelson said, shaking the weight of the package, let me help you take it to the lounge. It's a bit heavy. Well, thank you. Myrtle blushed even more. You should be more cheerful. You will be graduating soon. If you blushed when looking for a job in the future, that would be bad. Nelson turned around and walked out of the owl room. Besides, you're welcome. I happen to have some. I want to ask you something. Myrtle followed him out, but when the door had just closed, the harsh banging and chirping from inside stopped Nelson. He opened the door a little, reached in and snapped his fingers. Sorry, forgot turn off the lights. Hiss, lightly. What happened? It's okay. Nelson put his hands to his mouth and blew cool air. I was almost pecked by an owl. Myrtle covered her mouth and let out a chuckle. You should feel lucky. It is said that there is a very powerful old owl living in Hogwarts. If anyone annoys it, it will kill that person or the magical owl. The animal was beaten to the brim, and then a hair was pulled out and pinned to its chest. It is said that the phoenix raised by Professor Dumbledore was beaten by it once. If it was sleeping there just now, I'm afraid you will lose a few hairs. Very likely. Nelson rubbed his chin, thinking of the owl that once braved a hail of bullets to break through Nermengard's defense line with a single bird. It had feathers of various birds of prey on its chest, which were as bright as a badge. Probably You actually believe this kind of legend? Myrtle was even more surprised. I always thought you were a very serious person. What you think is right. Nelson nodded earnestly. I've seen the owl you mentioned. To be honest, if Grindelwald was by his side at that time, I'm afraid there will be one less powerful black man in this world. Wizard. You're so funny. Myrtle was amused. I was serious. It was quiet in the Ravenclaw Tower. Probably as Myrtle said, the students of the Eagle Academy gathered in the lounge to play cards, which made the journey down the stairs extremely long for the two of them. Myrtle suppressed her heart curious. He didn't speak, just glanced at Nelson's strange side face from time to time. The light source in the corridor is reflected by the unique blue decoration in the Ravenclaw Tower, which dyes Nelson's skin a layer of coolness, and his hair tends to be more silvery like moonlight, making Myrtle feel like facing the starry sky unique beauty. Finally, the two came to the floor, where the door of the lounge was located. The portrait at the door glanced at it, yawned, and left from the side of the frame. At this time, there was some smoke and fire in the tower building, and the sound of shouting came from behind the door of the lounge. It seemed that a student was blaming the other for not talking about martial arts, and playing some disgusting sarcasm. Routine. They sometimes play late into the night, Myrtle whispered. This is a new card game from Chocolate Frog Cards. The most popular one is the ancient Greek priestess Pythia. Her magic can predict the opponent's next move. The behavior of the round was resisted by many people. It looks pretty realistic. Not really. Myrtle shook her head. Professor Dumbledore and the Dark Wizard Grindelwald are very powerful together, but everyone knows that, even if they can match like this in the deck, in reality they can't do it anyway. Not in the same camp. That's impossible to say. Nelson raised his eyebrows, and his expression became even more strange. So what are you asking? Myrtle couldn't hold back her curiosity. She raised her head and asked, 6 years ago, when she was almost stepped on by Nelson at Lehen Bookstore, they were about the same height, but now, she has to look up to Nelson. Ahem. Nelson blushed rarely, looked around, and said in a low voice, I want to know what topic they are discussing about me recently. You know, when many people stare at me with strange eyes, very few people are comfortable. Myrtle blushed. She was even ready to hear some more exciting topics, but she didn't expect Nelson to ask such a question. Thought people like you were used to being talked about. That's the truth. Nelson scratched his head, but you know what? That expression is like I jumped on Professor Dumbledore's table and jumped into Swan Lake during dinner. Ha 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 ha. Finally, Myrtle couldn't hold back anymore. She clutched her stomach and laughed loudly. After laughing for a long time, she straightened up and said with a forced smile, it should be because of the person who replaced you. The person who replaced me? How do you? Nelson was stunned and suddenly realized you can tell the difference between everyone. Yes, he's a bit like Tom, but with a little more pink, a little different, like a, how should I say it? Married black dragon of the Hessian Islands. Myrtle nodded and said with a smile, it's really funny to say, he was translating the text on the Nordic stone tablet in the ancient magic text class, because the professor had heard of your reputation, so he specifically pointed him up to answer the question, but he put Odin rode his 8-legged steed was translated into Odin rode 8 steeds on his 8 legs. The professor of ancient magic text was a little old, and he fainted from anger when he heard this translation, and was rushed to St. Mungo's rescue by Miss Joy. Huh. What's the matter with you? I'm actually fine. Nelson gritted his teeth and said he was afraid he would laugh out loud. Anger and laughter were entangled, making him like 2 balls of entangled dye in Myrtle's eyes. Well, she continued, he had to be hospitalized at St. Mungo's for 2 weeks because of his illness, which gave most of the students who thought the course was boring a rare vacation. So most people thought you are everyone's savior. I see. Nelson clenched his fists. It turned out that those words were strung together into such a story. Myrtle watched him, smiling, until the door of Flitwick's office opened behind Nelson. Professor Dumbledore, I think it is entirely possible to teach children some more useful magic. Flitwick's sharp voice came through the crack of the door. At least let them know what real black magic looks like. Think about it. It's about Lever's house. That's why Phileas, we need to be extremely cautious. Dumbledore slowly opened the door, revealing half of his face. We all know that the allure of black magic. What's more, it's easy to grasp. If he saw Nelson and Myrtle at the door, their narrowed eyes growing slightly. Flitwick's face was also exposed from his waist. Seeing Nelson blocking the red-faced Myrtle at the door of the lounge, he raised his eyebrows and screamed loudly, "Professor Dumbledore, it suddenly occurred to me that I still have something to ask you." Immediately afterwards, he grabbed the handle placed under the wooden door and closed it forcefully. "I'm going back first." Myrtle covered her face, opened the door of the restroom, where the portrait was not guarded, and rushed in. "Oh, Phileas, have pity on my nose." Dumbledore's groaning voice came from the office door. "It has been taught by my dear brother severely, and I feel so bad the long bridge of the nose is loose again." Nelson, who was left with an embarrassed face, spread his hands and stood there. He not only felt uncomfortable, but even wanted to laugh. Squeak. The door of the lounge was opened a crack, and Myrtle poked her head out and asked in a low voice, "Do you have anything else to ask?" Nelson wanted to ask about Christian's recent situation. He was always worried about this girl, but after thinking about Dumbledore in the office behind him, he shook his head and said, "No, I'm sorry to disturb your rest." "It's okay." Myrtle grimaced and closed the door to the lounge. Nelson was the only one left in the corridor again. He raised his head to look at Flitwick's office door, and his cat's eyes, which were much shorter than the usual door, flashed. Immediately afterwards, the wooden door opened again. Dumbledore walked out of the door holding his nose, and Flitwick waved to Nelson behind him, saying hello. If someone saw the whole process of Nelson coming down the stairs, he would be surprised. He was obviously a girl at the beginning, but how could he become the principal when he went downstairs? Nelson followed Dumbledore, counting the steps of the stairs. "Have you finished counting? How many steps?" 22. Nelson looked up and answered without thinking. "I've lived in Hogwarts for many years, and I don't know a lot about such small things that I come into contact with every day." Dumbledore shrugged. "For example, because there is an additional mezzanine in the Gryffindor Tower, every day the first floor is 20 steps. Next time you can take Miss Warren to count." "Professor, it's not what you think." "I know." Dumbledore smiled and blinked, "but life is made up of coincidences, isn't it? For example, Odin, an ancient Norse wizard, has 8 legs, but later people always feel that this is too bizarre, so he spread rumors and finally put 8 legs on his mount." Haha. Nelson laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. "It's a good thing to pay attention to other people's evaluations, Nelson. At least it means that you will not go all the way to darkness." Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder. "I also have questions to ask you." "Go ahead." "Horcrux. I know you understand Horcruxes." Dumbledore chewed his vocabulary, pondered for a moment, and continued, "If you are sure to kill Hayabo, will his Horcrux still have the same effect as before?" "I can't guarantee it, Professor." Nelson nodded and shook his head again, "but according to the principal, the Horcruxes he still lost outside are no different from those memories that turned into mist in the Misty Illusion. Maybe the only ones left of value is those ancient spells and the magic that opens the illusion. Is that so?" Dumbledore's eyes showed a hint of worry, and he continued to ask, "You shouldn't be leaving school this year during the Christmas holiday, right?" "Nothing on the agenda, Professor," Nelson replied. "Anything? I have something for you the day before Christmas." "Why that day?" Nelson was a little confused. "Is there anything special?" "I don't know." Dumbledore shook his head, "but you should know." Chapter 428 Flowers. Even though the autumn wind is bleak, the heather is still tenacious. Even the large grasslands on the Scottish Highlands have withered, but the purple color close to the ground is still there. They keep warm with dead grass and moss corpses. Even if the winter is approaching, they are still struggling, blooming, just to make the dry and cracked soil less dead. Today is not a good day. The drizzle obscures people's sight, prevents the seers from seeing the distance clearly, prevents the frustrated from seeing joy, and makes everyone's clothes wet by the rain. In the bleakness, I felt the bleakness of the young woman in the distance. The colorful little church standing on the top of the hill also lost its color due to the bad weather, and became gray and dirty. In the backyard of the church, there was a grassy and desolate open space. This is the cemetery that every church will set up. But this cemetery is too deserted, and the surrounding believers seem to be unwilling to be buried here alone after death, which makes the eye-catching big pit in the corner of the cemetery soon become the tomb for the number one deceased. Mag was standing by the pit in a solemn black dress. Her expression was covered by the black veil on her cheeks. She was wearing a pair of black gloves covered in mud. She was digging numbly with a rusty shovel in an unfamiliar posture. Her best friend, Flitwick, was holding a pickaxe that was much taller than himself and was digging a hole with his own hands. The wizard's weak body could not support this kind of work, but Flitwick, who was entrusted by his friend, still persisted. Willing to use magic, he stopped to take a rest from time to time and looked up at the sluggish Meg. This was quite different from her usual shrewd and reliable image in school. The rain was streaming down her face and body, and the drenched dress was tightly attached to her body. Just looking at it made her feel cold. Almost. Mag said suddenly. So shallow. Is it enough? Flitwick asked in a low voice. Just bury it here. She has nothing to bury. Mag shook his head, bent down, and picked up a box made of pine wood at his feet. This is wood from Isabel's hometown. The wooden box is carved with patterns of heather that can be seen everywhere. Many years ago, Isabel was accepting the pursuit of the young pastor in such a blooming heather bushes that two left everything behind, decided to spend their lives privately, and fled to another inaccessible place full of heather with their love that is not understood by the world. In the field. Bury it shallower, at least when there is sun, she can feel warm. Mag's voice was extremely calm, but Flitwick, who knew her well, sighed softly, wanted to say something more, but didn't say it. Old Robert sat on the simple steps at the back door of the church, with his head hooked in silence, as if he hadn't noticed that his wife's tomb had been prepared. His two sons sat beside their father, one of whom seemed to have reached a sensible age, immersed in the grief of losing his mother. The youngest son is still ignorant. He doesn't understand what these strangers in black are doing, why his father suddenly became so old, and what losing his mother means to him. What does it mean? But he clasped the broken stones on the steps with his hands and used them to form a few vivid animals. Isabel's funeral is finally here, and although she doesn't seem to have anything worth burying, it's this weekend. Several invited friends stood behind the father and son. There were not many people, only 5 of them. Dumbledore with a solemn expression, Nelson, and Tom in 2 black suits, who were speechless, while covering their mouths Augusta, and Hagrid, who was as tall as a gate, but cried like a child. They are all friends who are close to Mag. At first she only invited Flitwick alone, but he suggested, don't let your mother go too lonely, so Mag added these few people. She didn't want to let when others see their own sadness, they don't want their friends to feel sad because of themselves. Holding a black umbrella, Nelson took a step forward, shielding Mr. Robert from the wind and rain for a moment. His shoulders and hair were quickly wet by the rain, but as the culprit that caused all this, perhaps only in this way, can he make yourself better. In fact, he often asked himself whether the McGonagall family could have lived in a happy atmosphere if he hadn't chosen to mend his business. The old pastor raised his head and sent a forced smile to Nelson. He knew the truth about his wife's death, and he also understood that, if the young man in front of him hadn't come to visit, Isabel might still be able to spend her old age peacefully in the fantasy dream he wove. But he really unable to resent Nelson. His uprightness does not allow him to turn a blind eye to his wife's evil deeds. Son, he, who was used to confessing, seemed to know what Nelson was thinking, and said softly, you did what you were supposed to do, and what is right, and what is wrong. On his left, the older boy raised his head and stared fiercely at Nelson's face. Nelson turned his head to look, but nodded at him without saying a word. He had seen this boy before, although he did not now come in contact, but like McGonagall, he is a qualified Gryffindor. Mr. Robert Dumbledore, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Although his tone was gentle, the words pierced Robert's heart like a sharp knife. As you can see, the tomb is ready. You don't plan to say anything, what? Flitwick stretched out his hand, put it on Mag's trembling wrist, and asked softly, don't you plan to say something? There's nothing to say. Mag pursed her lips, closed her red eyes tightly, and murmured, I'm not qualified to forgive her for them. As a daughter, I don't know what to say. She doesn't even have a bone left. I can only bury these objects in the soil in a fake way, just like the lie she wove, a Scottish Highlands, where there is no discrimination and fun. Minerva. Flitwick worriedly tightened his grip on McGonagall's wrist. What she cared about the most during her lifetime was nothing but her father. I should give her a ride. I'm at least a priest. Robert put his hands on the ground and stood up tremblingly. His right hand had an uncontrollable spasm. It had only been a few days, and he was already so old. Father. His elder son uttered the softest voice with the greatest strength, holding his father's arm. Mom is a witch. Maybe God doesn't approve of her. The old man pursed his lips, pushed away his little son who was supporting him, and staggered towards Meg. But she is my lover, and I'm God's servant, but Isa's husband. Mag stared blankly at Robert, who stepped onto the ground of the cemetery. From his first step, bright and brilliant heather grew from under his feet and smudged around with his steps, and a large piece of purple rippling in the original on the bare ground. He felt the soft touch under his feet, closed his eyes tightly, and a line of muddy tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. You said if I died suddenly, would you find another wife? My thoughts drifted back to one night just after Mag was born. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the couple were woken up by their daughters crying. Isabel got up from the bed in her single clothes and ran to Mag's crib with bare feet. He quickly solved the common problems of the baby, trotted back to his husband's arms like an elf, and asked a heavyweight question as soon as he opened his mouth. Robert was not as smooth talking as most handsome men in the world. He was born with a stupid mouth, and when he heard this sentence, he didn't know what to say for a while. You're hesitating. Isabel, like most women who just gave birth, likes to think wildly. She pinched her husband's belly and complained loudly, but thinking of Mag who just fell asleep, she lowered her voice again. You really thought about it? Robert racked his brains, trying to retrieve a sentence to fool his wife from his poor social vocabulary, but unfortunately, this kind of vocabulary does not exist at all. It wasn't until Isabel lost her anger that she said, "You won't die." Haha, you are so stupid. Isabel smiled and scratched his nose, leaned against his chest, felt her husband's strong, but not so uniform heartbeat, and whispered, even if you look for it, you must find a pair of Miller. Good girl. There won't be such a day. Robert didn't know what to say. He could only hug his wife tightly. Easy, gentle. Isabel felt warm at first, but soon began to beat her husband's chest. You're strangling me to death. After another burst of apologies, Isabel calmed down. If I really die, she hadn't revealed her heart to her husband at that time, and the two had just eloped here. Robert didn't know about the secrecy law in the wizarding world she was worried about. As if after confessing, as usual, Isabel said softly, at that time, if our child is still young, you don't have to think about me. The child's childhood cannot be without a mother. Then you will bury me in the cemetery behind the church and let me go every day. To be able to see her during the week of worship, to see her grow up. There are no believers in that cemetery. Robert shook his head helplessly. He was even criticized by the district bishop for this. You will be very lonely. But even if I stay with one people, I'm still lonely without you. Robert felt a sore nose, looked down, and saw the crescent-shaped eyes on the young Isabel's face. If only I could garden. No, if only I could do magic. Isabel pinched her face with one hand, and tore Robert's face into various shapes with the other, whispering, there is no one in that cemetery. It's good to live, just me and you. I'll plant heather there, just like the wedding with just the two of us. Thinking of this, tears crawled all over Robert's aging cheeks. He felt the bitter taste of blood like tears, and felt that his chest was empty, as if a piece was missing, and a missing piece was filled with tears before his eyes. It is filled with different colors, just like Isabel's unusual purple wedding dress. Its long veil dragged on the grass, and the border was hidden in the petals of heather, as if covering the whole world. For this pair of bee people who have left everything behind, who is not whose world? His eyes were covered with tears, and he couldn't see the way ahead. He just walked forward, but the soft touch under his feet made him feel extremely at ease. Many years ago, Isabel prepared such a beautiful gift for him. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly came to Mag and held his daughter's hand. Flitwick left quickly with small steps, carrying the shovel and pickaxe, leaving the final farewell to the parents' female. At the funeral, Robert did not sing poetry as required by the rules. He murmured affectionately a melody from his hometown, and the elopement couple in the lyrics seemed to be singing himself. In the end, he took the wooden box from Mag, stroked the flowers on the lid, opened it carefully, and took out the source of all misfortunes, an old magic wand. His feet softened, and he knelt on the ground. Robert McGonagall, a loyal pastor of the Presbyterian Church, knelt on the high ground covered with broom heather. The hem of his white priest robe was dyed a gradual purple-blue color by the juice squeezed out of the crushed flowers. His bony and crooked his back couldn't even withstand the howling cold wind. His body was trembling, and he almost staggered to the ground. He grasped the crooked pastoral staff issued by the church with both hands, and pressed the weight of his whole body on this fragile wood. The soles of his shoes kept slipping on the rough sand and stones. He stood up again and again, and fell again and again. The sharp gravel was pierced, the old dark red blood was mixed with the dye from the petals, and a cluster of delicate flowers bloomed on the hem of his pastor's robe, which was no different from the flowers he witnessed with Isabel back then. Almost everyone watched this scene worriedly. No one dared to step forward to help the Muggle who was out of tune with them. Even Mag, who was close by, couldn't stretch out the hand to support his father. The tide or the city walls keep everyone out. He raised Isabel's wand high, swung it down vigorously, and waved his arm like a madman. The people present were half worried, and half looking forward to what might happen next. But the imaginable scene didn't happen. No matter how Robert waved his wand, it didn't respond in the slightest. He cursed magic, life, fate, the secular world, and even God. Robert, who has been modest all his life, does not know how to swear, and those few insults that are not even called swear words are poured back and forth like the wheels of a cart. His scolding voice quickly turns from anger to mournful, but in the end it is overshadowed by more intense sadness. The scolding stopped abruptly, and Robert put his head on the ground, like a hesitant turtle, and like a nervous shrimp. Time passed by, and Robert remained motionless until the rain stopped. Everyone was afraid that Mag would lose his father again on the day when he bid farewell to his mother, so they all stayed in place like a stake, not daring to speak or move. Suddenly, Nelson subconsciously flashed to the side. Behind him, the blushing elder son rushed towards him with clenched fists, but he didn't expect him to dodge, as if he could predict the future. He fell forward on his arms. Nelson reached out, grabbed the boy by the collar, and carried him back. "Your mother must not want to see you like this." Nelson tugged at his collar, pulled his face in front of her, stared into those angry and empty eyes, and said softly, "You know what? She turned her into a ghost. It's all about making you live like a human being." Chapter 429 The First Lesson. "Why do you dare to appear here?" The boy who was strangled screamed angrily, which attracted the attention of everyone present, but no one came to stop him. They understood the resentment in the boy's heart, and saw the remorse on Nelson's face. He loosened the boy's collar, helped him fasten the ripped buttons, and said softly, "I also blame myself, but I dare to face all the bitter fruits I have caused. What's the use of that? I don't have a mother." The boy's cries pierced Nelson's eardrums, and echoed in his heart. He didn't argue back, make useless apologies, and didn't say chicken soup nonsense. He just stared into the boy's eyes, until he calmed down. Dumbledore on the side saw this scene, and there was a flash of unbearable in his eyes. Nelson's figure gradually overlapped with the appearance of Gellert Grindelwald in his memory. Whether it was this posture facing the abominable person, or they were doing it, what I think is right, but it is inevitable to move forward on the unknown and unpredictable road. But he is like Dumbledore, like a helpless self-righteous teacher. "Your mother did die because of me, but it's not me, but who needs you more at this moment?" He looked at the corner vacated by the three of them beside the tomb, not noticing that he looked so much like the one in Ermengarde back then. "Grindelwald in the cemetery. When you grow up, I welcome you to come to me for revenge, but before that, I think you should be the son she expects." The rain suddenly became heavy, and an impenetrable wall was erected between the boy and Nelson. The boy lowered his head, clenched his fists, and rushed into the rain. Amen. The rain stopped. As Robert struggled to get up, he read the last eulogy, as Isabel's 3 children shed the last tear, as the last shovel of soil was filled into the pit. Isabel led her full of sin, and defined by love. I bid farewell to this world completely. Even though the backfilling soil was not as tight as it was before, and even if there were some things underneath, the final grave mound only had a soil bag with a negligibly small curvature and was so flat that a tombstone could even be placed directly on it. Isabel left so few things that she had no personal belongings in this family except for a few pieces of jewelry and a magic wand she took away when she eloped. Her traces are left on every household item. How did a once gifted witch learn to sew in the process of being pricked again and again? What about a pair of hands that have only touched a wand since childhood? Get close to kitchen utensils, brooms and mops. After the simple ceremony was over, Dumbledore shook his head, walked slowly towards the family of 4 who were embracing and weeping, bowed slightly towards Isabel's grave, took out a green round gemstone from his pocket, and used it. A clean white handkerchief was placed gently on the mound. "What is this, Professor?" McGonagall raised his head and asked. Dumbledore shook his head and didn't speak, just patted the student's shoulder lightly. But Nelson, who noticed this scene, narrowed his eyes. After Isabel chose to self-destruct, Nelson, because of the poisonous obstruction, makes it difficult to get close to the center of the village. This may be the eyes she congealed after obtaining the magic of the group of people in Amando's mouth. But who obtained it, and how did it come to Dumbledore? Ledo's hands. Since Dumbledore got an eye, he should know about this series of things, and Nelson has no need to hide it. When Dumbledore returned to his original position, he immediately went up to meet him. He asked in a low voice, "Professor, do you know what that thing is?" "As expected, you have seen the same one," Dumbledore replied after a pause. "Gellert gave it to me on the afternoon we met in Alvermorny. I think you should understand that it means what." Nelson recalled the scene he observed from Dr. Sykes' memory. His pupils constricted. At the end of the party, a man who was dusty and dusty came late, and he was full of wisecracks like prophecy. Now it seems that it is without a doubt Grindelwald. It reveals the essence of magic, doesn't it? Dumbledore sighed. "I have never seen such magic." With the help of previous headmasters and Professor Slytherin, I tried to analyze it. It is difficult, especially when we are faced with unknown affairs. Who would have thought that magic, life, soul and even memory can be attributed to emotion? Fortunately, I happen to have a useful one in my office. Magic props. The pensieve. "That's right, you're always right in your words." Dumbledore nodded and said with a complicated expression, "I can feel her relief and despair from that eye, but what's deeper is hatred. I had a brief relationship with Hogwarts. At that time, I had just started teaching, but she was about to graduate. My impression of this girl was only smart and flexible. She was like a much more enlightened Minerva, not so meticulous. But smart is the same. Can you tell me?" Nelson is full of curiosity about this seemingly ordinary, but extremely crazy woman. "What I can tell you may not be as much as you know." Dumbledore sighed and continued. "Many people say that she will have a bright future, but after graduating from Hogwarts, we rarely heard about her. As you know, Professor Slughorn is a person who likes to contact and collect friends. This is not a good habit, but sometimes it is useful, as long as his classmates, alumni or even some of the students I have taught have achieved something, and I can also see that person in the Slug Club. But even if he is so good at making money, I can't find any information about Isabel. I didn't expect such an ordinary. The place became her extraordinary burial ground. It's really embarrassing." With the help of the principals, I saw everything in the eyes, and you can see her love for Mr. McGonagall and the children is so strong, so dazzling, so touching, but I only feel the endless resentment towards this world. Dumbledore sighed. "I don't understand. I always thought the world was good and worth our maintenance, but it can still push a loving person into the abyss. So we need to change it," said Nelson, with his hand in his pocket, clutching a small silver ball. "It may not be too bad, but it's getting worse and worse." "But what's the difference?" Dumbledore asked back, spreading his hands open. "Everyone knows it's not good enough, but do you know where it's not good enough? Maybe everyone has a plan to make it better, but are their results really good? I know you are not as gentle as you show, and you are full of prejudice against the world, but it does not blame you, and it has not treated you gently. Nah. I know you have many grand plans. I know that you can even achieve in the few short years after leaving school that Gellert and I may not be able to achieve in a lifetime. I even know that you are developing a kind of storage magic that can the technology that makes muggles and wizards the same can even be put into use. But I want you to think carefully. Are you ready to change the world? Is the world ready for your change? Without waiting for Nelson to answer, Dumbledore continued to ask questions like a storm. You have stayed by Gelad's side for too long. Maybe you think your wisdom is enough to resist all influences, but haven't you noticed? I'm used to using violence to solve problems. I admit that the vast majority of wizards in the world can no longer stop you from doing what you want. In this regard, you are better than me and Gelad back then, but even if you is invincible, but imposes what she thinks is good changes on others, and what is the difference from Isabel who creates terror? If you don't consider the real contradiction, it is just a stagnant dream. Professor Tom, who had been sitting by the side, said suddenly, saying what he said many years ago in the Troker Tavern in the suburbs of London. The earth-shaking changes, is a prophet. I can't refute this point. The prophet can indeed see much more than us. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head, but I think Nelson prefers to chase after the illusory future. Seek answers from history. Of course, I admit that, even though I have made up some knowledge in recent years, my understanding of history is still inferior to yours. I think you should know this truth better than me. How do you say that sentence? What? Dynasty is short, but kingship is eternal. But the kingship no longer exists. That's not kingship, only truth is eternal. Dumbledore showed an ugly smile. Sadly, none of us have grasped the truth. Nelson's expression kept changing. The hand holding the little silver ball kept loosening and clenching again and again. Hold on to what's in your pocket. It's a great invention. Dumbledore blinked, as persuasively as Nelson did in his first transfiguration class at Hogwarts. There are many reasons for this tragedy. Perhaps the biggest source lies in the conflict between muggles and wizards, in the statute of secrecy. Have you ever considered that, if all things remained the same, and Mr. McGonagall was a wizard, a Protestant wizard, the ending of the story would be has anything changed? Maybe, maybe not. Nelson thought for a moment, and said seriously like answering questions in the first class. Contradictions are everywhere. Even if we avoid wizards' fear and prejudice against muggles, there are a series of contradictions such as status, wealth, etc. occur in the new storyline. Maybe the final ending still has a tragic core, but this is just my guess. Such a future is chaotic, and they may live a happy life. Life is uncertain. You see, even you admit that when a certain point in the past is changed, the future will become chaotic again. Dumbledore blinked and said softly, history is unbreakable but also fragile. You must be careful. Nelson knew what Dumbledore was referring to, and he held his chin, lost in thought. Beside the tomb, the 4 members of the McGonagall family were saying their final farewell. Nelson suddenly raised his head and said to Dumbledore, Professor, do you know something from the future? We should continue the topic just now. What if you didn't expose Isabel's deeds? Dumbledore didn't answer him, and continued to ask, will lies eventually become truth? Nelson wanted to say no, because apart from McGonagall, her family would not have any tragedies in the end, but when faced with Dumbledore's question, he found in his thinking that even with the foresight to see through the future, it is so simple, but he couldn't answer complicated questions. Why don't you ask the person concerned? Dumbledore patted Nelson on the shoulder. Look, Mr. McGonagall is walking towards you. Nelson stood up quickly, patted the dirt on his buttocks, and went up to him. Mr. McGonagall, I'm sorry. I've said it before, right is right, wrong is wrong. Robert waved his hand. His self-blame was worse than Nelson's guilt. My ignorance caused all this. Isabel, what you have done has gone too far. If Minerva didn't come here without you, the person who discovered her crime might become your policeman. Is it Arrow? It's Aura. Mr. McGonagall, Nelson said, considering his choice of words. You're right. The Ministry of Magic has noticed Mrs. McGonagall's behavior, and Aura will definitely be provoked. So this is the inevitable ending. Instead of letting our family's happy life be on the ruins of a lie and a disaster, it is better for us to face all of this calmly. Mr. McGonagall, if you are a wizard. Nelson put his hands in his pockets, held the small silver ball, and clenched his fists. I mean, if you have a chance to become a wizard, you can cast magic like a wizard. Will you be happy? Well, Sometimes I also wonder, if I were a wizard, would the story between Isabel and I have a better story? Robert looked at the cross above his head with a melancholy expression and sighed. But reality doesn't. Therefore, if God really gives me a chance to start again, I think I will cherish her more and not let her face so much despair alone. But the wizard's wand may not be what I really need. We don't really care about each other in the what if, do we? Nelson has mixed feelings in his heart. Ever since he developed an alchemy tool that can be used by muggles, he has never heard rejection from anyone. He takes it for granted that no one will resist the charm of magic, and no one will be willing ordinary, as long as everyone masters magic simply and rudely. The gap caused by magic will easily disappear. But now, Robert rejected him. Chapter 430, adding a star to the night sky. May God bless you, child. Although Robert said the blessings of believers in his mouth, his eyes looked at the sky. At the end of his line of sight, a bright star emitted a radiance that was not obscured by the sun. Look, even in the daytime, the stars are shining. If the human beings who have been breeding for many years are ignored, the Scottish Highlands is undoubtedly a peaceful and pure land. It has been silent for too many years, and has been stable for too many years. But just today, its peace was interrupted by a group of uninvited guests. A row of iron frames with a height of about 30 meters is placed in the middle of a bare plain, and the smoke and dust permeates the whole frame. The iron racks are crooked and blackened by the high temperature. Some parts have been melted and turned into molten iron to reshape, and some have collapsed, leaving only a pile of broken fragments scattered on the ground. Who would have thought that it was shining silver a few minutes ago, and it could even withstand the high temperature of fiend fire for a few seconds in the factory test? The looming runes flickered on the wreckage of the iron frame, and there was a sizzling electric sound from time to time, and the contacts of some links would burst into explosive sparks from time to time. A group of wizards dressed in black stood in the smoke and dust, their expressions staring solemnly at the wreckage in front of him. The flickering magic light became more and more urgent, until the flickering frequency reached a peak that its broken body could not bear. After a burst of thick smoke mixed with the pungent smell of potions gushed out, completely lost its luster. Looking at the current appearance, it seems that a strong explosion has just occurred here, and it may even be a terrible natural disaster such as a volcanic eruption. But the group of people standing next to them didn't show any expressions, and tried their best to suppress the ecstasy in their hearts. They possessed a discipline that surpassed most wizards, and they seemed to be accustomed to such scenes. "Can I write a report, Mr. Penguin?" A wizard in the team looked at the man standing in the front row and asked in a low voice. Penguin's attire was incompatible with this group of people. Although he was also dressed in black with gold trim, the combination of a loose shirt and a work vest made him not look like a wizard, but more like a photographer. At this moment, he was holding his wand on his chest, and the ice crystal spreading from his feet wrapped the entire team in an oval-shaped hardshell, blocking all the impact, flames and hot smoke that happened just now. And the ice crystals with perfect structure even in the face of such high temperatures, it still stands like the ice cap of Antarctica. It even presents a transparent texture that is not stained with dust, as if it does not exist. It is enough for the protected people to observe the whole picture of the scenery in front of them at such a close distance, so that it can only be judged by the thick smoke hitting the wall. Don't be too happy. The penguin shook his head, staring fanatically at the boundless blue sky on the iron frame. The heat wave caused by the thick smoke was rising, twisting out clusters of dancing sun flames in the air. In the depth of his gaze, or in the daytime, the extremely dazzling star is flashing, dragging out a milky white airwave that quickly dissipates. Even if its position coincides with the sun, the penguin can still feel its dazzling light in the blank white. He lowered his head, rubbed his teary eyes from looking directly at the sun, put down his wand, and the ice crystals in front of him disintegrated. When the heat was about to approach everyone, the wizards standing in the first row behind him raised their wands at the same time, and the invisible barrier instantly standing in front of them, playing with the unbearable scorching heat. Their movements are so unified that they are like an army. Penguin nodded in satisfaction, raised the camera hanging on his chest, and pressed the shutter against the smoke-billowing iron frame in front of him. The unusually dazzling flash brightness on weekdays was insignificant compared to what had just happened. "What's the matter, my lord?" The wizard behind him was affected by his nervousness and couldn't help but worry. Is there any problem with this launch? This is the first time we have independently calculated the orbit without the help of the man-made creation of Wordling. I hope you can cheer up. The penguin took off the camera hanging around his neck, and the wizard behind him gave him a wink, taking a step forward on the ground and catching it. Penguin flicked his sleeves and said slowly, I need to do a final check. I hope the outcome can prove that we can't just rely on Alexander's trash. It will definitely succeed. A young wizard clenched his fist and waved it at his chest. His companion hurriedly grabbed his arm to avoid disturbing the penguin in front of him with the test result. I saw him unbuttoning his vest, squatting on the ground, and waving his magic wand. The regular black metal blocks were like building blocks. Under his control, he built a small but straight black tower. These metal blocks seem to have been used. It has been a long time, and the surface color of some of them has long been peeled off due to friction, revealing the gleaming silver core inside, and the flowing golden light shone in the neat silver channels like blood vessels. He carefully took out a small silver ball from his pocket, placed on the top of the tower. With the assembly of the small silver ball, a small imperceptible light shot out from the top of the miniature black tower, rushing straight to the sky, and at this moment, the slowly rising star has disappeared, and the penguin is waiting. After a while, when the vertical beam of light began to shift, the small silver ball opened by itself, revealing the complex alchemy lines inside. The lines were outlined by complicated ancient runes, most of which were related to communication. This is the magic that Nelson obtained from the Black family. Being good at reading historical materials, he quickly connected the Black Wizard occasionally mentioned in the history of magic with the Black family, who are also black. In the records of the war, Black Wizards were active in every battlefield as experts in intelligence and communication, and played a big role. Even the earliest double-sided mirror was their invention point after the situation in the wizarding world stabilized. This extraordinary long-distance communication magic was also used to deliver important political and business news. In the age of information occlusion, the Black family took advantage of this to quickly gain a foothold in England and eventually became a fortune one of 28 purebloods. It's just that this kind of magic no longer has a significant advantage in modern times, when the flu network is prevalent, and there are no battlefields for them to use. Therefore, this kind of magic is gradually lost in the inheritance of the Black family, and is replaced by a more powerful and direct black magic. Expensive double-sided mirrors have also become such a dispensable toy, that no one remembers their role in warfare. After obtaining Mr. Black's consent, Nelson finally found the magic book that had not been lost in the library of Black's house amidst Finney's loud insults like thief and robber, occupied by those powerful black magic, so that when Borlux entered the house to check, he almost thought that Nelson looked down on his own collection, and said that he would go to the house of his old friend Malfoy, who was good at this, to search for a few copies. Rather than magic, the communication spells of the Black Wizards are more like alchemy. They can open a stable path similar to a door key. Since the transmission is information, it will consume less energy than the movement of the whole person. The magic power lasts longer. Nelson successively used it to improve part of the teleportation array in the Krakow Center, and then used this part of magic in the communication of the small silver ball. Of course, the most important point, this seems to be it is the best way to determine the coordinates that Lorian needs in a stable manner. The moment the small silver ball was opened, the penguin pressed the timing button on the pocket watch, and the time passed by. When everyone was waiting a little anxiously, the small ball burst into a golden light with a burst of beeping. The concentrated penguin immediately pressed the pause button, and everyone stared at the dial of the pocket watch with wide-eyed eyes, only to find in amazement that the torment that seemed to have lasted for a year just passed only 10 seconds. "How is it, my lord?" This was the third time the wizard behind him asked. "I received the message from Assyria." Penguin heaved a sigh of relief, checked the pointer on the watch again, and then put it back in his arms. As expected, when it arrived in Assyria, it was exactly 10 seconds after we reached the sky above. "Is it good or bad?" someone asked impatiently. "Did you see it for nothing?" The companion on the side had to tug on his sleeve again, and scolded in a low voice. "I need to congratulate you, gentlemen and ladies." Penguin turned around and bowed calmly. "The launch was successful. If you are interested, you can calculate its operating cycle." Those wizards who were saluted hurriedly stepped aside, evading their reluctance to accept this gratitude. They had paid too much for it, and at the same time, enjoyed the joy willingly. I heard that the magic cactus in Assyria has made progress. Penguin tilted his head and said, I found a small cactus that can spit mucus. It can be kept as a pet, or used for self-defense. Let me see it. You go and exchange the wizard stationed there. The penguin stretched out his finger and gently pointed to the wizard who was talking loudly and seemed to know nothing. The camp in the oasis is already complete. Remember to read more books. The face of the young man who was being pointed turned blue and turned pale. He lowered his head, struggled for a few seconds, nodded and said, I understand, Mr. Penguin. Young man, you will know how to be grateful in the future. Penguin Ming Ming, who is not much older than him, said with an old-fashioned feeling, this is the reward for your curiosity. Ignorance is not the biggest enemy, not enterprising is. Thank you, Mr. Wordling. I understand. The young wizard nodded, his expression firmer. I have another question. What are we launching? The wizards around exchanged glances, and there was only one sentence in their gazes. Who brought this stupefaction? The companion beside him helplessly covered his face, lowered his head, showing a bitter expression, and did not dare to move, as if he wanted to hide himself in the shadow of the wizard who was shorter than him in front of him. Good question. The penguin clapped his hands, and instead of being annoyed by the question, he said cheerfully, I think everyone should be very curious about this, and some of us may have participated in the first time in Antarctica. Launch, of course. This gentleman brought a little fool over here this time. Penguin blinked at the wizard who was trying to hide himself, and said with a smile, to be honest, I was as shocked as you who came to the launch site for the first time. It was a silver falcon made of steel. It is bigger than the biggest dragon you have ever seen, but its speed and strength are far superior to them. It has eyes that can shoot fire and an invincible beak. Every feather is an army that can be deployed at will. Its name is called Cruise Destroyer. The wizard no longer dodged, but instead raised his head, recalling the miraculous scene he saw back then. I clearly remember that day. Antarctica. The familiar Antarctica suddenly became strange. A brand new star broke the ice cap that even I could hardly hurt, leaped from the continent, rushed into the sky, breaking through the clouds. A big hole like the gate of heaven burst out of the dense dark clouds, broke through the sky, and rushed into the space that I always thought was a dream of idiots. The penguin sang in an opera-like tone. There is also a sky outside the sky. When the wizards were still practicing the black magic of using their wands to dig out other people's three ways, the adults had already begun to look beyond the sky. A patron saint of the world looked down on all living beings with its eagle eyes. The place is waiting for the command of the adults. That may be the power possessed by the gods to add a star to the sky. I don't understand what those astrologers would think, but the adults told me that it was just a simple use of magic. People turn their magical eyes from the fight to the starry sky, and anyone will burst out with unparalleled energy. The audience was mesmerized. Although they might not understand much, they were still full of enthusiasm. Of course, Lord Wurtling, even though he possesses the power of a god, he doesn't have the despicableness of a god. Penguin continued, that big bird is the first experimental subject created with private work in the magic factory. His eyes didn't stay on this great power for too long, but he started to send some seemingly useless things to the sky. Some of them will help us get better communications, some can help us detect disasters, some can help us explore more dangerous areas, and some can even let the glory of magic shine on muggles. Together, they are a fine net, a sword of Damocles suspended above the head of the wrongdoer. Penguin patiently explained and sang, when a new constellation floats above people's heads, we will see a completely different world. A better, more progressive world. I don't know the functions of many stars, but I think they will all become indispensable pigments in a better tomorrow. Remember, when most people are still struggling to pursue the present, the short-lived time in the pan, but our journey is in the future. Today's big guys called forced, Penguin said loudly. Wizards are just magical animals that can think, or muggles that can magic, and the only thing that can make us detached is to break the shackles of stereotypes. Before that, we be ready for anything. The stars will put the ruts to shame. Can you imagine a world like that? A world where anyone can do whatever fun thing they want, unfettered by rotten conventions? You and your sons and daughters don't have to struggle at the bottom, and even your Muggle relatives and friends can enjoy the convenience brought by magic. People will have the power of their own choice. Don't you want to contribute your strength to such a future? At this moment, as the smoke from the launch slowly dissipated, the whole picture of the launch tower was presented in front of everyone, and the cracked and rolled up ground told the impact it had just endured. But with the order of the penguin, the scars that can only be left by these natural disasters, it was smoothed out in an instant, and even the damaged iron frame was swept away, and even the growth of the ground plants was better than before. Take a rest, let's go to the next place. Penguin smiled and looked at his flushed companions. There are still many things we need to do. Chapter 431, Tearing the Earth. In the clouds, a magic eye-emitting red light is keenly overlooking the continent below. A shining star rushed towards it with a colorless tail flame. The eye only shrank slightly, as a greeting, and then passed by the newborn ethnic group, watching it fly go to the sky higher than the sky, and start your own extraordinary life. The eyes are greedily staring at the land under its feet. It is intoxicated by the ordinary green and purple in the eyes of the residents, as well as the tan of the land that comes out from the gaps. Large blocks of color are dissected. It appeared in the eye made of magic and metal in a way that is difficult for humans to understand. It's beautiful. No one can understand its exclamation, and no one can hear its beauty of the ordinary scene. It is composed of layers of silver spherical flakes engraved with runes, which are wrapped and spliced together like onions. The ancient runic characters shone with a faint light, and the layers of rotating gears filled this small eye. Those smaller and more precise lenses are arranged together, so that the things far below, meters away, are reflected in its red pupils at a glance. The penguin pendant hanging on the penguin's waist, the broom growing vigorously on the high ground, the heather, the glistening drops of water in the stamens, and the launcher, that was not completely removed, was covered with scorched soil and new weeds. The gust of wind brought by force made the airflow crazily surging, and within a few seconds, the dark cloud it was hiding in was blown away, and what appeared in the shattered cloud was a giant bird that came out of mythology. His feathers are as sharp as the most precious sword, and the feathers on his chest and abdomen seem to be calcined from a whole piece of silver, because they are too dense and tightly stitched, reflecting the lavender grassland below him. The sharp beak, the strong claws, and sharp eyes are exactly the same as the silver falcon that Nelson once shaped when he dueled with Tom in the basement of Hogwarts, but compared to many years ago, this big bird is undoubtedly much stronger. This is exactly the penguin, a group of cruisers who once sent Skydome to Antarctica. Its wings spread out enough to cover the sky and the sun, and its mighty figure is like a giant dragon that gnawed at several roots of the world tree in Norse mythology. Unfortunately, because it is too high and too far away, no one is lucky enough to appreciate this magnificent figure. Even if someone comes from looking up from the ground, one could only see a fleeting strange bad due to distance distortion. The cruising destroyer didn't stop, just waved its wings, and the wind and clouds swept away. Those broken clouds couldn't even find the fragments, and there was a big hole in the huge sky. The high altitude low temperature covered the silver falcon's feathers with a thick layer of frost. Even so, the temperature of the furnace in its chest was still hot, and every time it flapped its wings, blizzard-like ice crystals would fall from the gaps in the feathers. At this moment, if any living thing can come to its side and touch it, the extremely low temperature will instantly destroy the epidermis and stick to it permanently. In just a split second, it came directly above the launch pad, and there were several circular and triangular marks in the field of vision to lock the missing fragments due to being buried in the mud. Its eyes looked around the launch pad, making sure that no one was there. After approaching the surroundings, it waved its wings lightly. Immediately afterwards, several feathers fell off its body and fell vertically. As the fall became faster and faster, the metal that molded the runes on the surface quickly melted and disintegrated, leaving only the fusiform inner core that was tough enough to withstand fierce fire. It landed firmly, dragging out a straight tail flame. Even though it was small, the magic power and speed contained in it made it difficult for anyone to resist. After leaving the gift, the cruiser raised his head and let out a long cry that pierced the sky. Ming plunged into the boundless sky. Its figure was gradually enveloped by dense fog gushing out from the gaps in the feathers, and soon, with a blast that broke through the sound barrier, the lost fog shattered, and the silver falcon's figure disappeared. Many people in the Scottish Highlands saw the scene of the meteorite falling from the sky, including Robert, who was sitting next to Nelson. He stared blankly at this scene, showing an incredible expression, lowered his head, and rubbed his eyes. With the increasing number of constellations outside the atmosphere, the task of patrolling the destroyer is not so heavy, especially after replacing the brand new core that matches Alexander. For the first time in its ignorant mind, it has an idea beyond the task. It was a blizzard that swept across Antarctica. Above the dark and dense clouds, the extreme cold made a continuous ice crystal rarely condense. At this moment, the Silver Falcon happened to be flying above the clouds. On the uncertain ice surface, I saw my own figure blooming in the sun, so heroic and beautiful, like a boy in Greek mythology who only loves reflections, fascinated by the dream of daffodils. Even if the unstable ice crystal it was about to shatter, but the fleeting impact was still engraved in its core, which was always scorched by fierce fire and spewing steam. I'm so beautiful. This is the first time this young soul, set by ancient runes and the magic of visitors from another world, felt the existence of I. After the ice crystal was broken, it saw the boundless, pure white and vast ice field of the Antarctic under its feet. The ice layer, that was still bright, clean, meaningful and unchanging in the blizzard, made it feel even more shocked, which made it involuntarily let out a second sigh in life. How beautiful the world is. You know, Kit. Robert raised his head and took a closer look. The few fireballs had disappeared, but there were a few eye-catching smoke columns in the air boiling because of them. He looked at this scene with emotion, as if it was a farewell to his wife. The pastor held his staff tightly, turned his head to look at Nelson, and said seriously, "There are so many differences in this world, and every difference may bring misfortune. The deviations are all due to simple magic, you say?" Nelson smiled and handed over a cup of warm water that he did not know where. Robert held the steaming cup of water, feeling the warm current flowing from his palm to his limbs, and the sad silence seemed to be washed away a little. "I have been in this church for many years. Although this is a vast, sparsely populated, barren and poor land, the believers living here are not much simpler than those in a big city like London," he said, holding a teacup, and the curling steam covering his vision. He said softly, "Some people commit heinous crimes, but want God to forgive and bless them. Some people obviously don't believe, but always come here, just for peace of mind, when everyone says he is a pious believer. He doesn't care about his own family. His wife and children are suffering from hunger. They are all unfortunate, but are the roots of these misfortunes the same sin? What do you think? I don't know their backgrounds, so I dare not make rash comments." Nelson replied cautiously, "Yes, me too. I only hear about their piety, their guilt, and their longing, but I don't know how they become criminals, how they become empty, how they become appearances." Robert put his staff on the ground, took a sip from his teacup, and the warm tea moistened his dry throat. Even though he had just come out of grief, or even was still immersed in it, he held his temper and gently enlightened him. This young man seemed inexplicably confused because of his answer, even though he had just killed his most important person not long ago. Perhaps greed bred by poverty, perhaps rage brought by bullying, or laziness brought about by indifference. There are too many sins in this world, and too many contradictions that breed sins. But dare you say, this is it, because they don't know magic? Robert silently crossed himself on his chest. The pagan life caused by magic for many years and his piety were in constant conflict, which made his originally transparent heart clouded. A criminal won't become a good person when he acquires magic. Instead, he may become worse and become like Isabel, the dark wizard in your mouth. Greedy people will not change because magic gives people the ability to steal wealth. If you become indifferent, you will have greater desires that do not match your ability and morality. A lazy person will not become hardworking because of magic, and he will still be willing to let his family starve to prove it is difficult to be devout, recognized by the Lord. That's right. Nelson nodded with squinted eyes, his eyes fixed on the smoke column in the distance, and a barrier quietly opened around him and Robert. Even in a wizarding society with magic, evil and injustice can be seen everywhere. If I have magic. I don't think so. It's blasphemy to the Lord. But it's just. Robert was halfway through when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his pagan speech, so he hurried to there is a sign of the cross on the chest. just a hypothesis. Nelson continued his words, and the hand holding the wand slightly exerted force, and the steam in the cup became more vigorous, covering Robert's sight. At this moment, a turbulent shock wave swept towards the settlement closest to Forced's launch point. Originally, there was a Muggle village closer, but it had already been turned into ruins by Isabel. Like thousands of horses galloping, and like the tide flying, the smoke and dust in the sky is like a thick wall, slowly advancing towards the direction of the church. The speed of advancement seems to be very slow, but that is only because it is too large and too high, that's all. The wizards who noticed the change acted quickly. Tom grabbed Hagrid's funny black tie like a napkin, who was playing with the youngest son of the McGonagall family, and dragged him, and the boy behind him. Dumbledore appeared with a stride at the front of the crowd. Augusta and Flitwick, who were comforting Mag, were protected behind him. Almost at the same time, a real tide and a giant stone-skin snake appeared, and Dumbledore looked back. Holding his wand, Tom with scarlet pupils raised his eyebrows inexplicably, and whistled silently. When he turned his head, the giant snake had already twisted into a ball in the tide. Its huge body was entangled at the foot of the cliff below the church, turning into a towering obsidian city wall surrounded by water. As soon as the sky darkened, the next second, there was a strong shaking feelings came from under the feet of everyone. The eldest son of the McGonagall family stood alone in the field, a little unstable. Tom sighed, and a stone pillar appeared beside him. The boy glanced at him gratefully, and held it tightly. The airwave stopped slowly in front of the stone wall, as if it had been precisely calculated. It just lightly swept the forehead of the snakehead on the wall, and then lost its power. Even without the stone wall and tide, it could not hurt to the village 1 cent. The shaking came and went quickly. When everything subsided slowly, the water evaporated, and the stone wall collapsed. Dumbledore looked up, and saw that in the middle of the grassland in the distance, a huge black pit was burning the flames outside the sky. The cruising destroyer really destroyed all the remaining wreckage of the launcher by dropping bombs. With the deep pit as the center, the ground with turf rolled around, and spider web-like cracks spread in all directions. Even at the foot of the hill where they were, a bottomless ravine stretched crookedly and just stopped under the most prominent stone on the cliff, as if the ground had been punched and broken the skull by something. Even though this kind of scene was very difficult for the giant, it's just insignificant to our Earth. But it's shocking enough for tiny human beings. The aftermath of the impact rolled up the hurricane, and the broom heather planted in the cemetery was rolled into the sky. Nelson's barrier shattered in time, and the flying petals surrounded Robert like a flower rain. He stared at the magnificent scene in front of him. The stretched rain of flowers was like a pair of gentle arms, embracing him in his arms, and the petals flew over his cheeks, taking away drops of crystal clear tears. He stared at this scene obsessively, and even Dumbledore couldn't help sighing in his heart. When the rain of flowers calmed down, Tom had already put away his wand, and began to explain to Hagrid how to choose a tie. Dumbledore looked down the hill. The wild grass was desolate and the purple flowers were in full bloom. The impact just now seemed like a dream in Mank, but it was just his fantasy. He turned his head to look at Nelson, only to get one sentence: "Don't worry, Professor, it's not for hitting people." "If I were a wizard too," Robert said with a sudden sigh, "I wouldn't have to hide an XZ with Isabel. We could live peacefully in our hometown, and she could live to see this scene. Those who changed because of her, those who are so unfortunate, don't have to suffer that kind of suffering, and she doesn't have to live and die with such a deep sin." Mr. McGonagall. "But what's the difference?" Robert blinked. His face was no longer the kind of pastor-like, gentle smile, but relaxed from the heart. He patted the back of Nelson's hand, and continued said, "Anyway, she is still my love, and the mother of Minerva and the children." "I see." Nelson couldn't help, but took off his hat and saluted him. "Thank you. I hope you can feel better." Robert squeezed Nelson's hand. "My son, he is still young and ignorant. Please don't take it to heart. He will understand when he grows up and stop his mother in time. You are the one who brought our family and the whole Highland back from the abyss. I wish I didn't have this ability." Nelson smiled dryly, looking at the empty palm. "Everyone has the right to choose, and I shouldn't use my own standards to define them. But the world has the world's standards. You can't be as hasty as you used to be." Nelson scratched his hair and turned to look at Robert. He had closed his eyes and fell asleep leaning on the handrail next to the steps. He wondered if in his dream he would meet that charming and rebellious girl again. In the brand new story, can they become each other's antidote instead of the drug that spread the Green Terror in the Scottish Highlands? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432. A library is not a lumber mill and shouldn't make the sound of saw blades. Mr. Riddle. In the corner of the library, a small round stool moved across the ground, making a slight sound of rubbing against the wooden floor, but the librarian with keen hearing could easily distinguish this noise. That was different from the sound of paper flipping. Her voice floating faintly through the rows of bookshelves. If you still insist on going your own way, then I can only ask Professor Sloan to put you in confinement. Okay. Tom raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, although the administrator's voice affected the students' study more than the sound of the stool, even though there were not many students in the library this early in the morning. In fact, at this moment there were only him and Nelson who came first in the library, but he still readily admitted his mistake. I will correct it, ma'am. After all, 4 little feet wearing thick soled slippers grew out from the 4 legs of the small round stool. It ran happily in a funny posture and soon floated to Nelson, who was writing a book by the window. It feels like you haven't been in high spirits since you came back, and you didn't even watch your favorite football game. Tom rested his chin on his hand and glanced at Nelson beside him, sneaking a glance at the half-written text on his parchment. Alfred asked me to ask you. Today is the semi-final, the battle between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Are you sure you don't want to watch it? Isn't he a commentator? He didn't play in person. Why should I go? Nelson said without raising his head. The quill in his hand clicked a comma, and a drop of ink spilled from the trembling tip of the pen. That was interrupted by Tom. The stain quickly smudged on the parchment. Oh, damn. When Nelson reached for the wand on the table, Tom had already grabbed the wand first, and while fiddling with the emblem of the Knights of the Garter on it, he drew an arc in the air. Clean up. He spoke slowly, pointed at the parchment in front of Nelson with the tip of his stick, but Nelson moved faster than him and pulled the parchment away from the table and hid it under the table. Curse hit the table just right. A hole with the same shape and size as the ink stain appeared on the table, and the ejected piece of wood continued downward and hit the ground, setting off a small fragment of the wooden floor. It bounced off Nelson's calf. Magic can't be used loudly in the library. Riddle, you have to maintain respect for books. A louder yell than before came immediately, and the sound of high-heeled shoes was getting closer. Of course, it's the same in the castle. I'll use a silent spell next time. Tom's response overwhelmed the silent spell coming from behind the bookshelf. He hugged his head and said helplessly, for Merlin's sake, ma'am, they're all at the Quidditch match, and there's no one in the library. A head with messy hair protruded from the bookshelf behind the 2 owl-like eyes carefully observed the corners of the reading area, unwilling to ignore even a mouse or a hair. Her head even they can turn more than half a circle like an owl, which looks terrifying. Okay, the administrator quickly retracted his head. Remember to repair the floor. Okay, ma'am. Tom agreed perfunctorily, while stretching his legs, trying to pull the sawdust that bounced across the way with the sole of his shoe. What are you doing? Nelson folded the parchment and put it in his arms. After the sound of high heels faded away, he raised his head, glared at Tom, and complained while rubbing his calf. I wrote her in the morning. I drained a bottle of ink. If you ask me, you might as well write a note to Nobby Rich, snorted Tom. Believe me, he'd rather see a short note than your long nonsensical speech. Even Papyrus, you could even just write I want a job with the Department of Mysteries, and he'd be happy. Believe me, he won't. Nelson shook his head, took out a small silver ball that was slowly turning into a letterbox from his pocket, rolled up the folded parchment, and stuffed it in. Compared to business, he definitely wants to hear those compliments that I find disgusting when I write them, which is an attitude that people like you who only have money will not understand. Ha. Tom raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, although it is clear that you are scolding me, but insults like this, please do more in the future. He finally pulled the piece of sawdust back and kicked it back into the hole in the ground with his heels. There has already been an irreparable rift between him and Shafik. Rubbing the nib of the quill with his thumb and forefinger, pure black ink dripped from the nib and landed on his hand. His fingertips were dyed pitch black. Did he say anything when he sent you the money? Tom thought. He invited me to work in the Ministry of Magic after graduation, and he also promised that I would be promoted every step of the way. What a joke. What's wrong? Don't you have confidence in yourself? I mean, if Lord Riddle wants to be promoted step by step, does he still need a small minister's promise? Looking at Tom's rare fart, Nelson shook his head with a smile. If you are really willing to follow his advice, he will actually benefit more. Of course, I've seen through his tricks a long time ago. Tom pouted and said in a boring tone, although my surname is Riddle, I'm also the last blood relative of that dilapidated gaunt family. Of course, I mean the one with a normal mind. Nobby Rich wants to do something, but his qualifications are too young, and he doesn't have any prominent family background, so most people regard him as Shafi, judging from the small pets raised by Ken. Although he expressed his intention to win over the pureblood families, almost everyone just regarded it as a temptation from Shafik or the Wizengamot, even if someone had feelings for him. Interest and his Muggle-born background would have declared the plan broken at the first thought. Yes, Tom. Nelson turned, stretched out his arms, and took a dusty book from the shelf behind him with ease, and pushed it in front of Tom. It looks like it hasn't been read in about a year and a month. People flip through it. What a coincidence. That happened to be the time when I borrowed this book. Tom just glanced at the cover and saw the word history and the history of the family genealogy of wizards in England, and immediately lost the desire to read any further. He waved his hand and said, "This stuff makes me sick." Directly, how about a conclusion? Nah. Well, Nelson shrugged and explained, this book was written 120 years ago by a wizard from the Gala family. More than 28% of the content is flattery for the pure blood families. The clearest reason for this statement in modern times is this book, but the most commendable part of it is the mixture of history and legends. Put some seemingly reasonable but unreliable legends on many families. Gore, right? Tom narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then nodded and said, indeed, from what you've said, this family does have this problem. I don't understand why Hogwarts would include this kind of book in the library. Maybe the professor who was in charge of purchasing books on the history of magic didn't understand the history of magic, but under the cover of many lies, some historical facts and laws of that era are still. It has been recorded, for example, that successive ministers of the Ministry of Magic are related by blood or marriage to these pure blood families. Even though he hadn't read the book for more than a year, Nelson was still able to deftly turn the pages to where he wanted them to be, in a crude Malfoy's ancestors versus. Below the painting, a row of tables was drawn on a very small blank page, listing the family backgrounds of the successive ministers of magic. Rich's ascension to the position was a complete accident. Maybe even Shafik himself didn't expect that this lucky guy who was chosen at random turned out to be a pure Muggle-born wizard, so his actions in the ministry would appear to be so stretched. Every time you do something, you have to take advantage of it, such as the marginalized black family, Nermengard, who entered the British market, and the turbulent Salem case of the Magical Congress of America. In the second Salem incident, he was extremely active, and even once led the sanctions against the Magical Congress of America, which finally allowed him to get the grades and international reputation that matched his status. I still remember that at this time last year, he almost stepped down in the face of impeachment, but now, here's I can do some tricks behind Shafik's back. What? Leave a way for those pure blood families to survive? Nelson sighed. As the first Muggle-born minister in history, Rich did not lack ability, vision, or determination. He once dared to publicly criticize the righteousness of the former minister. The power has been dragged down, but even so, he is still struggling, and he is not willing to be a puppet, which is completely different from Shafik's kind of person who says he can't do it. When I went to him last week, it happened that, when I met Malfoy and the group of people coming out of his office, the conditions he gave cannot be said to be harsh, but judging from Malfoy's ability to negotiate business with me at the door of the minister's office, they will soon agree with Rich. After all, it seems more comfortable to linger than to die, and what you don't expect is that even in the office, in front of Shafik, He dared to express to me that he are not of the same mind, with the ring finger tapping the shoulder blades with his knuckles. This is the way wizards who Nermengard infiltrated the Magic Congress of America long ago expressed their identity. Nelson stretched out his hand and made a strange gesture. The three fingers clenched into a circle, the ring finger bent into a triangle, and the thumbs raised up to form a straight line, which happened to represent the three Deathly Hallows, which could implicitly express his identity as a saint. But after Nelson's small silver ball for communication came out, this method of communication was abandoned. Nobby Riches, a saint? Tom raised his eyebrows in surprise. No, Nelson shook his head. When he tapped his knuckles, he embroidered an address on my shoulder with black thread. From a magical point of view, he is not an idiot like Farley. I gave this address, sent a blank letter, and the next day, I got a letter from him in the owl room. The day I met Dumbledore, he told me that this was the second surviving member of the Magical Council of America interrogation. He was told by an official paid off by Nermengard when he was involved in the Salem incident. So what is he trying to say? Tom narrowed his eyes. Need the support of the Slytherin surname Gaunt? Rich is going to overthrow Shafik. He believes that the root of the corruption of the British Ministry of Magic lies in this justice and the head of the Wizengamot. Nelson smiled maliciously, although I think some personal emotions are involved. But I have to admit that he and I have the same goal. You and Shafik. Tom paused, suddenly realized. Oh, I understand. No wonder you left photos and those evidences. Are you going to ruin him? It depends on your mood, Nelson said with a smile. He thinks he has no plans to spare, and the re-election of the Wizengamot will definitely consider the candidate's attitude towards Nermengard. But he doesn't understand that Nermengard and me are two different things. Not to mention, how can he not understand things that he can understand, even the new card game released by Chocolate Chip? Oh, Tom made a strange hiss with a long voice. Grindelwald might be sad. Go, I'll take you to see something fun. Nelson was not interested in whether Grindelwald was hurt or not. He threw the post box in his hand into the air. It reshaped into a small silver ball during the ascent, and then shrank suddenly and disappeared when the downward momentum just started. Not see. Is this it? You don't even spare the owl business? It's just a simple trick. What I'm going to show you is much more interesting than that. Nelson kept his hands shut, stuffed the stationery on the table into his pockets, stood up, and walked towards the library door with his hands behind his back. Walking, Tom followed behind him suspiciously, asking some nonsensical questions from time to time. Did you dig a new tunnel? So Grindelwald will be sad. Is the combination of their cards really powerful? Not long after, the two left the castle, and amidst the cheers echoing over the campus, they quickly approached the Forbidden Forest. So you called me out just to see the horses? Tom looked a little toothache, although it is rare for horses to meet. It's the horses. Be polite to them, listen. Nelson signaled Tom to keep silent, and the two stared intently at the centaur gathered in the Forbidden Forest. They were arguing over the chaotic celestial phenomenon, and pointed to Forst with a faint light flashing above their heads from time to time. Some people said it was Mars, some say it's Venus. This prank is good. Tom felt a little speechless. You must be very happy to make the astrologers mess up. No. Nelson shook his head. A brand new piece of parchment appeared in front of him. His palm was shrouded in mist, and lightning flashed from time to time. Under the control of magic, complicated lines were drawn on the parchment. Do you know why the center of Krakow is called the center? Because it is a transit of the teleportation array? Simply because of its geographic center in Europe. Before Tom got angry, Nelson handed the drawing in front of him. Can you see what this is? Map? Tom squinted his eyes and looked at the lines in front of him that were similar to the common maps but completely distorted. For some reason, he always felt that the lines in front of him were more real. At the corner of the large map of Scotland, a blank circle was placed there abruptly. That's right, Nelson nodded. With the center as the center, I have already set up the eyes over Europe. As we all know, the location of Hogwarts is a mystery like almost all wizarding schools, and even cast a spell to prevent it from appearing on the map marked spells. But if we could draw a big map of all the places around it, the one that wouldn't show up in the middle would be Hogwarts, of course. Are you finally ready to attack Hogwarts? No, Nelson denied. I just want to tell you that, if you can look down, anything sneaky will be invisible. Well said. A stern voice came from the bushes, and the two raised their heads. A centaur bent his bow and set an arrow, staring at the two intruders with an unfriendly expression. "Humans, this is not what you should come here for. Place." Impatient, Tom had already drawn out his wand. "I came to visit you on purpose." Nelson stood up, patted the soil and leaves on his body, and said politely, "Regarding the chaotic stars and unknown fate in recent days, may I have a chance to understand the mystery?" Chapter 433, The Centaur Who Sees the Stars. Pony, the Forbidden Forest is a dangerous place. You'd better go back to the castle immediately, and go back to the shelter of your headmaster, Dippet. The centaur walked slowly towards Nelson and Tom. The arrow in his hand shone sharply in the forest gap. Although the centaur often lived in the woods, his body was very clean, far more important than most humans. The neat, white mane hangs down neatly, covering his strong horse body. Although Newt often emphasizes that horse people don't like to wear clothes, these long and soft hairs make them appear even to humans not indecent. However, Nelson also noticed that among the group of centaurs some wore leather armor or even jewelry. Maybe Newt's conclusion was a little omission. After noticing that the two were wearing Hogwarts school robes, he slightly lowered the bow and arrow in his hand, and the bowstring slackened. His attitude was a little better, and he even started to call the two of them foal. A quiver made of straw rope was slung across his back. The color of the quiver did not match the rope. It seemed that the rope had just been replaced with a new one. A few arrows with beautiful white tail feathers were neatly inserted in the bag. I don't know which unlucky swan was lucky enough to provide these materials. The arrow shafts cut out of wooden cores are engraved with some patterns similar to star maps. Some magic, but far more decorative than practical. It seems that your divination is not very time sensitive. Tom leaned on the tree, looked at the shining arrow that could not pose any threat to him with disdain, and sneered. "Professor Dippet has long since quit. Now the headmaster is Dumbledore." "Albus Dumbledore? It can't be Aberforth Dumbledore, can it?" Tom said sarcastically. "Our interpretation of the starry sky is indeed limited, just as wizards' exploration of this world is only a case in point. Facing the stars in the universe that are much wider than the world, we really have no time to take care of the appointment and dismissal of a small school." The horseman was not angry. He put away his longbow, put the arrow back into his quiver, raised his head, passed Tom, looked at Nelson and said, "May, this place is not safe. Please go back if there is nothing important." His upper body, which is as strong and slender as his lower body, is displayed in front of the two of them. The muscles and arm span comparable to sculptures, as well as the layers of scars on the skin, from wild animals or natural disasters, are like a perfect sculpture. Although the appearance is not much different from that of humans, it also has its own characteristics. The facial features are relatively more prominent, with a wide and flat nose, pointed and long ears, and hair as rough as a horse's mane. He rubbed his front hooves on the ground and got closer to the two of them, as if trying to force them out of the forbidden forest. "I'm a little curious about the movement of the stars. I heard that the centaurs have a unique astrology, so I want to ask for some advice." Nelson explained his reason for coming again. "I can see, Maju, your belief in the starry sky and fate is not as pious as you say." The centaur shook his head, "and the enlightenment that wizards get from the starry sky is too different from ours. Even if let me tell you, it is also difficult for you to understand the thoughts of the horse people. We are a group of two worlds. Yeah, people who live in the wizard's forbidden forest, speak the wizard's language, but live in two worlds with us. The forbidden forest belongs to nature. It shouldn't be the territory of the wizard's enclosure. Before the arrival of the wizard, this place belongs to every creature living on the ground." Several centaur cast angry glances at Tom. They were very concerned about the ownership of the forbidden forest. Faced with Tom's offense, more and more centaur reached out to touch the bow and arrow on their shoulders. "Maju, I'm not angry for your offense. We have fundamentally different standards for viewing the world." The centaur in front of him was not angry. "It's like we don't care who the headmaster of Hogwarts is. Centaur, it does not link the movement of the stars with the single fate of a certain person. It expresses a situation, a forecast of time. Moreover, we prefer to call ourselves beasts. Please don't call us people." "Why?" Tom leaned closer to Nelson, whispering, "Traveling yourself? In the concept of the centaurs, all life is equal, only the difference in wisdom. Nelson turned his head and replied in a low voice, they also considered themselves human races a long time ago, but later races such as hags and vampires also, after being defined as human beings, they are not willing to join forces with this large species. I can apply to the Ministry of Magic to set up a new race called the Riddle. Seriously, I don't really want to join forces with hags. I already understand the centaur a little bit. I hope I won't be woken up tonight by the sound of you waking up to look at the stars. Nelson curled his lips and turned to look at the centaur standing quietly in front of him. Maybe you can tell me your name, he nodded and said, even though he still thinks that reading astrology fortune telling is a complete scam. But the centaur's point of view is undoubtedly much higher than those charlatans who pretend to be prophets. I've made some unique discoveries about how the stars work, and you won't believe it. I'm actually a prophet. My name is Chiron. You can also call me Chiron. Nelson blinked. He felt that he heard a nonsense, but according to the language logic of the centaur, this sentence must have a deep meaning. He couldn't help but asked in confusion, Chiron? It's the one. No. Chiron shook his head. He knew what Nelson wanted to ask, so he interrupted him first. That's just a myth of your wizards. It's a very common name among the centaurs, just same with names like Tom and Jack. Tom's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had been many years since anyone had mentioned this matter, but he did not expect to be turned out by a centaur in the Forbidden Forest. Is your name Tom? I seem to have offended you. Chiron immediately noticed something was wrong with the observation brought by looking up at the starry sky, and he asked seriously, is it true that in the concept of wizards, sharing names with others is it a very humiliating thing? Sorry, I don't know very well. In fact, the centaurs are very willing to let the newborn foal use the names of those famous astrologers in history, hoping to inherit some of the vision of its previous owner. Before Tom even had time to open his mouth, Chiron had already finished his good words. He didn't have a seizure at the moment, and he didn't have a seizure. A sense of discomfort that was swallowed halfway through a sneeze came to his heart, and the centaurs in just a few words, the unrivaled Master Riddle, was held in place for half a minute. The Forbidden Forest fell into an embarrassing silence in which no one said a word, even though many people confronted each other, and even a few centaurs had already started kicking their legs to warm up. Well, since the centaurs don't understand it very well, I won't argue with you this time. Tom waited for another half a minute before uttering such a sentence. That would be great. Chiron nodded gently, completely different from his irascible companions. Don't talk about different races. Even two different people of the same race may have misunderstandings in conversation. However, the purpose of conversation is to eliminate such differences, which is why centaurs can speak the language of wizards. I have to admit that it is more suitable for communication than roaring like a real horse. I'm very happy. Happy, you can forgive me, pony. Of course, the same is true for the understanding of stars. I dare not comment on the wizard's point of view, but in this field of conversation, the differences between centaur and wizard are even different than using to the language is bigger. That's what conversations are for, isn't it? Nelson asked rhetorically, in Chiron's words. I feel that you are very different from your companions. Yes, you have the same keen observation ability as a centaur. Chiron smiled gently and turned around, revealing the scars on his back. These scars are very different from the tooth marks on his front. The cane was drawn. He glanced at Tom and said with a smile, this can be regarded as an unbearable experience like the name of this little pony. To tell you the truth, I was once captured by a wizard into your performance team used as merchandise and display, only to get away with it later. Have you been divining about this experience? Tom asked eagerly. Chiron. When Chiron's companion heard what he said, someone couldn't help but remind him, but Chiron just turned his head and smiled slightly, and said, it's okay, I picked up a newspaper in the first half of the year, and that circus is long gone. Is it a circus? Nelson raised his eyebrows. He happened to know a circus that used to collect magical animals, and Newt also found the reason why the centaur always didn't wear clothes. It was probably because of the circus. The regiment didn't dress him at all, so he asked, do you know Najani? Is that girl? Chiron moved closer and raised his voice. One can a woman who can turn into a snake. Tom continued, finally beginning to look squarely at the centaur whom he had always despised. I didn't expect you to be her soulmate. Chiron asked in surprise. Is she still human? Of course, replied Tom reasonably. Otherwise what would it be? How come? Chiron's two thick eyebrows frowned, and a human-like expression appeared on his face. While muttering in disbelief, he looked back and forth between Nelson and Tom, and kept gesticulating, and looked up at the sky from time to time. Nelson waited patiently for him, and after a while, he moved his eyes to Nelson's face and said softly, I'm now willing to believe that you are a prophet. The effectiveness of communication. Nelson nodded. Her soul was eventually swallowed by the monster in her heart, and finally turned into a snake. It should be an inevitable death. I didn't expect that you could even solve this tricky magic. Chiron didn't ask who solved the blood curse. He already had a clear answer in his heart. Didn't you say that you wouldn't connect divination with personal destiny? Tom found a seam where the needle could be inserted again. Of course, Chiron nodded and said, I make this judgment only because the magic that touches the soul is almost invulnerable to wizards, and every quarter moon, her illness will intensify. A simple reasoning of time. Unlike ordinary centaurs who like to tell riddles, Chiron speaks straightforwardly and is even easy to punch people. After Tom was silent again, he looked at Nelson and cut to the point. So your opinion on stars, what is it then? I don't know if you have noticed that the stars in the sky have shifted. Nelson cleared his throat, woke Tom up, and said, to be precise, most stars have definite trajectories, but it has become faster. Wizards can actually notice this kind of subtle changes? Chiron was a little surprised. I thought wizards would only compare specific star maps and didn't care about these subtle changes. The trajectory of the star map is 2 seconds faster. Even with the help of magic, it is difficult to detect, but I did not expect you to be able to observe it. Nelson only used one sentence to make Chiron agree with him greatly. He did not observe the starry sky. In fact, he guessed it all. He took out a small silver ball with an exquisite shape surrounded by a circle of stars, and pressed the button, and a brilliant star made of light particles appeared in the forest instantly. The horsemen who believed in the starry sky widened their eyes when they saw this scene. This kind of thing is no less attractive to them than putting the philosopher's stone in front of a wizard. Hearing Chiron's confirmation, Nelson heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lorian's experiment would affect the entire universe. Although this kind of speculation requires too much magic power, as long as it is true, the fixed point of history is important to him. Still a cloud of fog. A golden clockwork popped out of the ball, and Nelson twisted it slowly. With his movement, the starry sky began to shift, until at a certain point, it suddenly flashed. I have a habit of recording the starry sky, Nelson said, but there was a breakpoint here, and I thought for a while that my instrument was broken. This was calculated by Alexander, who had nothing to do in the misty illusion, based on the starry sky at the moment, and the so-called breakpoint was set at the moment when Nelson smashed the Lorian hourglass. He has no astronomy hobby, let alone this habit. But the centaurs who had never seen this kind of thing immediately believed it. Their eyes were fixed on the small ball in Nelson's hand, with longing in their eyes, but no greed. It's a treasure, Colt. Thank you for your endorsement. It may be a gift. Nelson bowed slightly and passed the ball in his hand to the centaur. Newt also wrote in the description of the centaur regards all things as the arrangement of fate and stars, which also makes them a race that keeps its promises and never invades. In the creed of destiny, price is always a key word that cannot be bypassed. Of course, this also makes them extremely rigid and even unreasonable. Sure enough, Chiron's next sentence was, I'm afraid we can't afford this price. Perhaps you can teach me the magic of the centaurs to connect the starry sky and the world. Nelson stepped forward and stuffed the ball into Chiron's hands, who instinctively raised his arms. Exchanging my treasures for yours is equivalent. The exchange conforms to the rules of fate. As soon as Nelson said this, even the eyes of the angry horseman softened. He really understood it too well. It's not equivalent. Chiron's hand stopped in the air, but he didn't take it back, and the horseman behind him also became depressed. The value is judged by the user, isn't it? I can recreate this kind of thing, but if you miss the opportunity to gain knowledge, you will lose it. Nelson blinked and helped Chiron hold his hand. I'm very curious about how to use the starry sky to accurately locate time and space, but without a proper method, this will be a huge amount of work. I also want to hear the opinions of the horse people. The extra stars, this is indeed a bad omen. Chiron murmured, opening and closing his hands, as if wanting to confirm whether the thing he was holding was a hallucination. Tom almost laughed out loud when he heard these words come. For Nelson, what he wants is already in his pocket. Now that it is confirmed that Lorian's experiment has not affected the magic power of things other than the Earth, the difficult historical coordinates are for him who has the starry sky as a reference. Is just a trivial matter. Chapter 434 The Last Puzzle from the Starry Sky. The history of the centaur is not as habitual as human beings to write records on stone tablets, clay tablets or papyrus. While leading the way, Chiron said to Nelson and Tom who were walking beside him, for 1,000 years, the stories of our ancestors have been integrated into the legends of the constellations, and have been passed on orally. Our revelations, the legends derived from them are not important at all. As this Mr. Riddle said, it is nonsense to combine the stars with someone's fate. We know better than anyone. Those are just teachings the fool was just made up to make them remember better. I understand that, as with our history, it's often about what lessons we can learn from it, rather than memorizing those times and events, even though they are equally interesting. In order to avoid any misunderstanding among you centaurs, I have to make a statement. Tom interjected while chopping off a thick tree root under the two of them with his wand. Narant is most respected, the ghost professor. Buns? Chiron nodded. I know him. In fact, people who understand history like him can find answers to the future from what happened in the past. Unfortunately, the future is meaningless to him. The future has meaning for everyone, even if it is such a stubborn rock that cannot move or scream. Nelson kicked a stone blocking the road aside, pushed aside the leaves that blocked his view, and moved forward quickly. The deeper he went into the forbidden forest, the denser the shade, the darker the sunlight, and even the temperature dropped a lot. The people chose a forest path they were familiar with, but this path was obviously more suitable for them with tall thighs and horseshoes. Nelson and Tom not only had to keep up with the speed, but also had to overcome thorns and thorns, crossing those waist-high bushes. Compared with the primeval forest in Albania, the forbidden forest has much richer species due to the nourishment of magic. Nelson had to carefully identify the way forward among the colorful plants that made him sick when he looked at it, and his complexion gradually turned pale. Put on those glasses, Tom reminded in a low voice. Did you forget that those glasses are designed for your color weakness? Those are sunglasses, Tom. It's so dark in here. Nelson shrugged. It's going to be a little bit harder. At least I won't fall to my death. Do you get dizzy seeing the rich colors? Chiron stopped, turned around, stretched out his hand to scrape off a piece of bark from an unknown tree around him with an arrow, and handed it to Nelson. I thought it's omnipotent, so I'm relieved now. Put it in your mouth and chew it. It'll feel much better. By the way, I know you guys will use the Kingpin spell. You can rinse it off. Nelson took the bark, put it under his nose and sniffed it. There was a familiar fragrance similar to mint. When the fragrance flooded into the nasal cavity, his mind instantly cheered up, and the feeling of nausea subsided somewhat, but this feeling also gave he had a sense of deja vu. What's this? Nelson asked curiously, and the fingertips holding the bark wrapped around two gauze like graceful water bands, carefully washing away the accumulated sludge on the bark. I don't know, Chiron shrugged. We only care about its usefulness, but it's not a star. Does it have anything to do with us? Some ponies get mentally injured for various reasons when they are just able to run. We will use this plant to heal their wounds. If you are really curious, maybe you can bring a piece of it to ask your Professor Sykes when you go back. She took a girl in the Forbidden Forest last year. The pit was dug at the entrance, and I went deep to find this kind of tree at that time. She should still be at Hogwarts, right? According to human standards, she seems to have not yet reached the age of retirement. Thinking of the embarrassment of mentioning Dippet earlier, Chiron couldn't help but add something. This kind of vigilance is very prescient. Tom said quietly, why does every time you mention a professor, he will be unemployed? Is this also a kind of divination? I know what this is. Nelson found a small crystal bottle with only half a bottle of green potion left in his pocket, unscrewed the stopper and sniffed, and said, "This should be the main drug of King Kingling. It's very similar to the smell." "It's hard to imagine that you'd take a bottle of potion out of your pocket," said Tom quietly. "At a time when the world is not peaceful, the Forbidden Forest is much more peaceful than the future. There is no such terrifying and magical animal as the acromantula in the forest. During the ceremony, the headmaster will threaten them with the danger of the Forbidden Forest." Not far in front of the three of them, Nelson's small silver ball was being passed back and forth in the hands of a dozen or so centaur. After experiencing it for themselves, they quickly regarded it as a treasure, and the bright starry sky disappeared from time to time. Now, accompanied by bursts of exclamations, "But even such a tempting treasure, the horse people have never thought of taking it for themselves, or even playing with it for a while. Their eyes are extremely pure, and they will pass it on, just by feeling it a little bit in the hands of the next companion." I have to say, that compared to their wary attitude towards outsiders, the harmony within the group is enough for human beings to learn for 100 years. "It's just because our world is simpler," Chiron said softly, as if seeing what Nelson was thinking. "For us, the starry sky is everything." "That's fine," Tom replied, not sure if it was out of spite or from the bottom of his heart. "Continue to talk about the stars." Chiron raised his head and looked at the sunlight falling between the leaves. The mottled light and shadow fell on his naked upper body, and the welt marks on his back intertwined with light and dark, casting a touch of melancholy on this sculptural centaur temperament. Different from humans, the centaurs are used to living in the forest, in the dense forest. Except for some sensitive creatures, most of the residents have difficulty discerning the direction. There are the same trees and the same leaves everywhere. Yes, humans are used to living in various places, mountains, plains, river valleys. But it is rare to see people living in dense forests. Chiron continued, "I used to live in France for a while. When I met a poet from Northern Europe. He told me that people who belong to the moon will distinguish the season according to the moon, people who belong to the mountains will climb the mountains to find the sky, and people who belong to the stream will find their destination along the stream." This seems to be a proverb widely circulated among wizards in Northern Europe. Although I don't know what it refers to specifically, human beings do live by water. For you, mountains, valleys and even rivers can be used as directions for reference. The centaur living in the forest can only rely on the occasional star-studded night sky through the dense tree canopy, which is also the earliest source of centaur astrology, to identify the direction. The person who belongs to the stream will find his destination along the stream. Nelson's eyes froze, and he muttered these words in a daze. The sun gradually set on the hill, and before they knew it, the two had stayed in the Forbidden Forest all afternoon, and the hilarious crowd on the Quidditch field had returned to their dormitories. But Nelson and Tom didn't even know the result of the game, and the forest, the chirping of the autumn insects gradually weakened, replaced by the howling of the valley wind at night. After crossing a natural fence, the moon poked its head out from behind the thin clouds and slowly lit up. Nelson's vision was blurred, covered in darkness. Feeling the crispness of the bark in his mouth and the coldness of the night, he couldn't help wrapping his clothes tightly. The centaur in front lighted torches to guide the way, saving them the effort of casting the lighting spell, and allowing them to put their hands in their pockets to keep warm. However, the chubby figures only added a fantasy tone to this peaceful journey, make it more of a magical adventure. But the sun, the moon, and the stars are constantly changing, and they have different positions every day. Except for a few constellations that point in a certain direction occasionally. If someone really uses a star map to find the way, then he may really be in the forest. "Find your own destination here," Chiron said with a hint of humor in his tone. "I'm sorry, we haven't invented the compass for so many years, but the centaurs also have their own way." He took off the strong bow on his back, drew a sharp arrow, and bent the bow to draw the string. Nelson noticed that the lines that seemed to be just decorations glowed in the night. Chiron raised his arm high and shot the sharp arrow in his hand towards the top of his head. A sharp piercing sound resounded through the forest. It would make it uncomfortable to stick it on any creature, and it's no wonder that the centaur, who can only look at the stars, has a place in a world full of magic. Nelson raised his head, and the sharp arrow shot straight into the sky. Its height made it hard to imagine that it was shot by a primitive bow. Finally, it lost power at the top, and the slight oblique angle of the shot cooperated with gravity at the moment, making it the arrow is reversed and pierced downwards. Puff. With a muffled sound, Nelson, Tom, and Sharon gathered in the center, and the sharp arrow sank deep into the hard ground without even splashing the soil. Nelson bent down to observe. Perhaps because of being moistened by starlight, the texture on the arrow shaft became brighter. Although he didn't understand the meaning, he could feel that it was beautiful. Vertical? Tom noticed that something was wrong with this arrow. He stretched out his hand to get close to the tail feathers, and a pitch black stone slipped from his palm, falling tightly against the arrow shaft. Neither deviated nor approached. How can this be done? Is there a bevel anyway, isn't it? This is the archery of the centaur. Chiron said proudly. It is the skill we rely on for survival. He bent his front hooves, knelt on the ground like a real horse, and softly recited the ancient language like a galloping horse and a long chant of a horse. Under the moonlight, the outline of the shadow of the sharp arrow gradually became clear, and then several clocks and clocks were separated. The dial-like shadows, those seemingly useless patterns make these shadows have different shapes, and each one represents a long story. Chiron stretched out his hand, carved on the ground with his nails, and drew a standard circle around the tips of the shadows. At the beginning, our ancestors judged the season by the length of the shadow, and then found the direction of the position of the star at the current time. Since we are a race that is accustomed to migration, we have heard many things in the world during the long journey. A great event happened, and a wise man named Chiron connected the rules of the stars and the direction of the world. We understand that the world we live in is only a small part of the huge starry sky, but it is at least live by the rules. The inscription on the arrow shaft flickered, making the cast shadows move vividly, like an epic poem spanning thousands of years, but Nelson focused on the angle between the shadows and the direction the tip pointed. How precise can this magic be? His tone was a little urgent. What? Divination? Chiron replied. Even the best prophet can't guarantee that everything he said is correct. I'm talking about this positioning method. Nelson raised his head and asked with piercing eyes. Using the starry sky as a reference, every time and every place will have a unique positioning, right? Do you understand it? Chiron was a little surprised. Somewhat similar to the 3-point positioning used by Muggles in navigation. Nelson raised his head, but it can only point to fixed coordinates and directions. If you look at Zyanahan, with the help of the ever-changing starry sky, you can even add the variable of time to the positioning coordinates. I understand. Can this kind of magic be taught to me? I'm willing to exchange anything you want. It's not unusual, it's just that human beings lack the means to contact the starry sky. After all, no matter how thin the shadow is, there will be errors. Chiron said briskly. You are the first human being who cares about it so much. I can teach this magic to you. After all, the starry sky you gave us is too precious. Excuse me, gentlemen. Tom raised his hand suddenly. Don't we have to go any further? I mean, your camp isn't too far from here, is it? Camp? Chiron said with a smile. Mr. Riddle, this is our camp. Centaurs call themselves beasts. We won't set up camp like humans. Is it useful? After declining the escort of the centaur, Tom, who left from the depths of the forbidden forest, could only hold up his wand to light the way ahead. He looked at the intoxicated Nelson beside him and felt that he was a bit incomprehensible. Numaga, doesn't the high power binoculars sold satisfy you? If you have to use this primitive method, let me tell you, the divination magic that you have never heard of is more useful. It's very important. Nelson stretched out his hand, and a pointer-shaped sword appeared out of nowhere in his palm, and phantoms of stars lingered on the blade carved with more complex star maps. For most people, it's not worth mentioning, but to me, it's almost like the last piece of the puzzle. Oh. The coordinates of the past, the magic power greater than the wizard himself, and the magic spell to reverse time. Who is there? Nelson raised his wand and pointed it at the dark forest in front of him. There was a strange noise not far away. The two immediately put away their lazy expressions and approached slowly. Floating hidden in the darkness had quietly surrounded them from all directions. A figure so tall and not human-like could be vaguely seen running in the forest, and the ground made a thumping sound, followed by dense footsteps and the sound of claws rubbing against the ground. It seemed that a battle was going on in the Forbidden Forest hunting. Chapter 435 Eight-Eyed Giant Spider. Boom. 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 The sound of dull footsteps was extremely harsh in the quiet Forbidden Forest, waking up a large group of resting birds. The birds covering the sky flew up from the branches and scattered in all directions. Some small animals hiding in the forest came out of their deep sleep, woke up in the middle of the night, felt the dangerous atmosphere in the air, and instinctively fled to the distance. Only some magical animals with some confidence in themselves did not leave. They poked their heads out from behind the trees and watched the two standing in the forest. There was even a poisonous horned beast with malicious intentions that raised its head, and the poisonous horns on its head exuded the stench that caused the leaves to wither quickly. Even though it was very large, the four legs that were rubbing against the ground and ready to go did not make a sound. Since Nelson and Tom entered the Forbidden Forest, it has been eyeing these two delicious looking prey, but because of the guard of the horsemen, it is not easy to shoot. But it did not expect that when these two little snacks left there were only two people left, and the poison horned beast felt that its chance had come, and the stinky saliva that had not been cleaned for many years slowly flowed down its chin. Boom. There was a loud thud as something heavy fell to Nelson and Tom's side, and Tom turned his head, only to see a burst of darkness. Who's stomping there? It's a small animal, Nelson said casually. Maybe it didn't adapt well when it first came here, and there are some cognitive problems. I have to help it. Oh. Tom immediately understood what was happening around him, and said immediately, it is really necessary. Otherwise, if it returns to nature in the future and touches everything it encounters, wouldn't it be death? By the way, is it worth it? What is it? The poison horn beast is probably one of the imported magical animals that Dumbledore said before. Nelson thought for a moment, and said, it came from Africa, and it's not very valuable. Then don't kill our teaching aids. Tom's expression looked disappointed, even a little scary under the decoration of the darkness and the light of the wand. I hope it's not for the 6th grade. In the bushes less than 10 meters away from the two of them, a huge broken horn was lying quietly on the ground overgrown with weeds. It retreated slowly, not even wanting to pick up the corners on the ground. Its thick and powerful four hooves made unimaginably difficult tiptoe movements as if dancing ballet, for fear that it would break the dead branches on the ground and make the two-way guy finds himself. The flat section of the poisonous horn glows red, like a furnace that has just been extinguished. It is so smooth that it looks like a valuable ruby. Two floating planes are wrapping it with clay condensed by magic power and digging a deep pit. Buried. This kind of highly poisonous thing is not suitable to be thrown here. Otherwise, if it explodes, it will hurt other really innocent small animals. The poison horned beast couldn't understand why it was subdued twice by this little bug when it was crisscrossing the African grasslands. Its skin can resist most spell attacks, but it didn't have time to think deeply. After exiting a certain range, a plane floating above its head spat out a blazing ray, which frightened the already nervous magical animal back, turned around and ran wildly into the strange forest without hesitation. The scary outsider. Even more erroneous cognitions appeared in the heart of the poison horn beast. Why are they so reactive? What's in there? Tom squinted his eyes, raised his hand, and a light bullet with a long tail flame rushed straight forward. When it approached the black shadow in front, its momentum was blocked by something invisible between the trees, exploded suddenly, like the bright light of day suddenly illuminating the deep forbidden forest in the main film, and he and Nelson were able to see the whole forest. In the already lush forest, denser spider webs hang between the tree trunks, tightly wrapping the area in front of it. With a tall pine tree in the center as the center, a thick rope made of spider silk connects the surrounding trees. The top of the tree covered everything below like a roof, forming an airtight fortress of spider webs. The slender and tough spider web shone with crystal silver light under the moonlight. Dive headlong into the web, and those cocoons, large or small, hanging upside down on the spider web, are the best proof. These are victims, even wrecks, in the spider's web. Hiss. Tom took a breath, and the temperature in the forbidden forest finally rose a bit. When the light bloomed, the densely packed eyes of the spider webs lit up from all corners, and countless little spiders turned their heads and looked at him in unison. Tom, they all have 8 hungry compound eyes, which look even more terrifying under the illumination of the light. Although Tom was not afraid of the beast, anyone who saw this scene would feel physically uncomfortable. Acromantula, Nelson said softly. Hagrid finally found a friend and a pet that accompanied him for half his life, but this pet challenged the cognition of others too much. Oh, I know Acromantula. Tom pulled back his foot that stepped forward, and the sole of his shoe stepped on the spider web, and it was stained with some disgusting slime. He rubbed the sole of his shoe on the stone under his feet while said, I know this magical animal, and their venom is widely used in potions. It's because their venom is very valuable. Nelson quickly pierced Tom's thoughts and said, such a small acromanda spider's venom sac has not yet fully developed, so it can't squeeze out much venom. Yeah, Tom said, shaking his head. After experiencing 2 disappointments in a row, I thought the acromantula would be at least big. After all, it's called a giant spider, isn't it? At least it has to go through a process of growing up. A newborn giant will not be a few meters tall, and a newborn dragon will not be much bigger than a dog. So that one over there is a still developing giant? Oh no, it's Hagrid. Tom looked at the figure running wildly on the ground, covered with spider webs in the distance. Hagrid's striking height and iconic messy hair were so recognizable. The spiders chased after them. Although those spiders looked clumsy, they showed extraordinary speed on the web. Hagrid, who was fleeing for his life, held up his wand, but seemed afraid to fight back. He could only use some simple obstacle curse or iron armor curse in defense. Tom raised his eyebrows and said playfully, I thought Hagrid was a good boy who listened to Dumbledore. Now it seems that he has the hope of becoming a real Gryffindor. The two stood in place, commenting on Hagrid's sprinting figure. It has to be said that his tall stature did not make him bulky. On the contrary, he was able to escape quickly with a stride far beyond ordinary people. If he was allowed to play basketball, even you can also show extraordinary dominance without using magic. Nelson knew that the acromantula wouldn't really hurt Hagrid, so he was very relieved, but he didn't really know why Tom seemed so relieved until the two began to discuss whether the acromantula's fangs could pierce. When asked about the classic comparison of combat power like the skin of a giant, Tom suddenly said, so we don't care about him. I feel like he's about to be caught and hung up. Nelson squinted at him, turned in Hagrid's direction, and called out, Hagrid, do you need help? Hearing the familiar voice, Hagrid cheered up. He blushed and ran towards the two of them, shouting, no, they are my friends. His physical strength is really good. After running for so long, he has not shown signs of fatigue. Nelson and Tom looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Hagrid is like this. No matter how ferocious the beast is, he can be a friend. I feel like he's about to be bitten to death by his friends. Tom folded his hands and commented, do you think that, if Hagrid was hung on a spider web, it would be broken by his weight? What a big cocoon that would be. Such a friend is really exciting. I think his real friends will have to fish him out in the end. Aren't you too? Just as weird as Hagrid, Nelson said, squinting at him again, and said dissatisfiedly, don't you also have some slimy poisonous friends, and even want to put them in my quilt? Are you even weirder? Tom retorted, as a Slytherin, you are afraid of snakes, and you will be laughed at by your classmates if you say it, not to mention the cutest ones I picked for you, little, like a bar of emeralds. Thank you. Speaking of which, how could there be such a thing in the Forbidden Forest? Tom asked suspiciously. I remember that the acromantula is recognized as a dangerous magical animal by the Ministry of Magic, and it is different from a dragon. It even makes it impossible to domesticate, and if you see it, you must report it to the Ministry of Magic and destroy it, which is why the venom of the acromantula is so precious. Didn't you find out? Nelson asked strangely. For example, Hagrid stuffed strange eggs under the stairs or something like that. Why should I find out? Should I find out? Tom looked more confused than Nelson. Make a fool of yourself, of course. I was a little negligent on this point. After all, I never expected that someone would say such a funny thing in class. You can't get things done, so why bother with other people bringing pets into school? It seems that you didn't notice it, which proves that I was right. The development of fate has deviated. Nelson explained patiently. You will open the secret room and release the basilisk to prove that you are the heir of Slytherin. Then the development of the situation got out of control, and you had no choice but to blame Hagrid, who was secretly raising acromantulas in the school. Am I sick? Tom frowned, his face full of disbelief. Why did I release the basilisk? Why did I become the heir of Slytherin? Is it an honor? Is it good for me? What am I doing? To blame on Hagrid, who baked rock pie for me last Christmas. So fate is not unchangeable, Tom. Nelson smiled brightly, but his expression quickly became confused. Why did Hagrid send you rock cakes, and all we got were cupcakes? Damn it, this kid treats him differently. He doesn't understand who is really nice to him. Thinking of the texture of the rock cake and Hagrid's eyes looking at him expecting him to eat it, Tom's gums were a little sore. He rubbed his cheeks, looked at Nelson and asked, did he make his own cupcakes? No, I bought it in Hogsmeade. You don't understand. That biscuit was made by Hagrid himself. Tom quickly convinced himself, this brat still knows how to be grateful. Hagrid was running closer and closer, and an extraordinarily large acromantula was already approaching him. From time to time, it used its sharp long legs covered with bristles to pick at Hagrid's clothes, as if teasing him, and waited around. The little spiders on the web were already ready to move. They no longer paid attention to the two desserts, but turned their attention to Hagrid, who was about to run out, and the serious thing was to cook this large dinner that had already fallen into the trap. Nelson waved his wand, and there was a dense floating sound behind him. They were connected in a regular array, and his cold one-eyed locked on these restless monsters. A small spider jumped off the web and jumped towards the top of Hagrid's head. About to jump on his head, the spider bared its fangs, dripping green venom, and saw a beam of light that was too fast to detect hit it, spinning it and flying away. A fallen leg was in the air was full of ashes. Even for such a small and sensitive unit, float can hit them in their trajectory, and even hit the spider's landing point first, and let them hit the beam by themselves. The dense beam shoot out from behind Nelson. The spiders that were only close to Hagrid were shot down mercilessly. Hagrid shouted that they were harmless while trying to escape. The spiders gathered more and more, and although they seemed harmless, the overwhelming number was enough to make everyone's scalp tingle when they saw it. Tom stepped forward, turned his head and asked, what serious accident happened after I let the basilisk out? Nelson didn't speak, just passed Hagrid and stopped the spider swarm seriously, as if it was a very difficult event. Someone died? Seeing Nelson's appearance, Tom chuckled and asked, who is it? Nelson slowly shifted his gaze from Hagrid to the face of Tom, who was very different from Harry Potter, and replied softly, Myrtle. Is that why you pay so much attention to her? Yes, Nelson nodded. I don't want to see a cowardly girl who endured 7 years of bullying and dies under the gaze of a basilisk just before the dawn of life again. There won't even be bullying this time. Tom shook his head, turned around, raised his wand and muttered, I remember that there is a spell that specifically restrains spiders. What's it called? Up he waved his hand lightly, and those spiders, whose legs were so huge that they could not be counted, curled up and fell from the web without moving. Instantly dyed the white ground covered by the web into black. Hagrid hugged his head and slammed into the net lying between the trees, plunged out, and scrambled and fell at Nelson's feet. There's no need to run so fast, Hagrid, said Nelson as he pulled Hagrid up from the ground, while Tom cleaned him of the cobwebs, keeping dangerous magical animals, and swimming at night in front of the prefects. You are so brave. You don't after being glared at by Tom. Hagrid winced, looking like a very unlucky guy. Chapter 436 Parcel, Spider and Human. Aren't you also on a night tour? Hagrid shrunk his neck like a big quail, completely unaware that he had just escaped from death. He even waved his wings like a quail beaten by the rain, muttering, Nelson, it has been said that one is not a real Gryffindor if one has not gone through the secret passage, but I have not even gone through the secret passage. Okay. Tom gave Nelson a bad look. He finally remembered that he was a prefect. He smiled but asked in a cold tone, is this really how you teach Hogwarts juniors? Proud good student, Mr. Nelson Williams? I never said that, Nelson flatly denied, rolling his eyes, and quickly changed the subject. Instead of freezing here, we might as well think about how to deal with these acromantulas. That's right, Tom nodded. "I will report to Professor Dumbledore, and the three of us will be locked up together." Nelson shrugged, non-committal, and helped Hagrid clean up the cobwebs stuck to his body. "Tom." Hagrid showed a pleading look in his eyes, which formed a distinct sense of disobedience to his giant bear-like body. Despite his reluctance, Tom graduated from McGonagall and Flitwick. Nelson after leaving school, he was taken care of like a brother, but he habitually lowered his head and said pitifully, "Can you not tell Professor Dumbledore? Nah, didn't tell you that the Gryffindor who has not been locked up is not the real Gryffindor? That's the punishment I deserve." He also said that we must abide by the rules in our lives before it is overturned. It is at least reasonable. Hagrid said something that Nelson didn't remember, but he even thought it was quite interesting. If it makes sense. He turned his head and looked at the rickety little spider in the web with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. "I'm willing to be punished for my actions, but Tom, if Professor Dumbledore knew about this, he would definitely bring him. Let the professors kill these poor spiders." "Poor spider?" asked Tom, raising his eyebrows as if he didn't know why. Why would they have a hard time with the poor, extremely dangerous magical creatures that ran rampant in the Forbidden Forest and almost killed their students? Woolen cloth. He added 4 attributives to fantastic beasts in a row to express his confusion. Because Akram and Chulus are XXXXX level magical animals. Hagrid lowered his head. His voice was still loud. Even though he lowered his voice, they are not allowed to move around the wizarding settlement. God, Hagrid. Tom held his forehead, showing a shocked expression. "You actually know its rating. Why do you bring these things into school? I know you have a special constitution, and you are not afraid of ordinary magic and poison and beasts, but have you considered the other students? Those classmates and friends who have been with you in the castle day and night? If they accidentally break into the Forbidden Forest, don't you worry that they will be injected like those cocoons hanging on the net as the toxin then digested into a pile of feces?" Although Tom valued honor more than duty, he was enough to be called a qualified prefect. Although his tone was fierce at the moment, he still tried his best to let Hagrid have some common sense in life. "I know." Facing Tom's step-by-step questioning, Hagrid's momentum dropped a bit, and even his height seemed a little shorter. He whispered, and he didn't know how he kept his voice down so low, but Aragog was a good boy. "Speak up, I can't hear you." Tom's entire face was wrinkled together, as if seeing something dirty. Full of disbelief, he couldn't associate any spider in the web with a good boy. Those ferocious big claws, the sharp teeth dripping with venom, the shiny black shell that cannot be scratched by ordinary magic, the sharp long legs that twist like the tentacles of an octopus, and the compound eyes that have become godless due to coma, but still emit a frightening cold light. Everything shows that this is a terrifying creature that regards killing as its creed. He noticed that when Nelson blocked the spiders, he controlled the floating strikes, which were weak parts like the spider's leg joints. Based on his understanding of Nelson, he would definitely not bother to pick and choose when dealing with harmless miscellaneous soldiers. Weakness. This is enough to prove that this is even a creature that neither of them can easily push flat on the ground. Of course, this may be his negligence, and recently Nelson often deliberately uses the magic of prophecy in battle in order to exercise Alexander's computing power. Tom remembered the whole picture of the acromantula he had seen in the book Complete Potion Materials. Adult acromantula can even grow to several meters in size. Even though they only faced creatures like giant dragons, they were weak at the time, but if they were allowed to grow steadily with such a dense population. After an analysis, he quickly understood why the Ministry of Magic would classify this seemingly ordinary angry animal as extremely dangerous. What made Tom even more unbearable was that these spiders didn't look at Hagrid in the same way that the snakes looked at himself. He couldn't see what Hagrid called friends through the complex eyes of this single-minded arthropod, not even a tiny bit. As beasts, they only have food and enemies in their eyes. I mean, Aragog is a good boy. Hagrid raised his head, blushing and staring at each other uncompromisingly, but facing Tom's indifferent eyes. He was finally defeated, and turned his head to the side. Okay. Nelson stepped forward, patted Tom on the shoulder, looked at Hagrid, and said gently, "Can you tell me which one is Aragog?" Hearing this, Hagrid stood up straight, turned his head, and ran into the spider web. Tom supported his forehead and said helplessly, I shouldn't have used such gentle magic just now. I should turn black magic out and give them a hard time. Using black magic at Hogwarts is a more serious crime than keeping acromantia. Really? Tom said indifferently. It's better than watching Hagrid get killed here. For Merlin's sake, these things can be friends. He doesn't know the language of spider talk. Why? Guaranteed to be able to control them. What's more, it's like letting these spiders grow into giant spiders, not to mention most of the lower grade students. I think some professors who are not good at dueling may have to stumble here. Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Nelson held Tom's shoulders and commented compromisingly, the basilisk, the only natural enemy of the acromantula, lives in the castle, and we saw it today. The Forbidden Forest is very big, as big as it's hard to make a simple spider so rampant. If someone does not listen to dissuasion and rushes in, without a spider, they will be able to drink a pot. This is not an excuse for us to indulge him. Nah, you may not know. Tom pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve his headache. You don't even know that he has brought in animals such as hounds and three-headed dogs before. He even casts magic on them to cultivate them, which is no different from the Dr. Sykes you mentioned, which is why I don't find it strange to hear you say that he brought acromantia in. This kid is with a criminal record. His ideas are different from most wizards. I admit that, although Dumbledore has trained him to be a kind, brave and qualified Gryffindor, he has no energy to teach Hagrid to obey most wizards' people's rules. This kind of wrong concept will lead him astray. Yes, those small animals can't hurt him, and they can't hurt us, but he allows these things to thrive in the Forbidden Forest, and those who bear the risk will be those little wizards who are weaker and younger than us. Weak people are not qualified to touch these things. They should spend 3 years in school safely, and then find a job pushing the dining car on the Hogwarts Express. Nelson stared at Tom, his bright eyes gleaming in the night, like a lake like gemstones. He was silent for a moment, then said with a smile, Tom, if it weren't for the last 2 sentences, I would even think that Dumbledore cast the Imperious Curse on you. HMPH, is it? Tom turned his head dissatisfied. He may not be able to defeat me. Did you pull out some powerful black magic from another corner? Am I a dark wizard? Dark wizards use black magic, Tom retorted dissatisfiedly. I use defense against the dark arts. It seems that the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts belongs to you. I hope that students who graduate from Hogwarts in 8 years will not have to hold a fellowship in Azkaban. Nelson raised his eyebrows, looking at Zioran. Hagrid, the two of them, said softly, but no matter what, I will keep an eye on these spiders, and a strand of spider thread will not let them leave here. Before that, let us hear what Hagrid himself has to say. Hagrid was holding the largest acromantula in his arms. It had grown to half a person's height, and it had even completely covered Hagrid's upper body. Its 8 legs curled up and twitched from time to time, as if it had fallen into a serious inner coma. Hagrid seemed to be holding a baby. His eyes were full of worry and concern, which made Tom shake his head uncontrollably. This is Aragog, said Hagrid anxiously. What's the matter with it? It's still alive, Hagrid. Nelson asked, waving his hand. Where did you get it? Aragog? Hagrid suppressed his anxiety and replied, it was given to me by a traveler from afar during the holidays. I met him in Nocturne Alley, and he learned about my love for these lovely creatures. The love of living beings gave me a homeless acromantula. Then it was the size of a fist, a solitary egg, and I kept it in a cupboard and fed it with breadcrumbs. And then it grew up, so I had no choice but to bring it to the Forbidden Forest. I have a question, Hagrid. Tom glanced at Hagrid's fist. To Hagrid, something the size of a fist was already about the size of a smaller dragon's egg in the eyes of most people. He sighed. He continued to ask, do magical creatures like the giant acromant reproduce asexually? Okay. Hagrid didn't seem to understand Tom's words, but Nelson quickly helped him answer. Acromantula needs a pair to reproduce. If Hagrid brings only one to the school, let me take a look. It should be, if it's a male, then there should be at least one female acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, otherwise they wouldn't have grown so many. Yes, Aragog found a girlfriend named Mossig. Do you need me to bring her out? Hagrid scratched his head and said, they have a very good relationship, and have many children. Some of the baby spiders are already their children's children. TSK, it grows so fast, like a goblin, Tom said secretly, shaking his head. It's good luck, this thing can still get a wife. It's not easy, Tom, said Nelson, tapping the spider's stiff leg with his wand. There are no acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest, but after Hagrid brought this Aragog back, we found another one of the opposite sex soon, which has to make people suspicious. Tom, I think this pair of spiders was sent to Hogwarts on purpose. Hagrid, I'm sorry you have to say goodbye to your new friend, but don't worry, I'll go to Hogsmeade to buy you a cuter pet next weekend. Seeing his firm appearance, Hagrid, who knew he couldn't resist, hugged the spider tightly, blocked Tom's sight with his back, turned his head, and looked at Nelson with begging eyes. Wait, Tom. Nelson sighed and took a step forward. Since we've seen hundreds of spiders here, there must be other spiders scattered in the Forbidden Forest. Even if we take this area, killing the spiders doesn't help. It's a successful invasion. Tom stopped and his expression froze. Hagrid, did you also name his girlfriend? Nelson stood on tiptoe, patted Hagrid on the shoulder, and asked, can you bring her out too? I want to find out if there is anything on it. Mark. But this matter may have to be told to Professor Dumbledore. This seems to be a conspiracy against Hogwarts. Regarding the life and death of Aragog and his girlfriend, I think you can only show your determination. I didn't take it. Hagrid shook his head. The traveler took Aragog's name, and Aragog told me Mossig's name. Do you remember the trace of that traveler? What? You can still talk to spiders? Is there really a spider's tongue in this world? Tom and Nelson expressed quite different concerns about this statement. He's got a hood over his face, he's much shorter than me, and he doesn't have a native accent, Hagrid recalls, looking at Tom and explaining, I don't speak spider tongue, but Aragog already speaks some simple English. Thank you, Hagrid. It's like you didn't say anything. Nelson forcefully suppressed the desire to kick Hagrid's ass with his boots, and turned his head to poke at Tom. It should be that this spider can speak a growl. Chapter 437 Fantastic Beasts are here. Hagrid, would you mind being read by Legilimency? Nelson tilted his head and whispered to Hagrid. Huh? What? Hagrid asked in a daze. He still hadn't figured out why Nelson would mention the magic of Legilimency on this occasion. Out of trust, he nodded and said, it doesn't matter, as long as you don't read thank you. Before Hagrid could finish his sentence, Nelson stood on tiptoe and stretched out his wand, pressing it against his temple. Immediately, Hagrid's big round eyes were filled with milky white light. Nelson flicked his arm, and a slender, glistening stream of mist was drawn from his temple. Don't worry, I'm not interested in puberty for young children. I'm not. I didn't. Hagrid murmured, closed his eyes, fell to the ground, was caught by a snake net made of magic power, and was gently placed on the ground. Legilimency will not cause harm to the caster, not to mention that the caster is a wizard like Nelson who is proficient in this way, but Hagrid is still sleeping in the moment of emptiness. When the memory is pulled away, it seemed that his encounter in the Forbidden Forest tonight had made him extremely tired. Aragog's friend seemed not as friendly as he said. What's the matter? Are you finally going to attack Hagrid's Spidermouth because you're jealous of my parcel tongue? Tom thoughtfully added a quill to Hagrid and joked, of course, if you are willing to share with me for a moment, I'm not going to tell Hagrid that you peeked at his little secret of puberty. Still peeking? Nelson curled his lips. Isn't it obvious enough that he squeezed on that big girl last semester when he had nothing to do? I just want to know who gave him the acromantula eggs. Damn it, boy, he's shorter than Hagrid, can't see his face clearly, and his voice doesn't sound like a local. I think such clear conditions are enough to help us exclude some people. Yes, Tom nodded approvingly, at least two can be ruled out, Hagrid and the big girl he's been communicating with for half a year. I'll tell him about you peeking at his teenage letters. Nelson rolled his eyes and slowly approached the memory condensed on the tip of his staff between his brows. This wisp of mist-like light obediently approached his face and slowly penetrated into his left eye. It can't be my fault. After all, he asked me about rhetoric. Tom shrugged, but Nelson could no longer hear his voice, so he had to stand aside with arms folded, guarding the two of them in the cold night of the Forbidden Forest. Thick fog filled Nelson's field of vision, and he felt his whole body sinking down, being pulled into a dilapidated small shop. Big guy, please let me go. In a herb shop in Nocturne Alley, Hagrid was looking for some magical herbs that could lure botricles. His huge body packed the cramped shop tightly, so that customers who entered later could hardly turn around. The space shook his head and left. The old shopkeeper's face was covered with scars caused by magic, and he stared unkindly at the customer who picked and picked, but didn't buy anything with his only one eye. In Nocturne Alley where monsters, ghosts, and snakes are mixed together, he can also be called a ruthless character, a textbook level black wizard. At first glance, he looks like the kind of boss who used to be shocked by the situation, but was shot in the knee and had to retire. It's just that even he didn't dare to act rashly. The bosses of the magic material shop in Nocturne Alley had heard a little about this tall new customer. After coming in, he lingered in various shops selling prohibited materials and magical animals. Even though he looked like the kind of customer who was easy to persuade, he often could only buy a few bargains to take back home. He obviously didn't have much money in his pocket, but they couldn't just let Hagrid stand in the shop. The shop in Nocturne Alley was already small and dark like a sewer. He stopped at the door and didn't have to do business for almost half a day. So a shopkeeper of the Fantastic Beasts shop took the lead, trying to kick out this undesirable customer, but Hagrid's body, which was not afraid of most curses, quickly made him suffer. The guy who went out wearing Hogwarts school robes was a half giant. Hagrid, who was inexplicably offended, caused a lot of damage in that shop. If normal, Hogwarts might add a missing person, but Dumbledore, who has become active recently, has a great reputation. No one dares to touch his bad luck. In addition, those real ruthless characters in Nocturne Alley are all squatting in Azkaban together. After going to prison, all these factors together allowed Hagrid, Alice, who strayed into the rabbit hole, to safely wander around for a holiday in the dark world full of dangers. The one-eyed shopkeeper sighed and was about to take out some bargains to send the little rascal away so as not to be closed for an afternoon, but at this moment, a wizard in a black robe came in from the door, not at all ignorant. Mindful that there was not much room left in the shop, he walked up to Hagrid and looked around the small shop. "Dear guest, what would you like to pick? Has Bodgenberg's store moved? It's really changed here. You can't even find a decent store. Do you accept dragon eggs here?" The voice of the visitor was as hoarse as metal. He pulled his hood tight and asked the shopkeeper in rough English. Nelson sat on the table in front of the owner, his feet up, staring at the visitor with interest. "I'm afraid you haven't been here for a long time. If you want to find him, you may have to bring some fruitcakes or something to visit the prison. I suggest you go out and turn left and go to Diagon Alley. There are many good shops there." The owner raised one eye, the eyebrows above, asked softly, "What dragon?" "Norwegian Ridgeback, a good product that you absolutely don't have in the UK. However, when the shopkeeper heard that the order was enough for 3 months last year, he lay down on the table dejectedly, shook his head, and said softly, regardless of the Hogwarts student next to him, "Sir, you have come to the wrong place. In today's England, that stuff can't be sold anymore." Oh. There was a trace of confusion in the black-robed wizard's tone. "But last year was last year, sir," the shopkeeper said helplessly, spreading his hands. "Recently, those noble gentlemen were put together by the Black family, and they all gave in and handed over the business of magical animal products. The Black family is now like a mad dog. Only the magical animal products they handle are allowed to appear on the market, and if they dare to violate it, they will be ransacked by those auras who treat them as dogs. If I remember correctly, this place should be a black market. Aren't the people doing business here a group of outlaw lunatics?" There was a hint of sarcasm in the black-robed wizard's tone. "The outlaws are all squatting in prison," the shopkeeper snorted coldly, lying on the chair. "If you can get something else, such as a gorgon or a hellhound, you can still find a way to deal with it. You know, the materials obtained from these magical animals are generally used to do some black magic tricks. They can still be circulated in the black market. What can dragon materials do? Wands? Protective gear? Clothes? These are all serious materials. Since you are selling it, you should know how to get rid of this thing in this situation. If I eat it, I will inevitably throw a lot of galleons in it. The egg was sold to someone big, and will the Ministry of Magic track it down a few months later, when it grows as big as a house and starts flying fire breathing over London? Hey, the black-robed wizard was amused. Hagrid didn't notice at all that there was a man standing between himself and the shopkeeper who was staring at him without blinking in Hagrid's memory. It's really strange. So, if you have any other good stuff you know what I'm talking about, bring it out quickly, said the shopkeeper, sitting up straight, turning his one-eyed bone slyly. Of course, if you are willing to put the eggs with me and let me help you sell them slowly. There's no door at all. The visitor flatly rejected him, making the owner return to the state of lying on a chair waiting to die. Hagrid, who had his back to the two of them, said nothing, but his heart was not as peaceful as it looked. Hagrid, who had longed for dragons since he was a child, had already started drooling when he heard the dragon eggs, especially after hearing this. The dragon egg owned by the foreign wizard is the powerful Norwegian Ridgeback queen among dragons, and the soul has already flown into his pocket. The wizard didn't stop, turned and left the shop. Hagrid thought for a while and ran after him. The shopkeeper who heard Hagrid's footsteps raised his head and snorted softly. Two troubles. With Hagrid's departure, the memory in the store closed the door to Nelson. Even though nothing in his memory would affect him, he still patted the hand that was holding the disgusting shelf and followed Hagrid's footsteps out. The dark wizard who left the shop didn't have any reason to be fast. Instead, he stopped and stopped, as if he was very interested in the goods of the swindlers on this street. Hagrid followed him on tiptoe, hiding on the shelves on the side of the road from time to time. In the back, the short shelves were not enough to cover his figure. Nelson leaned on his forehead and sighed. This foolish boy had already been exposed, and he thought his stealth was very successful. Fortunately, he was lucky. This wizard did not have any malicious intentions. Otherwise, when school starts, they have to help Hagrid, who unfortunately died, dig a hole several times larger than normal people. The black-robed wizard squatted next to the old hag who was selling anti-vampire amulets and bargained. From time to time, he turned his head to look at Hagrid, who was showing most of his body and only hiding his head. Nelson felt angry and laughed beside him, but this kind of staring made him feel uncomfortable. Part of the face was exposed, only the clean chin could be seen. It should be a wizard, but the rest was still unclear. Finally, when Hagrid was about to lose his hold, he stood up cooperatively, paid the money, played with a garlic-flavored amulet, and turned into a side alley. Hagrid quickly followed by Nelson. When passing the old witch's stall, he noticed that the stall next to her was still the vampire selling some broken hay. The two seemed to form a funny fixed combination. Hagrid rushed into the dirty alley, stepped on the black stagnant water, looked blankly at the empty alley, and didn't even notice that Nelson and the wizard were doing the same thing behind him. Looked up at his messy hair. "Hey guys, what are you looking for?" the wizard asked briskly behind him. His voice was no longer hoarse, but sounded full of energy. "Am I in the way?" "Sorry." Hagrid scratched his head and turned around. "I was looking for." When he saw the person behind him, he widened his eyes and was stunned for a few seconds before slowly saying, "I'm looking for you." Nelson shook his head helplessly. "But if this person is malicious and his magic is above the average, Hagrid will be in danger." Looks like Tom should send Hagrid to detention. He stood between the two of them, thinking, "Oh, are you looking for me?" The wizard pointed to himself and asked curiously, "What can you do with me?" "Sir, I just heard that you have a Norwegian Ridgeback egg, so I chased after you." Hagrid smiled foolishly. Only then did he realize how reckless his rash actions were. "What? Do you want to buy it?" "Yes, sir." "How much?" "Looking at the current situation in the UK, let me count you 800. 800? 800 what?" Hagrid's eyes widened. 800 galleons. The wizard tilted his head and said in confusion, "I haven't been here for more than a year. Has the currency circulated by British wizards changed? Or, do you think it's 800 sickles, or nana? Special? I'm sorry. I don't have that much money." Hagrid blushed because of the embarrassment in his pocket. He rubbed his hair irritably, showing reluctance. "Sir, I know it's presumptuous, but it can. Shall I see your dragon egg? I just want to touch it." "That's not okay, big guy. Dragon eggs are very precious, but don't worry, if you don't hatch them, dragon eggs can be preserved for hundreds of years, and it won't be too late to find me when you have money in the future." The wizard showed with great patience He looked at the oversized school uniform on Hagrid and asked, "Are you a student at Hogwarts?" "Yes, sir," Hagrid replied defenselessly. "Do you know what kind of creature a dragon is?" "Little guy," the wizard's address to Hagrid quickly changed, and he said with a smile, "Do you want to raise a dragon?" "Yes, my childhood dream is to own a dragon." "Then you are not qualified now, little guy," the wizard smiled. "To become a dragon tamer, liking is not enough. You must have the power to defeat dragons." Ah. Hagrid couldn't imagine. How could he defeat the creature he yearned for? Since he was a child, he knows nothing about his talent. "Do you like fantastic beasts? I see you were just looking for some herbs to lure small animals." "I like them," Hagrid said with a bright smile, as if he had found a confidant. "I like all magical animals." Well, for the sake of your liking for magical animals, the wizard lifted his cloak, revealing the bag and pendant hanging around his waist, the mark of a Deathly Hallows, as if to show it to Hagrid. He fiddled with the bag, spinning the silver emblem around his waist. "I can give you a small gift." Speaking of which, Hogwarts students really like magical animals. Most wizards now see only boutricles as stick insects. "What?" Hagrid blinked expectantly. "Well, this." The wizard fumbled for a long time and took out a handful of small silver balls from the bag. This scene was only fleeting, so Hagrid didn't notice it at all, but Nelson still noticed it, and he pressed gently. He pressed the button on one of the small silver balls, and he held a soft-shelled purple bug egg in his palm and handed it to Hagrid. It was just as Hagrid described it, only the size of his palm. "This is a critter, the homely acromantula. Do you know what an acromantula is?" Hagrid nodded. "Come on and practice. If you want to become a dragon tamer, start with this simple magical animal." Chapter 438 Curious People. "Simple," Hagrid murmured, holding the fragile spider egg in his hand. "Of course, my dear boy." The wizard patted Hagrid on the shoulder and walked out of the alley with his arms around him like a tassel hanging from a giant's arm. "It should be very simple for you. Things. But the acromantula is a very, very dangerous magical animal." Even as reckless as Hagrid, he had to admit the danger of XXXXX level magical animals. Before that, the most powerful magical animal he had seen on the Hogwarts campus was T-Bow Warthog. "You just don't realize, Kit." The wizard's voice is young, but his tone reveals the vicissitudes of life. "Let's get out of here first." As a little wizard who is still in school, Nocturne Alley is not your place. The place. "I'm not." "Look at you. Don't you admit that you are a little wizard now?" the wizard said with a smile. "But you still feel that you can't control the acromantula, don't you? If you are an adult, it will be more important to you. Words are just like playthings. Is it?" Hagrid's tone was a little dazed. "Of course, let's go. I invite you to eat something delicious," the wizard said without any explanation, and pulled Hagrid towards Diagon Alley. But it was enough to pull the heavy half-giant. "I know a good dessert shop, but I forgot where it is. You are a local. Can you take me there? I only remember that the owner's name is Sheldon." After saying that, he raised his arm and tapped Hagrid's forehead lightly with the one sticking out from the sleeve. When he made this action, the time and space in his memory froze as if it had been stopped. Nelson walked around in front of the wizard and looked at his raised sleeve, but except for the wand, there was only darkness there, and he couldn't remember it. He had to wait patiently for the thing of teasing other people's clothes. The guy who ran into Hagrid had done enough camouflage, but he only showed Nermengad's emblem. "Oh, I know." Hagrid woke up from his daze and enthusiastically led the way. In a classic conversation between an adult and a student, Hagrid brought the wizard to Sheldon's dessert shop. The busy shop owner rushed into the shop the moment he saw Hagrid and took him out of the shop shortly after he was out of breath. A large special chair was placed behind Hagrid's buttocks when he was choosing a seat. Seeing this, Hagrid scratched his head shyly and sat on the stool Sheldon had prepared for him. The wizard, who saw this scene, smiled heartily, ordered 2 raspberry sundaes that tasted similar to Dumbledore's for the two, and sat next to Hagrid. "You're laughing, sir." Hagrid lowered his head, his face flushed. "I used to crush the chairs in this store, so Mr. Sheldon really had no choice but to prepare a special seat for me. This shows that you are his important guest." The wizard nodded. "Probably just because I have 2 seniors who always lose money for me." Hagrid was even more embarrassed. Haha, that's how it is. But for the store, Garen is the most important customer. The wizard pulled a piece of gauze from his sleeve and gently covered it over the spider eggs. Are you going to hold the spider eggs? Does it go back? Oh, Hagrid remembered now. He actually walked all the way with the acromantula egg in his hands and stuffed it into the pocket sewn on his upper body in a panic. He wiped his sweat and whispered, "Fortunately, there is no one who knows the goods." Soon, Sheldon brought the desserts ordered by the two of them. The wizard waved his wand lightly, and an invisible barrier spread around the two of them, isolating all sounds. "Why do you want to raise a dragon?" He scooped out the dessert in the cup with a small spoon, watched Hagrid clumsily eating the sundae with a spoon that was too small compared to him, and with a wave of his hand, the spoon became "It's a lot older." "I'm a little curious. After all, I haven't seen a wizard who likes magical animals for a long time. Everyone is pursuing powerful magic, but they ignore the power that is within reach of magical animals. I'm not interested in their power, sir," Hagrid mumbled as he ate his sundae with a big scoop no bigger than a sundae cup, with a chunk of ice cream in his mouth. "I just like them." "It's even rarer." The wizard's tone became more curious. He pointed gently at Hagrid's bottomed glass, and the sundae began to refill it indefinitely. "Except for Newt Scamander, and nobody in that family takes fantastic beasts seriously. Sir, there are Durmstrang's students," he said with a spoon in his mouth. "They came to Hogwarts to participate in the Triwizard Tournament last year, and that Durmstrang's student has a supersonic bat and can even cooperate with him to perform some magic that wizards cannot do." "Oh, magic that wizards can't do?" The wizard sounded a little disdainful and leaned back on the chair. "Yes, sir, they can merge with the magical animals I raised since childhood and become a half-human state similar to a centaur," Hagrid said carefully, much more seriously than he did in the final exam, where in this state, wizards can not only obtain the physique of magical animals, but can even cast special magic that only magical animals can use. "Oh." The wizard was obviously interested. He leaned forward and asked with great interest, "Is it so interesting? Can you expand on it?" Nelson picked an empty chair across from the two of them and sat on it. He also took out a sundae from his pocket and stared at him with interest like a wizard staring at Hagrid. Hagrid used his own understanding to explain Ludwig's performance in the Triwizard Tournament in detail. His tone was somewhat yearning, as if it would be a wonderful thing to be one with magical animals, and the one who covered his face, the wizard, seems to be a rare expert on magical animals. His knowledge in this area is extremely extensive. Even Andre, who has been in these businesses for many years, cannot compare with him. The only person Nelson has seen with this level is Newt. But obviously he couldn't be Newt. Hagrid gradually became more talkative about sex. He even talked about the story of Nagini that he had heard. A human being who was cursed and turned into a beast could return to freedom. The wizard asked a few more questions and found out after Nelson's name. He changed the topic and then showed a strong interest in Hogwarts. After inquiring about Hogsmeade's information in detail, he began to chew on the information Hagrid had revealed to him. Durmstrang still has this kind of ability. In this case, a wizard is also a kind of magical animal, a person with magic. So is it possible for it to make two wizards become one? After listening to Hagrid, after the explanation, he immediately asked a shocking question, while unconsciously fiddling with the small spoon in his hand. Except for the first bite, he did not touch the cup of sundae. At this moment, the ice cream had already melted, and the small spoon was stirring in the liquid, then mixed the distinct jam with milk. I'm curious, if Gellert Grindelwald hadn't been fired by Durmstrang, what kind of magical animal would he have? Maybe the Voldemort bats are, but he didn't learn the corresponding magic, or didn't bother to use it? I don't know, sir. Hagrid shook his head. The question the wizard asked had already exceeded his cognition. I'm not asking you, little guy. The wizard laughed. How do you know such a long time ago? But I think, with his ability, he should be able to. Maybe. Hagrid didn't understand what he was thinking about, but nodded in response. Then, he couldn't wait to ask about the raising of Acromantula. I don't think you need to worry about such trivial matters at all, the wizard said softly, holding his chin. It seems that you don't know the power you possess. This is the bane of all magical animals that lack intelligence and only have weak magic power. What? They often say that too. It's just, Hagrid lacked confidence in himself. You are a half giant, child. The wizard took out his spoon from the cup that had turned into a milkshake and twirled it in his hand. He didn't know when it had turned into a sharp knife. Before Hagrid had time to react, he had already with the knife in his hand. He plunged the knife into the back of Hagrid's hand on the table. What? Hagrid was suffering from pain, clutching the back of his hand and almost jumping up while blowing on the back of his hand. He looked sullenly at the inexplicable wizard. Sir, what are you doing? Does it hurt? Sorry. The wizard let go, and the knife he held fell on the table with a bang, making a crisp sound. That didn't sound like metal, but it's only pain, isn't it? What? Hagrid let go of the hand covering the back of his hand and looked intently. There was only a white scratch there, and it was fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? It's a golden knife. It's sharp enough to kill anyone. The wizard motioned Hagrid to look at the table. The pure gold handle was still shining brightly, but the original sharp blade had become a pile of curls. But it can't cut your skin. If you are a real giant, even a good steel knife can't do it. It can only get stuck in the folds of your rocky skin. Only the strong one who focuses on cutting it takes black magic to do you harm. Really? Hagrid stared at the back of his right hand in disbelief. As for those spells and venom, open your mouth. While Hagrid was still in a daze, the wizard followed suit and stuffed the knife that had turned back into a spoon into Hagrid's mouth again, and he muttered softly, 3, 2, 1. What? Hagrid was caught off guard by a series of combined punches. Immediately afterwards, his vision went dark, and he fell backwards, but he was caught by the back of the special chair, and he recovered quickly and slowly sat up straight, just some dizziness. This is a poison on the legs of the acromantula. Although its power is far inferior to its fangs, any wizard who is injected with venom will lose his ability to move. If the treatment is not timely, it may even be life-threatening. But at that time, the acromantula had already died. Eat him before he gets poisoned, the wizard said with a chuckle as he pushed the milkshake in front of him towards Hagrid. Have a drink, for you. You'll be fine soon. Hagrid waved his hand and refused again and again. He didn't dare to eat anything from this man anymore. He took out a large water bag from the other pocket and filled it with water. Seeing this scene, the wizard laughed even louder. You are different, child, and being with magical animals is the most suitable life for you. These words reached Hagrid's heart. When all the fuss was over, he looked at the wizard, recalling the magical animal knowledge the wizard taught him, and couldn't help feeling admiration. Sir, can you tell me your name? The surrounding scene still became blurred. The white mist pouring in from all directions obscured Nelson's sight. He waved his hand, and the fog in front of him was partially cleared. Hagrid's intermittent farewell voice came from the fog, so small that it seems to be far away. The dense fog quickly filled the blank space in front of Nelson, and soon, the fog cleared, leaving only Hagrid sitting blankly on the large chair, with only a glass of milkshake and a spoon on the opposite table. The crooked spoon proved that there had been a visitor here. Interesting. Nelson stood up, made room for the guests who came to this chair, drew out his wand, and slid slowly to the left steadily, as if pulling a progress bar. The turbulent white mist rushed in, and quickly stepping back, the time and memory returned to the moment when Hagrid asked the question. With his mouth open, he froze in place with everything around him. The only Nelson robe that could move was beating, and a violent gust of wind swept in. The mist blows away. Play this with me, sir. Can you tell me your name? Hagrid clutched his chest, feeling the protruding spider eggs there, and said seriously, I need to know the names of those who helped me, so that I can repay them later. The white mist did not appear again, and their conversation continued. Nelson walked slowly to the side of the two, approaching the wizard, almost touching his face. The wizard did not speak. His eyes passed Nelson from under the hood. Speechless, looked up at Hagrid. Of course, I know that people who don't want to reveal their true faces in places like Nocturne Alley must have their own secrets, Hagrid said sincerely, but at least let me know how to repay you. I don't need to repay, you have helped me a lot. However, I've never met someone who knows so much about magical animals. Hagrid uttered a passionate and embarrassing line, but the wizard on the opposite side liked it. He sighed and raised his hand, holding the side edge of the hood. You and I are the same, boy. We are all outliers that don't belong to the majority. His tone became serious, and he slowly took off his hood. Under the hood was a picture that Nelson was familiar with, but determined never to see. I have seen the face. On his neck, there is a circle of red scars, as if his head has been chopped off. My name is Ivy. If you are really, like you said in the future, with many magical animals, if you become friends, then you will definitely see me again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. I don't know, maybe there is a small one hidden in the spider egg that Hagrid brought back. Nelson spread his hands, leaned against the cabinet where the pensieve was placed, and looked at the furnishings in the principal's office. Fox was sleeping soundly. Dumbledore was sitting in his chair, staring at himself and smiling, and pressed the bell beside him. Hagrid sat opposite him with his head hooked, his face full of remorse, and Tom turned his back to him, looking at them standing in front of the bookshelf that Dumbledore used to store sundries. It seemed that they could see the flowers in the group photo of the family of 5. When he and Tom took Hagrid back to the castle, Dumbledore was already standing at the gate, ready to meet the three of them by chance. Even though it was dark, Dumbledore was still wearing ordinary clothes, looking dusty, as if he had just returned from outside the same, and the cold environment after entering the office also supported this conjecture. After the fire in the fireplace was lit, the principal's office was slightly warmer. The firelight painted different light and shadows on the 4 of them. After hearing Nelson's obviously perfunctory answer, Dumbledore was not angry about it, but the atmosphere in the room quickly became very different in silence. I suspect that the person who gave Hagrid spider eggs secretly planted another female spider in the school, but Hogwarts defenses are impeccable. Tom sighed, turned around, and threw out an even heavier spider. Suggestion: it can only be brought in by students or even professors. I suggest giving Veritaserum to all school personnel. This is obviously a conspiracy against Hogwarts. Tom. Dumbledore laughed dumbfounded. Tom's suggestion seems to be for the sake of Hogwarts from beginning to end. This is undoubtedly a safe way to eliminate risks, but it cannot be implemented at all. Although taking Veritaserum can only cause obvious sequelae in large doses, no one knows whether small doses of Veritaserum will cause harm to little wizards. This is in line with the original intention of Hogwarts to protect students. On the contrary, what's more, this is a potion that is strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic. Taking a step back, even if the Ministry of Magic and the school board agree to this proposal, what will the parents of the students think of Professor Dumbledore? What do they think of the school? Nelson and Tom sang together. This is a fool's dream. Okay, Dumbledore smiled and waved his hands. You two don't need to perform here. Hogwarts has not been surrounded by powerful enemies for 1,000 years, but we have never been surrounded by powerful enemies in any era. We persevered even after the upheaval, and we don't have to worry too much about people who don't dare to show their faces and use magical animals to throw stones to ask for directions. You two, have confidence in your alma mater. Boom. There was a knock on the door of the principal's office. Immediately afterwards, with an angry face, it was obvious that McGonagall, who had just fallen asleep and was woken up, walked in angrily. She just glanced around the office and understood what happened. Nelson, Tom, she said, pointing at the two of them, with a grim expression, this is my chance to put you in confinement. The huge Hagrid was automatically ignored by her. Minerva, I'm sorry to disturb you so late, Dumbledore apologized, pointing at Hagrid. Can you help me take Hagrid back to the dormitory? I'm afraid he will be in danger so late. Okay, Professor. McGonagall pulled Hagrid up mercilessly, pulled him out of the principal's room, and glared at the two of them again before leaving. You guys are in trouble. Sometimes I don't dare to mess with Minerva, Dumbledore teased with a smile after the door closed. So is there anything else you want to tell me? With Hagrid's consent, I cast legilimency on him. His memory has been tampered with. After restoration, I learned that the person who gave Hagrid spider eggs was called Ivy, and sent another spider into the Hogwarts may also be him. Nelson changed his serious face and told the original story of Hagrid's encounter with that person. He has a pendant of the Deathly Hallows mark on his body. I'm not sure, is he from Ermengard's side? Is it the mark of the Deathly Hallows? Dumbledore was silent for a moment, opened the drawer, took out a golden pendant, and showed it to Nelson. Is that so? Same as yours, Professor? This person may have nothing to do with Ermengarde. There are many people who pursue the power of the sacred artifacts have such ornaments. Dumbledore put the pendant back. I have pursued them before. No one would have thought. It's not any one of us who ultimately has the power to die. Do you have any impression of this man? Although he has a strange accent, he looks like an Englishman. I haven't heard of it. Dumbledore shook his head. Maybe, as he himself said, he is a traveler from afar. Nelson and Tom, who had left the principal's room, walked towards the dormitory. While walking, Nelson was fumbling for something in his pocket. Are you looking for paper? No. Nelson shook his head, took out 2 small silver balls, identified the marks on them, and stuffed one of them into his ear, just in case. In case the one who sent the spider eggs to Hagrid. When people are saints, things are much simpler. Is there anyone in Ermengarde who is proficient in magical animals? Tom shook his head disdainfully. What if? They like to search for all kinds of non-mainstream talents. Nelson manipulated the knob on the ball with his wand. Maybe Newt bounced backwards. How dare you think about it? Tom pouted, looking sharply at the corner of the dark corridor ahead, and snapped, who's there? Ha ha ha. Lord Peeves finally caught to a translucent ghost protruded from the corner of the wall, giggling strangely, but when he saw the faces of the two clearly, the threat was instantly interrupted, as if he had been strangled by the throat, and he squeezed out something that was audible. A strange sound that I don't understand. Nelson put down the ball and asked with a smile, what's the matter? Master Peeves, what did you catch too? Haha. Peeves laughed dryly, rubbing his hands, and escaping into the wall, with only one head exposed. Master Nelson, why don't you take a good rest in the middle of the night? It makes me very worried. Thank you. Nelson nodded at him with a smile, but Peeves, who had already slipped away, had no time to respond. Only 2 green eyes with slightly different colors in the corner glared at him, and with a meow, escaped into the darkness among. You're in trouble. Tom gave Nelson a sympathetic look. Should I put a jinx on the bedroom door? But I don't think that might work on it either. What should come will always come. The moment he saw the question mark, Nelson had instinctive fear, and the scars on his face that had healed for a long time were aching, but he still pretended to be calm and continued to play with the ball. Okay, now, let me ask who that person is. The small ball stuffed in the ear gave off a faint silver light, and Andre's voice came out quickly. Damn, who? Do you know what time it is? If you have nothing to do, just wait to go to Antarctica to feed penguins. Andre's angry and powerless voice came from the small ball. He cursed and asked Nelson why he came. After Nelson created this magic tool that can use the central global communication, almost everyone in Ermengarde's senior management one hand was issued, which also made those anti-human signs and gestures completely withdraw from the stage of history. It's just that these balls don't have the advanced caller ID function, so the person being called doesn't know where the message is coming from. Andre, Nelson said in a low voice in the corridor, if I remember correctly, the route to Antarctica is with me. Don't steal other people's ideas easily. Oh, Nelson? Wait. There was the sound of clothes rubbing against the ball, and Andre seemed to be getting up from the bed, and there was even the sound of the lighting spell. Damn, where is my lamp? You don't have to get up, Andre, Nelson said. I just wanted to ask you something simple. Anyway, I'm already up. Andre put on his clothes, lit the lamp, and muttered, you don't care about the old man at all. I heard that Dumbledore has been persecuting you. I thought you would. You are back. Among other things, Zweig really misses you. It's not a day or two since he wanted to hit me. Nelson pouted. A while ago in the United States, if I hadn't run fast, I might have been surrounded by him and hung on the lighthouse in Boston Harbor. This is a good idea. What? A lighthouse? That's right, you're such a living Hades, Andre exclaimed. I've long since disliked those saints who waste money and get nothing done. Well, let's get down to business. What do you want? What are you asking? Be considerate of my old man. I haven't slept well for a week. Okay. Nelson looked around, lowered his voice again, and asked, have you sent anyone to England? Isn't there people in England? Andre asked back, that crazy guy who always fantasizes that he is a penguin holding an ice cube for a meeting. Didn't he bring a large group of people from Krakow to find you, is it? Having said that, I must reiterate that this large-scale personnel transfer must be done in advance. Nelson gently took the ball out of his ear, took it a little farther away, and shook his head with a wry smile at Tom, who was watching the play, estimated the time, waited for about 30 seconds, and stuffed the ball back. Do you understand it? I understand. Next time. Nelson's tone was so serious that he seemed to be really obedient just now. So there are no other no-menged wizards in Britain besides the penguins? Yes, if that boy Barry has no problem, he might go to the aunt who continues to harass Lord Grindelwald, but you know, he has trouble walking now, and I'm afraid he doesn't have the energy anymore. I don't know when, Andre became like a real old man, chattering like an elder in the family, talking non-stop. Sometimes he started to care about the people around him when he said it was a serious matter. Those trivial words made him Nelson couldn't help but have a sore nose. A few years ago, he was a trendy old man who liked to explore. He suddenly became like this after hearing the news of the death of his favorite student. Can you apply for early graduation with Dumbledore? I'm really short of manpower here, especially after you ran away. I have to keep an eye on everything in the magic factory. Let me learn this trendy way as an old man. Stuff is so hard to be human. And what's even more sad is that I'm probably the person here who understands it best. You're still getting old, Andre, Nelson said with a chuckle. I suggest you retire where you are. How is it possible? There are still many things to be done. Andre sighed. His tone became frustrated. Seriously, come back sometime. I think Barry may not be able to survive me. Grindelwald the adults said that the torture in Second Salem made Barry's condition worse, and he told us not to worry. He will be fine. But how can this make people not worry? Even Lord Grindelwald started using this clumsy lies to comfort others. When the time comes, find Dippet and send him off. Andre, Principal Dippet. Nelson swallowed, shook his head, and said, is dead. What? He took Isabel's pills, and was desperate to get Adele, the little girl who survived Second Salem, but I stopped him, Nelson said, holding the ball closer to his lips. But his collapse can no longer be stopped. Don't tell Barry about this. Maybe what Grindelwald said is true. Have you even begun to comfort me? Even through the small ball, Nelson could feel the slump of Andre on the opposite side. He could even imagine the appearance of this grim-faced old man slipping from the chair. Grindelwald did not teach too much after taking in Barry and White. In their spare time, these two saints who are closest to Grindelwald were almost brought up by Andre, just like Nelson's a few years ago. This is no consolation, Andre, Nelson said earnestly. I found a way to possibly save the Obscure, and I have another friend of the Obscure to cooperate with me. Barry is not a foregone conclusion, and I happen to have something to do with him. I will go to Nermengard to find him after a while. Really? Barry is always talking about you. Andre wanted to trust Nelson, but this kind of statement was too outrageous. He cheered up and said happily, when you come, I will take you well. Go shopping. Nermengard has changed a lot this year. Okay. Nelson smiled and turned off the communication of the ball and silently stuffed it into his pocket. Don't worry, nah. Tom patted him on the shoulder. You've already done it, haven't you? Perhaps. Nelson shook his head. His eyes became firmer. Even if it is to make a successful future certain, I should be fully prepared so that I can't let the future me be overwhelmed. After all, he took out another small ball, pressed the button and said, help me find a person. His name is Ivy. Don't just search in wizards. Putting down the ball and looking at Tom, Nelson showed strong enthusiasm. I'm going to start the experiment. Chapter 440. This is divination. This is destiny. Many years later, facing the Order of the Phoenix, Tom Riddle will surely think of the distant night when his close friend Nelson Williams was beaten up by his free-range cat in the small dormitory. Halloween. Hogwarts was filled with colorful pumpkin heads. Many little wizards fell asleep before taking off their makeup when they returned to their dormitories. From time to time in the castle, there were strange screams from night guys who were startled by their macup, but it belonged to Nelson. The bedroom with Tom was extremely quiet, so quiet that there was no festive carnival atmosphere, as if it was a gathering of ghosts remembering their time in the world. Tom was sitting on the windowsill, with one leg stretched out, and the other resting on the windowsill. An hourglass-shaped pendant was hung in the middle of his pure black robe. The black fine sand was constantly changing from one cavity to another as a small hourglass rotated, sliding, as if conforming to some kind of reincarnation rules. Although the gravel is black, they can still shine in the night, containing a magic that is difficult to explain even by magic. Holding the cute cat named ? In his arms, one hand stroked the smooth hair on its back from front to back, and the other hand was placed under the kitten's chin. Fingers rhythmically teased the cat's neck, and made a comfortable purring sound from its throat. Through the glass, he watched Nelson grab the windowsill and carefully insert the sword in his hand into a constantly rotating flower pot. He had rarely seen this childhood friend look so serious. Even in Nelson's favorite history of magic class, he never showed such an expression. Behind Nelson, the lush stars shuttled through the clouds, just like the passage of time. As if that silly shadow-playing fortune-telling scam was all he'd been looking for in his life, there seemed to be a path to the uncharted, to a place Tom knew nothing about, where Nelson really belonged. "Do you need help?" He knocked on the glass, and asked softly to Nelson outside the window. The room behind him made a sweet voice, and the airflow passed through the blocked nasal cavity and mouth, bringing out the mediocrity and mundane from the ordinary body. The turbid air, the glass separated him from Nelson inside and out, and the roommates behind him were not in the same world as him. This sudden sense of loneliness made Tom sigh, and the action of serving the question mark in his hand couldn't help but stagnate. The question mark in his arms raised his head and meowed dissatisfiedly, and Tom began to repeat the previous action mechanically. "What's the matter? Tired of scratching?" Nelson pried open the window of the dormitory and smiled at Tom with one eye. "Why don't you come? I'll serve it for you." As soon as the window was opened, the chilly night wind came in. The roommates on the bed were shocked by the cold air, wrapped the quilt tightly in their dreams, and snored even more harshly. In the past, they even felt like waiting for Tom to fall asleep going to bed again. After several years of getting along, this indifferent genius wizard has also changed a lot. They are so familiar with Tom that they have even asked if they want to bring him a copy when they go to eat. "Forget it," Tom thought for a while, shaking his head. "It's too cold outside, and I don't understand your stuff. You must be familiar with it." Nelson smiled brightly, and it could be seen that he had made a lot of progress. "I think you don't want to be shown like a fool every day with followers. Isn't that great?" Tom yawned. "How did the game go?" "What game?" Nelson put down the wrench in his hand, dumped a bunch of gears into the flower pot, and pointed at them with his wand. With the assembly of the device, the sharp sword that seemed to have been inserted straight was moving forward, slowly adjusting his position at an angle imperceptible to the naked eye. "You earned Dumbledore's Ghost Halloween Dinner Dessert Contest." Tom yawned louder again. "Didn't he ask you to compete before? I think you got round when you came back. Did you win?" "Don't be so victorious, Tom. Sometimes it's more valuable to hide your clumsy than to look like a fool." "It looks like I lost." Nelson was silent for a moment, then said, "In terms of eating sweets, I'm indeed far inferior to him." "You still don't want to lose to him?" "I don't want to lose to anyone." Nelson smiled. "Of course, if winning is meaningless, I won't pursue it. Is this a meaningful victory?" "Not counting." "Then what counts?" "Such as stuffing the damn hair into that damn door?" Nelson shrugged. A small nut fell from his pocket and fell into the grass under the castle. He poked his head out and looked down, shrinking helplessly. "Looking back, or help some people get justice to fate. I'm not like you, Tom. I don't have that kind of innately powerful magic power. Almost everything I surpass myself comes from the gifts of others, and I have the obligation to fulfill this wish. Is there nothing you want to do?" Tom asked patiently. "You want to win, not for anyone, not even Nagini, Adele or even Jonas. Leave them all behind finally, only for the things you can win." For a moment, there was only the sound of wind blowing on the windowsill. "Okay." Tom shook his head helplessly. "And if you do something wrong, do you want to win?" How can I feel like I'm doing the wrong thing? Nelson laughed. Anyone would feel like they're doing the right thing. Everyone, including me, is saying you're wrong. Who will you send to attack me then? You? Tom didn't speak, and it took a long time to hold back a HMM. Then I choose to catch it with nothing. Nelson happily put the wrench back into his pocket, opened the window a little wider, and poked his entire face in. This look was scary in the middle of the night, but Tom had already seen it. He turned sideways to get out of the way, and heard Nelson joke, "Who dares to be an enemy of the great Lord Riddle? After all, you are a character who can't even mention your name." Tom laughed, watching Nelson deftly turn over the windowsill with the heavy bag on his back, unload the bag full of tools from his shoulders, and hang it on the pole of the four-poster bed. Judging from the bent wooden pillar, it has been bearing the unbearable weight of life during this period of time. How could it be? Tom shook his head and threw the postbox in his arms towards Nelson. "I've wanted to be an enemy of the world for a long time. Stop talking about these ancient settings." Nelson waved his hand, received the small letter box in the air, unfolded the letter and read it roughly. "It's really interesting that Ivy doesn't seem to be a wizard in the true sense. Are you chasing me here? Isn't it bothering you to play with those stars every day? It's a bit worse here, and it will be worse in the future. You don't want Credence to become a medieval legend, do you? But it's mid-November now." In the secret room, while complaining about Nelson's complicated mechanical work, Tom rode on the scaffold and stuck a golden ball representing Venus in the frame, formed by the fog in midair. He has to ride a scaffold to chase the stars again. In front of him, the galaxy model centered on the Earth is running slowly on an extremely complicated trajectory. The complex movement and frequent flickering make people dazzled. When Tom was shocked by it, he kept asking Nelson if this was the real universe, but when he was really outside the universe and filled with the stars like the creation gods in Muggle mythology, the shock dissipated quickly and then turned into a feeling of loneliness filled with emptiness. The blue ball representing them is wrapped in the center with 3 layers inside and outside, so small that it is a bit funny. The lazy white cat lay on the wooden board below Tom and licked the fur on his palm, just like a supervisor wearing a white hat on the construction site, monitoring the two people's projects in a decent manner. "You said that Venus is so big, can it give birth to life? When can you go and see for yourself, or find a chance to ask yourself?" Nelson stood in the center of the star, dodging the flying planets from time to time. "Please hand over the fragments marked 2, give it to me. I have to set up the asteroid belt." Hearing this, Tom lowered his head and looked at the ground, waved his wand, and threw the piled meteorite fragments over. With Nelson's response, they were quickly controlled by the gravity of the stars and entered the picture of the universe. The starry sky is like no other. Nelson exited the astral body, came to Tom, grabbed the hourglass hanging on Tom's chest, and slowly turned the knob. "When do you want to see the stars?" "Halloween's Eve." "That's the day you were hit with a question mark. You can really pick embarrassing moments." "Is this still embarrassing? Damn, I always thought that what you made me wear was the legendary time turner, but I didn't expect it to be just a model remote control," Tom said viciously. "It's useless to cast it 3 times a day, a protective spell. The most important thing in a band is the baton." Nelson laughed. "Look. The black gravel in the hourglass flows in the opposite direction as the knob is turned, while the stars in the model are rapidly retreating according to the original trajectory. The long path and short time make their trajectory an invisible phantom light, stirring the air amidst the buzzing sound. The starry sky above did not know that their trajectories had been reproduced by mere human beings. The movement stopped quickly, and what appeared in front of Tom was a strange and familiar star map, which froze in place, as if time had also stagnated. "We are back in the day." Nelson applauds awkwardly. "You should show this to your astronomy professor." Tom curled his lips, took out a small silver ball that was exactly the same as the small silver ball Nelson gave to the centaur, and threw it to the center of the star map. The blue ball in the center is not a solid entity. Unlike all the surrounding ones, it is a halo like flowing water. The ball thrown by Tom is pulled by gravity when it approaches it, blending into the halo, replacing the center S position. Immediately afterwards, the small silver ball opened with the sound of the gears spinning, and the sky was filled with starlight. On October 31st, When Nelson was beaten by a cat, the star map appeared in front of the two of them. Every point of light coincides with the star in the model. Exactly. I think it deserves Lord Riddle's applause. What do you think? Ah, yes. Tom clapped perfunctorily, but his heart was full of shock. The divination believed by the centaur is not nonsense, Nelson said loudly, standing in front of the star map. His face was a little pale, but his spirit was extremely excited. In the cosmology we are familiar with, although the geocentric theory only changed the reference, the trajectories of stars have become extremely complicated and even difficult to measure by conventional methods, which makes it gradually replaced by the Muggle heliocentric theory. In fact, they are just different reference objects and trade-offs due to different degrees of simplicity. So what? Early December night. Tom, who was also tired, stayed in the secret room with a lot less stars, listening to Nelson deliver his high-spirited speeches. There are countless stars in the universe, and their relative motion trajectories are heterogeneous or even chaotic, but the innumerable also represents a solid fact. If all the stars are projected on the Earth we live on, there will always be a star at a certain stage. The trajectory coincides with a certain person's life, although it has nothing to do with the so-called fate, but it is indeed a coincidence and a fact that has come and gone. Can they be found by magic? You don't need to find everything, just find what we need, or even just what we need for a certain period of time. Like a parent seeing a newborn, Nelson stared at the star map, which was so simple that it was already somewhat abstract. He waved his magic wand, and the stars spun rapidly. The surrounding starlight shot towards the blue ball in the center, and the blue ball, the small ball, is also getting bigger and bigger, becoming more and more realistic. Each star lights up, and then quickly dims, dyeing the small ball brilliant silver. A black track across the small ball appears on the surface. Those mist starlight wrapped in a lost fog. It quickly extinguished, and in the dark there were relighted stars shining with it. In the end, almost all the stars were extinguished, leaving only a dim star in the corner, leaving a silver trail on the black track lace. The magic of the centaurs does not lie in prediction at all, but in observation. They can use the most primitive method to detect the most distant constellations. This is the magic of magic. And my eyes are already above the clouds, so I will see farther and more clearly than they do. Nelson recited the distant epic in the language of the centaurs, and the light became brighter and brighter, and even extended to the front and rear where the black track had not yet set foot. Where do you come from? Where are you going? Nelson said softly. The starlight in his eyes was extremely hot. You can get a glimpse of the leopard from the tube, and use the incomplete derivation to complete the whole. Tom, this is divination. His voice echoed in the empty secret room, hidden in the starlight and revealed in the thick fog. This is what fate looks like. I not only want to see the future, but I also have to see it. Clear the past. Double. Ask for votes of O. Chapter 441, Dumbledore's Christmas. Didn't expect us to be homeless, nah. Dumbledore stood alone in the office, with his back to the door, facing the sad painting depicting the dilapidated scene. Even Fox, who accompanied him every day, was gone. Merry Christmas, Professor. Nelson finally entered the principal's room, after saying hello to the armor for a long time. The fire in the fireplace was so strong that it was flickering and crackling like firecrackers. He unbuttoned his coat, putting the wand in the sleeve of the sweater. He hung the coat on the hanger at the door. Where is Fox? It doesn't want to spend the holidays with an old stubborn like me. Dumbledore smiled humorously. Maybe he is playing with another phoenix somewhere in England. Are there any other phoenixes? Of course, there will always be. Otherwise how could there be so many phoenix tail feathers as one cause in Ollivander's wand shop? Dumbledore turned around, and a chair in the painting behind him fell from the broken window. Falling over from the penetrating cold wind, she wailed silently. In this world, you will find the same kind no matter what. Do you want something to drink? As a teacher, I allow you to have a drink tonight. If you want, you can call Tom. He's spending the holidays with the teachers and students staying at school. Nelson shook his head. He can't be without the Christmas tree. He's different from you. Dumbledore thought deeply. He's able to handle with ease in such an environment. Wizards seldom believe in religion, but the holidays cannot be missed. For British wizards, Christmas is a rare day when they can resonate with the vast muggles in this land. Long before the start of the holiday, the Hogwarts Express was running at full capacity, sending groups of homesick students back to the place where they grew up. Those who stayed here were unable to return home, or had no home for various reasons. Someone who can go back. I still have a family, Professor. Nelson thought of what Dumbledore said when he entered the door, and couldn't help answering. Don't you have one too? Maybe, Dumbledore shrugged. It seemed that the conflict between him and Aberforth had not been significantly reconciled, but the sharp-eyed Nelson noticed the package Dumbledore put on the chair, the unwrapped wrapping paper. There were a few pairs of gaudy socks piled up in the middle of the festival, which may be the reason why he was so melancholy during the festival. Dumbledore quickly collected his mood, looked at Nelson, nodded at the painting behind him, and said, "Anyway, tonight there is really no place for the two of us to go tonight, so I want to invite you to my house as a guest. I put those things there. Would you like to come with me? Will you lead the way, Professor?" "Let's go." Dumbledore looked at the empty picture frame beside the painting, sighed, stretched out his hand, and touched the dusty house. Then, his figure disappeared in a twist, and a dull voice came from the picture frame. "I hope you don't mind the mess in my house. Give my regards to Aberforth." Nelson blinked at Ariana, who poked her head out of another frame, stretched her hands back, put on the coat she had just taken off, and rushed into the painting. The girl lifted the corner of her skirt, slightly bent her knees, and expressed her festive blessings to her elder brother Nelson, who had passed away. Nelson only felt as if he had jumped into the icy lake, and after breaking through some thin ice floes, he entered another more desolate and colder world. The texture of the wooden floor under his feet was somewhat hollow, and the foundation under the floor seemed to have been hollowed out by moths. He looked around, and the surroundings were indistinguishable darkness, making it difficult to tell whether he was in reality or deep in illusion. Nelson took 2 steps forward, and there were creaking sounds everywhere, rats, rotting floors, wind disturbing the door, and with the musty smell filling his nose and mouth, he knew that he had come to a place where no one had been there for a long time. Old Land set foot in. "Be careful, there are some holes in the ground." Dumbledore's voice came from the darkness. "I used to come here to clean up frequently, until my stupid brother, you know, he has a bad temper, and in just 10 years day before today, he hid in the house and ambushed me." "Did Aberforth hit you on the nose?" "Yeah, he seems to have a special liking for this part, which is incomprehensible." Dumbledore groped in the dark, making the sound of knocking over furniture from time to time. His preference is always so confusing, just like, don't use the illuminating charm if you don't want to get caught in Aberforth's trap. Is it so persistent? Hearing Dumbledore's warning, Nelson's heart was also a little hairy. He simply stood still, staring at the looming stars in the distance through the cracks in the window, nailed by wood in the corner due to the gnawing of insects. "Okay, here." Dumbledore's surprised voice came, followed by a click. The few remaining oil lamps in the room lit up, and after a while, Dumbledore was biting a clip on his wrist. He whistled and walked into the room where Nelson was. He raised his hand and said with a smile, "He still likes to play some children's tricks. Maybe Aberforth doesn't want to really hurt you. After all, you are his only brother left. I would rather he hurt me." Dumbledore lowered his head, looked at the devastated ground, and shook his head. "You may have to wait a little longer for me to clean up this place. Let me help you, Professor." Nelson bent down, letting the corners of his coat drag on the dusty ground. The flap on the pocket was squeezed from the inside. A silver chain slipped down the fabric, and shortly after, small round white heads emerged from they stick out of their pockets, use their stickman-like bodies to carry the small silver balls, and slide to the ground holding the rope. Dumbledore watched this scene with great interest, and saw those small balls opened one after another under the control of these little people with only a pair of bean eyes, and turned into small saws, hammers and other tools. After a while, Nelson's pocket dozens of these villains ran out, lined up enthusiastically, rushed into every corner of the house with tools in their hands, and soon there was the wailing of the Shuoshu being expelled. "Is this alchemy?" Dumbledore asked curiously, while waving his wand. He reset all kinds of furniture scattered on the ground. "It looks so cute." "That's right, Professor. This is the unique magic that my friend taught me. I can't do anything else, but sweeping is very good." Nelson turned around, back to back with Dumbledore, just like the conductors of two bands. Under the control of magic, pure water was precipitated from the air, condensed into a jade belt around Nelson. It deftly shuttled around the house, clean all the accumulated dust. From time to time, he raised his head to look at the paintings hanging on the wall, one of which showed the scene of the principal's office. Compared with the neat and warm place, this room seemed to be in another world. Some alchemy dolls waved their needles and thread and jumped onto the sofa, pulled out silver threads from the small balls on their backs, and quickly threaded them on the needles to mend the gaps that were full of animal fesses and tooth marks. The windows don't. Dumbledore just wanted to stop it, but Nelson moved a step faster. The wooden board nailed to the window slowly fell off and was cut into a shape matching the hole in the ground to fill it in. Dumbledore nodded, and then shaking his head, "We must let the sun shine in." The overturned bookshelf was leaning upright against the wall, and the yellowed and scattered pages were rebound into a book in order, and they jumped back to the bookshelf by category. Even the peeled off wall covering was painted with new putty. The dark stains could not be covered no matter what, so Nelson had to move the repaired wine cabinet over to block the stains, and the brand new candlesticks were placed on the clean dining table. Not long after, this old house becomes like new. Dumbledore stood in the bright as ever house, looking a little cramped. He could only smile and high-five the villains passing in front of him. Nelson stood by the window, looking at the obviously magical festival atmosphere of the village not far away, asked curiously, "Professor, is this Godric's Hollow?" "Yes, after Anna's accident, our family moved here from Watuilan. If my mother is still alive, she will definitely like you very much. She likes children who work quickly." Dumbledore pulled out a chair and sat at the dining table, squinting his eyes to feel the joy of eating with his family back then, but when he opened his eyes, there was only an empty table and 3 other empty chairs. Just when he felt a little, when he was disappointed, Nelson came to his side, pulled out another chair, and sat on it, and those little people who had finished their work climbed onto the table, making the whole house noisy. They jumped and lined up, giving Nelson gave a comical salute, and jumped back into the pockets one by one. Dumbledore stared at this scene in a daze. "Do you want it, Professor?" Nelson asked in a low voice. "I can ask if they want to stay and help you maintain the house." "I'm just a little embarrassed." Dumbledore broke from the memory. How long has he not been home? It's been so long that I can't remember clearly. At first, he always thought that a place without people could no longer be called a home, but when he really revisited the old place, he missed his brother a little bit. "It's the first time I invited you to our house as a guest. Guests help clean up. I just happen to be good at this kind of thing." Nelson lifted a pile of cockroaches from his arms and winked at Dumbledore. "Professor, Merry Christmas. This is a new dessert from Hogsmeade, cockroach heap. It can't be a real cockroach, can it?" Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, picked one from the pile of cockroaches, and threw it into his mouth. His tightly locked brows quickly relaxed, showing a surprised expression. "Taste good. I thought you'd like it." This pile of weird desserts quickly dissipated the coldness of the cabin, and Dumbledore put on a smile he hadn't seen for a long time. He waved his hand, and a crimson feather flew towards the wall, igniting the coldness behind him. In the firelight, with the sound of a phoenix, a delicately shaped silver box gradually appeared and slowly flew towards Dumbledore. Seeing the box, Nelson frowned. This silver box seemed to be made of countless parts, but it was airtight. The traces and shapes of these stitches were the same as the style of the items he made, but I remember making this kind of thing myself. The front of the box was engraved with the logo of the Deathly Hallows, and it was filled with golden metal. A few of them almost penetrated the box. The edge of the scar and the scattered parts wriggled and deformed, as if they wanted to sew up the wound by themselves, but were hindered by some unknown magic power, and couldn't get close. Nelson pulled the box closer to him. The strong handle was soaked in red and black blood stains, and even the color of the metal was completely eroded. He could vaguely feel the scorching magic power colliding with each other. A brutal battle. "Professor, this is Credence gave it to me." I was curious about how he knew that the invisibility cloak could restrain the blood curse. "I never thought that this would be the standard answer you found in the ending." Dumbledore Leto stared at Nelson's lowered eyes and said meaningfully, "He told me that you cut out an invisibility cloak that didn't exist in time, and this is something that you in the future want to give to yourself." Nelson looked up with some concern and asked, "Professor, how did Credence pass the box to you? Does he look alright?" "I'm not sure," Dumbledore commented cautiously. "I haven't had much contact with him, but I've never seen him so relaxed and cheerful." Nelson checked the box silently. In his vision, all the enemies that might have an impact had been dealt with, but why did this box still experience that kind of danger? He pressed his hand on the blood stain on the handle. The blood stain slowly backed away, revealing the inscription on the handle to simple letters. "NT time is not something that anyone is qualified to touch," Dumbledore said softly, as if seeing what Nelson was thinking. "Any of your allies may breed greed for this shocking discovery. The future is elusive, but if there is an opportunity to hold the past in your hands, people will go crazy for it, no matter how expensive it is." "I see, Professor." Still unable to find a way to open the box, Nelson ran his hand over the box and loaded it into the small ball he carried with him. "Go back and enjoy your holidays with your friends," said Dumbledore, smiling. "I want to be here by myself for a while, before Aberforth suddenly remembers that I haven't ambushed me this year." He waved his hand, the clip still hanging from his sleeve. Nelson nodded, turned around, and walked into the painting leading to the principal's office. "Today is Voldemort's birthday. If you retweet this news, you can reap the honor of being Nord. I wish you all can do what you want to do in 2022. Thank you for your support. Let's see you next year with Nar and Tom." Chapter 442 Where is the treasure? Where is the heart? Dumbledore was alone, sitting in an empty house. Half of his face was reddened by the fire, but the other half of his face could always feel the cold of the wind and snow outside the window. His ears were filled with the sound of the cold wind. With blurred eyes, he repeated the action of picking up dessert from the pile of cockroaches. "How many years has it been since you tasted your favorite sweets on this table like today?" He suddenly felt uncomfortable sitting on the stool under his buttocks. He could not help but press the armrest to stand up, lowered his head, and walked slowly to the other chair with its back to the fireplace. With a weight comparable to 2 souls on his shoulders, he sat down, feeling the familiar touch from the cushion. The springiness that was full of elasticity and loosened by age even pulled him directly to the winter night that he never wanted to recall decades ago. Wax oil dripped down the candles and candlesticks onto the table, just like the splashes of oil splashed by young Ariana wielding a knife and fork. There was a sign next to his ear. Hearing this heavy woman's voice, Dumbledore was startled suddenly. He turned his head and saw that his mother, whom he hadn't seen for many years, was putting down the knife and fork and stretched out her arms to wipe the corners of her little daughter's mouth with a towel. She was a little annoyed, but her eyes were filled with guilt and pampering. "Albus, you can't spoil her too much." Kendall complained about her elder son. In such a broken family with a rebellious younger son and a mentally disturbed younger daughter, it was she who pushed all problems to Dumbledore, the only usual and practical method. As expected, Ariana, who was sitting next to Aberforth, couldn't bear her brother being scolded by her mother, and took the initiative to wipe the table with a napkin. In front of him was a non-existent turkey dinner. For this family that was once on the verge of collapse, such a Christmas dinner was also a rare luxury. The whole family chatted and laughed as they savored the assortment of dishes on the table. Only Ariana raised her head to express concern for him from time to time, and Aberforth pretended not to see him and continued to put meat in the bowls of his sister and mother. All that was left in front of Dumbledore was the ridiculous heap of cockroaches. Like an outsider, he broke off a cockroach and threw it into his mouth. The carapace melted by the fireplace was slowly crushed by his teeth, and the syrup wrapped in it burst between the teeth, gradually filling the entire mouth with a bitter feeling, immediately covering all of Dumbledore's taste buds. He didn't spit out the bitter syrup, but let it ferment on the tip of his tongue. Aberforth, who was sitting opposite, sneered and stuffed another piece of freshly cut chicken into his sister's mouth with a fork. The Christmas dinner was going on happily. Dumbledore turned his head and looked around the room. The graffiti left by Ariana, the second-hand broom that Aberforth piled up in the corner, the broom that his mother had just put down, and the broom that Nelson had just put down. Dark spots blocked by cabinets. He remembered the black spot. At the end of this dinner, Ariana, who suddenly became emotionally unstable, ushered in the same silent outbreak as usual, but at that time Dumbledore had left the dining room to read in the house. In an explosion that was enough to destroy the house, Kendra Dumbledore was wiped out in order to protect her daughter, leaving only the ugly mark painted on the wall, which became a scar that could not heal in Dumbledore's heart. He finally understood that the family in front of him was just a fantasy he missed, even though they were very real. He hadn't even noticed that Aberforth was not the thin boy back then, but had already become a strong and powerful man. It all made sense to Dumbledore too, because the younger brother had been growing up, but the mother and sister had stayed on to their last day. "Brother, why are you crying?" Ariana asked, tilting her head, blinking her eyes with a fork in her mouth. "Isn't it delicious?" Dumbledore stared at his sensible sister, opened his mouth, dazed. A line of muddy tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. He finally couldn't hide the pain and longing in his heart, stretched out his hand to Ariana's flushed face. But there was nothing there. His hand went straight through Ariana, like stroking bubbles and phantoms, and even shattered everything he had imagined with great difficulty. Ariana's figure flew apart like a bubble in an instant. The brightness of the candlestick in front of him also decreased a lot, and when he turned his head, his mother's figure disappeared. Only the big meal on the table was still steaming. He cast his eyes on the last person sitting across from him, the bearded Aberforth. "Don't stretch out the dirty hand that you just caught the cockroach," Aberforth said with a frown as he blocked Dumbledore's hand with a fork, still in the same dissatisfied look. "Disgusting." "Huh, Aberforth?" Dumbledore blinked. Everything in front of him broke free from fantasy. A sumptuous meal surrounded by piles of cockroaches. Mother and sister seats were floating in from the open window. Maybe it was because they were so similar to old people that Dumbledore mistook them. Or maybe it was because he missed them so much that he regarded such abstract snowflakes as old people. "I come back every year." "I'm not you, Professor Dumbledore," Aberforth snorted coldly. There was a deep bony scar on his left cheek, which was held together by dragon scales like a staple. Painted some green dragon's blood on it. It looked like someone had eaten it. He pointed to the pile of cockroaches on the table, frowned and asked, "What is that?" "It looks really scary." "Nausea." "Pile of cockroaches." "What?" "Dessert. It was given to me by Nelson." The window of the hut was opened from the outside, from which Aberforth should have crept in, and the influx of cold wind blew out several candles, and this was the dimly lit why. Dumbledore leaned back in the chair and said softly, "It tastes good. It just looks alike." Hearing this, Aberforth unceremoniously reached out and took one from the middle, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it, and commented, "It's not bad. When will a good word come out of your mouth? My dear brother, Nelson is a very good kid, more responsible than you." Dumbledore was speechless and shook his head. "Do you want to eat something together? I brought a lot." Aberforth pointed to the big meal on the table and asked, "I can't finish it by myself. I'm afraid it will be wasted." "You didn't poison, did you?" Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "You have suffered this year." Aberforth pointed to the clip still hanging on Dumbledore's arm. Even with Dumbledore's level of magic, it would be difficult to get it off his arm in a short while. "Is it strong enough?" "I released it 3 years ago." Dumbledore shook his arm and praised, "Nice little curse. If you put all your mind into practicing magic, you will be very different. And then, become a powerful wizard? Become a black wizard or a white wizard? Become a cold-blooded careerist like Grindelwald? Or become a despicable person like you?" Aberforth's emotions finally broke out. He hammered the table so hard that the fork in his hand even jumped a few centimeters. Seeing Dumbledore's sad expression, he gritted his teeth and shook his head. "Damn it. You are always like this. Eat it. Eat it. If you don't eat it, it will be cold." After that, he tore off a turkey leg, biting vigorously one by one as if venting. Dumbledore saw his younger brother reincarnated like a stuffed ghost, chuckled, and brought a plate of elbows to his face. The two brothers seemed to be holding a competition. Neither of them thought that the other could eat so much, not even themselves. After a full meal, leftovers and broken bones were scattered everywhere. Aberforth was lying on the chair picking his teeth. Suddenly, the pile of cockroaches in front of him moved, and he immediately jumped up from the chair in fright. pointing at the pile of cockroaches, and shouted sharply, "The one you gave me is not really a live cockroach, is it?" They seem to have the idea of making a moving cockroach pile, but Dumbledore blinked, and in the middle of Aberforth's tasting, a chocolate cockroach was pushed out of it, and then, the milky white head protruded from the exposed hole, which was Nelson's exclamation mark for Dumbledore. I saw the little guy bouncing down the hill of cockroaches, clearing the dining table with a weight that didn't match his tiny body, and, as Nelson said, they were professionals when it came to cleaning. Will the dessert shop consider the problem of customers not cleaning up? Aberforth lay back and stared at the exclamation mark with interest. Is this also given to you by Nelson? Now it seems that it should be. Interesting, it actually walks with its head. Aberforth stretched out his hand, grabbed the little man, fiddled with it a few times, and put it back on the dining table. Whenever he makes one for me, he stuffed your shop with them while you were away, said Dumbledore. My friend told me that Nelson seemed concerned that your shabby pub might be invaded. Your friend? That dirty thief. Aberforth shrugged and said disdainfully, you are really suitable for making more friends like this. But Nelson still knows who is good for him. Everyone has their own value. Dumbledore spread his hands and finally took the clip off his wrist where it was strangled bruises. He looked at Aberforth and asked softly, you are here today too, did you quarrel? No, I would never waste time arguing with people like you. Aberforth choked while denying. His expression quickly became serious. He picked up a cup and put the exclamation mark on it. Lo said in a loud voice, Nermengard has made a big move recently. Many wizards avoided the closely monitored Nermengard in the center and set off in the direction of Bulgaria with some dangerous magical animals. It doesn't sound very secretive. Merlin snuff bottle. Damn. Where do you think the bruise on my face came from? Aberforth said angrily, I was one of them when I subdued a hornet scars left on me. Fantastic animals? Is it really useful? Dumbledore murmured. History keeps telling us that it is really difficult for wizards to use the power of magical animals, and they are not easy to control. I didn't expect you to study history. Aberforth seized the opportunity to choke again and continued, it's not that kind of very powerful magical animals, mainly rare magical animals and magical animals with a large circulation in the market. Lord, if it wasn't Nermengard, and it wasn't so sneaky, I'd even think it was just a big magical animal smuggling. There is a lot of circulation in the market? Dumbledore frowned. Owl. Toad? It's not that kind of pet, it's a magical animal used to make potions and alchemy props. Aberforth shook his head and said, the factory run by Nelson purchases a large amount of similar raw materials every day, and these magical animals are entrained in it. Was introduced secretly, because it was too scattered, and did not receive much attention from the outside world, and I seriously suspect that they are planning to mass produce some shady things there. Is there a specific list? Have. Aberforth took out a crumpled piece of paper from his bosom, as if he had just wiped his nose, and pushed it towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore stuffed it into his arms without even looking at it, and continued to ask, anything else? Grindelwald likes to play with building blocks recently. Does this count? Forget it. Dumbledore nodded. As long as it's related to him, it counts. If that counts. Aberforth looked at Dumbledore in surprise. He always felt that Dumbledore just wanted to know about Grindelwald's recent situation, but after thinking for a moment he said, he's still next to Nermengard. On the back of the mountain, a scaffolding was built with wooden sticks, and no one else was allowed to approach, but I couldn't understand what it was used for. He also tied a lot of kites to that shelf, and he seemed to want to go to the sky, but he failed in the end. In addition, he ordered someone to import some Muggle books to his dark tower. The content is basically about Muggle science and engineering, but I think he probably can't read them. Well, the rest are all related to Nelson, but his group of friends are as slippery as eels, with many perverted rules. They can't get involved at all. Aberforth scratched his head. I only applied for 1 day of leave. I'm going back to feed the dragon soon. Is there anything else you want to know? Want to come with me to see them? Dumbledore looked towards the empty seat at the table. I go every year, but you should go and see. Aberforth released the exclamation point from the cup, raised his wand, turned his body slowly, and disappeared. Dumbledore sighed, got up and walked towards the door. How can I not come for a long time? If that wasn't a bad joke Credence and Nelson made on me together, wouldn't you be able to come back too? In the wind and snow, someone's figure gradually disappeared. Where the treasure is, there is the heart. Went yesterday for Tom and Nelson's birthday. Chapter 443 Death. Fall. Keep falling. The surrounding environment gradually changed from wet and cold to wet and dry. Tom raised his head and looked at the slowly rotating fan blades above his head. Through the gaps in the blades, he could see the rapidly passing rock walls and soil, as well as exposed and covered and unknown, or cut as smooth as a mirror. Looking up, he could only see the dark corridor and the disappearing light spot at the end. He blinked, and everything above his head was plunged into darkness. The sun's rays could not even reach such a deep underground. The ore flashed away in front of him, like a mirror, reflecting everything in the cage on the surface. The light was gentle, no different from standing under the sun. He stretched out his hand to hold the iron cage's railings. Although protected by almost the strictest magic, the iron cage he was riding in was also hot due to friction during the endless fall, and he couldn't even grasp it. On December 31st, Nelson mysteriously stopped Tom on the grounds of giving him a birthday present, took him outside the school, and took a shortcut to Krakow. Tom thought Nelson would take him to the center unexpectedly. Nelson used the invisibility cloak to skillfully bypass the defense here, and came to an inconspicuous post-war town in the distance. They climbed up a small hill, and past a Ouroboros-like imprint entered a birdcage. Below the birdcage is a bottomless corridor. Under Nelson's control, it began to fall slowly. At first, Tom was curious about the underground scenery and the lost fog that shuttled from time to time, but as the journey progressed, he gradually became a little bit curious, feel bored. From time to time, scattered soil and dust are scattered from the top of the head. They just lightly touch the rotating sharp blade, and they are cut without a trace, which is difficult to be detected by the naked eye. It seemed extremely sluggish. "What's the matter, Tom?" Nelson's voice came from behind him. Although the space was cramped, there was no echo from the ground, as if the sound just made was left in place just moments ago and did not keep up with their falling speed. This also makes the sound close at hand become as thin as a mosquito, and the sound of the fan turning, which makes Tom have to turn around, get closer, and listen to Nelson's voice. "Is it falling too fast?" "No," Tom shouted, as if it was the only way to keep his voice from being swallowed by the darkness, and he matched his body movements to express his boredom to Nelson. "Can you make it faster? This journey is so boring. If it goes any faster, we won't be able to withstand the pressure." Nelson looked calm and composed. He didn't even raise the hem of his windbreaker due to inertia. He bent down, picked up an unforged silver ingot from his feet, and lifted it into the air. The silver ingot passed through a bubble-like membrane, and the moment it penetrated, the strong pressure immediately squeezed the piece of metal out of shape, like a sponge being held. Nelson withdrew his hand and handed the silver ingot to Tom, only to see that it was separated by a clear dividing line. Dissolved in two, generally as before, and the other half presents a tight cluster, unlike the form that can be formed in nature. "Wait, it's coming soon." Nelson shrugged. "I didn't expect them to dig so deep." Nelson's words seemed to flip a certain switch, and the scenery around them quickly became richer, and the light from all directions illuminated the birdcage they were in, and Tom couldn't adapt to this sudden brightness. Tears flowed from his eyes, but he just rubbed his eyes and quickly got used to it. The sinking speed of the birdcage slowed down, and he was able to see the densely packed honeycomb-like structure all over the wall, which was a bit shabby compared to the exposed one before. Compared with the stone walls, this place seems to be another world. Silver metallic luster fills the field of vision, and the surrounding environment gradually widens. Various metal objects come and go in and out of nests with consistent shapes and angles. Some use their metal arms to carry ores and some useless parts, and some are shaped, packed with different tools. They shuttle quickly through the underground field that no one has set foot in. Although they move quickly, the distance seems to have been carefully calculated so that they will not disturb each other. There is only one common feature of these metal blocks, and they all have eyes filled with runes that glow red like mayflies. The birdcage also has its own elevator shaft, so there is no need to rub against the rocks anymore. They are wrapped by 4 hollowed out silver pillars depicting complex patterns, passing through layers of water curtain-like membranes. Tom only feels cool and comfortable. The company commander, the discomfort caused by time falling quickly subsided, and these 4 pillars also had other purposes. Red ambers were put in from the top, and every time they descended along the path, there would be brand new runes engraved on them. Above, when they fall into the bottom layer, a new alchemy puppet core will be successfully born, and fall into a pool of mist rising at the bottom. After being nourished by magic power, they will be embedded, and wait for in a long body. Everything here is beyond Tom's cognition. He stared wide-eyed, and observed the well-organized fortifications around him. Suddenly, a huge, hideous pale skull appeared in front of him. It was covered with bone spurs, and had a terrifying expression. The posture of the huge mouth facing the sky and howling, the sharp and dense teeth flowing with green venom. Tom inexplicably feels that these venom will not deteriorate even after hundreds of years. In the beginning, there was only one such pillar, so the output of mayflies was relatively low. Nelson pointed to a relatively old hollowed out pillar in the northeast corner, and said softly, "I was going to put the new plan on hold. This will kidnap me too much time. I spent almost half of the time in Krakow building it, but they are very good, and I have not let me down. I can already manufacture and assemble this high precision special parts, you know, if you want the magic power to be formed without the wizard's manipulation, the precision requirements for the output port must be very high. I don't think even wizards can achieve such high precision." Tom touched the air in front of him and sighed. "Did you give them the ability to reproduce? This is the right that only life has. It's terrible. It's also so beautiful. Of course, I have to do the work of activating the rune carving ability in the end. Although they can make things inseparably, they don't understand what these things are." Nelson looked down at the pool under his feet. "Open your hand, press it on the fence of the birdcage, and slow down its speed. But you are right, even the most skilled wizard will be tired and lowered due to long-term work, but the machine does not know. This is where life can never catch up to steel." The birdcage he was riding in jerked, and passed through a layer of membrane that was the same as the top of the cage. The foam that wrapped the cage was swallowed by a larger membrane. Tom only felt a tightness in his chest, followed by a breath of fresh air that was no different from the ground. Surrounded him instantly. "We have arrived." The fan above the head stopped slowly, and the birdcage they were riding in stopped above the pool. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding poles unfolded like petals, and the empty and regular space on the ground floor appeared in front of Tom. Before his eyes, it is a rotunda, so huge that it is hard to see the boundary. Dozens of thick columns support the distance between the ceiling and the ground. The magnificent skeleton becomes a part of the support, lying on the ground in a posture of prostration and surrender, becoming on the passage for people to walk. At the edge of the hall, empty door openings appeared in front of him. Except for a black wooden door in front of it, it seemed that there were no residents waiting for them behind the other doors. The huge skeleton of the basilisk lay like a bridge over the pool at its feet, just enough to support the birdcage in which the two were riding. "What is this?" Tom lowered his head and kept looking at the skeleton. When he looked closer, he realized that the skeleton seemed to have been severely damaged, with radial cracks running through it all over the body, as if it had been punched by some mighty brave man. It is rotten, and some parts are even missing bones, which are filled and repaired by silver metal. Its upper body is in a strangling posture, tightly entangled with a stone tower that is riddled with holes, but also full of spikes. They destroy each other, but in the end they all survived. Survive, not even apart from each other. What a mighty snake this is. Although it was full of scars, it was still dangerous and frightening. Tom's expression was a little fascinated, and he murmured, "Is this the birthday present you mentioned?" "This is the remains of the basilisk I told you about. It is the first basilisk created by Hayerbo, and it is also the first time I have won a trophy from a strong enemy." Nelson shook his head, moving and standing a little sour ankle, stepped on the spine of the basilisk crawling under the feet. "If it is still alive, I can't imagine how powerful it is, but unfortunately, it's good that it is dead. But even so, I have suffered a lot, almost died. But after all, it is just a slave of the loser, not worthy of my gift." "Really? I'm more curious. Tom immediately stepped on this skeleton, and he was disappointed by the pale touch of death and the lingering sense of ruin belonging to a loser under his feet. The ending of the snake is far less powerful than its appearance. The mayfly was working on the snake, and there were regular vibrations under its feet from time to time. Tom took a closer look, and saw that the magic circuit was being constructed deep in the bone marrow. Its body was already filled with ordinary gears and mechanisms. The survivors were trampled under their feet, and even treated as trophies, and transformed into puppets to protect the enemy. I'm very grateful to Hayerbo. He and I met by chance in the Misty Illusion. I don't want to get involved with him too much, and I have no interest in his grand vision of resurrection and dominance, Nelson said while leading the way. Said, if it wasn't for him trying to disgust me every day, I wouldn't even look at this despicable person. But it's also good that he focused on making me unhappy. Otherwise my magic wouldn't improve as fast as it is today. Now I might even be ignorant of the Misty Illusion and the Lost Fog, just like you studied with Professor Dumbledore, and to some extent, Hayerbo is a good teacher. Tom shrugged non-committally. After all, it's not easy to find sandbags that live in legends like this. Nelson turned around and smiled. Perhaps without me, the person who just restrained him, maybe his vision could be realized. Of course, without me, he might be lost in the illusion the door will never be opened. In fact, it would be nice if you came a few days later, and the basilisk will have a stepladder on its back, so we don't have to walk by ourselves. But I really don't want to wait. I understand that it's one more regret for me to see this place a day later. Tom nodded and asked, I noticed that there seems to be no one here, aren't we? Nelson smiled. Of course, I don't trust them. I don't trust any wizard who jumps out of the quagmire of magic. I have seen too much in the past few years in Nurmengard for example. This is not a home for lonely people as many people advertise. In fact, like most of the demonized descriptions of the Ministry of Magic, this is a gathering place for liars, traitors and criminals. Except for a few people, here the vast majority of people here are dark wizards full of blood and debts. They have Hayerbo's character, but not his ability. Betrayal and killing abound. I don't need to hand over the future to some despicable people. These machines do just as well, if not better, don't they? Machine. Tom chewed Nelson's words, and it was difficult for him to connect these constantly shuttling creatures with the textile machines in the factories around London that needed to be driven by pedals and rollers. Of course it's not something like that. Nelson smiled and walked beside Tom, walking side by side with him. Magic and everything can be sublimated when combined, but most people who use magic don't want to use it like this. Tom nodded and walked side by side with Nelson toward the closed room. This is the place where Hayerbo prepared for his resurrection. Because of the prophecy, there is a natural gap in the blurred illusion, which is waiting to attract those dead souls who may never appear. Nelson said as he walked, I have to said, Hayerbo is really a good man. He has made all the preparations, even prepared a misty spring of mist to restore his magic power, but he left all of these to me. As long as a little modification, one place exists at the same time, the underground cavity and the illusion and reality can become my factory for making mayflies. In the past few years, I have been using the assembly line of the magic factory to make some parts that only I can use. After several years, I finally let this place take shape. Listening to Nelson's experience of dancing on the wire for several years, Tom was amazed from time to time. Soon, the two came to the closed black door. Uncomfortable and decaying atmosphere. Tom took a closer look and saw a rough door frame that seemed to be cut from black stone was placed on a high platform. After a closer look, it was not a black stone, but condensed with black magic power. Tom knew the magic. He had seen them in Nelson's eyes. What is this? Tom felt palpitations instinctively. He knew that what Nelson was about to blurt out would subvert his cognition, and it was more shocking than everything he had seen before. I once had a brief adventure with Professor Dumbledore in the Misty Realm. I saw the most eternal and grandest thing in this world. As a traveler, I did something immoral. I tore a piece of it from its body and held it in my hand. This is the real reason why Misty Illusion is not influenced by time, because death is eternal and absolute, and time is meaningless to death. Tom, Lorien has analyzed the magic power of time to the point where it can be roughly used, and this place can become the final anchor point. When the 0 o'clock bell rings, we will conduct the first experiment of leaping time here. This is the thing you've ever wanted to leap forward the most. This is a miracle we can't understand. It doesn't belong to magic. It doesn't belong to the world, but it is the end of everything. Nelson opened his arms, and the invisible sunlight hit him. Above the door frame behind him, a hand-sized piece of tattered tulle was slowly fluttering. It is death. Tom's pupils were filled with that ridiculously small veil. Happy birthday, Tom. This is the door in the Department of Mysteries. Chapter 444 Time Converter. If I were you, I wouldn't want to touch it. Nelson smiled and stretched out his arm, blocking Tom's hand reaching for the veil. Remember? Our old friend Hayerbo fell behind the curtain like this, and even the meaning of existence was erased. Tom withdrew his hand, and kept opening and closing his palm. The moment he got close to the veil, he only felt that there was something behind the tattered veil that was attracting him, and kept whispering temptations in his ears. Whispering, at the same time, complex and hissing sounds sounded in his ears, as if countless snakes were lying on his chest and pouring out their plans to him. But when he withdrew his hand, those sounds disappeared in an instant, and the surrounding it was palpitatingly quiet. He shook his head, clutched his inexplicably cold right hand to his chest, and murmured, "This is really an incredible gift." Everything around was surprisingly quiet, and he couldn't even hear the sentences coming out of Nelson's opening and closing mouth, as if he was deaf and could not receive any sound. All of this was something Nelson had never experienced before. He looked at Tom, as if he had been cast a petrification spell, and he didn't even know what happened. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from behind them. In the absolutely quiet environment, the continuous noise instantly broke through Tom's eardrum and pierced his brain. He covered his ears with his hands and covered his face. He showed a painful look, as if he was under the pressure of Nelson when he walked towards the door. Nelson hurriedly approached, but Tom was already lying on the icy stone steps in pain. The piercing chill of the dark underground and the heat emitted by the lava under pressure hit his soul at the same time, making this tiny human being it was difficult to hold back in the trembling. Everything in front of him became blurred, and even Nelson in front of him was divided into two ghosts with the same movements. Tom's head hit hard on the hard steps, and there was a buzzing sound in his mind, and the scene outside the black door appeared in the corner of his eyes. The skeleton of the incomparable basilisk was collapsing, and countless the mayfly put down the work in his hands and rushed towards it, but it was still difficult to stop the giant from collapsing. In the last moments of falling into a coma, Tom saw the basilisk's fangs dig deep into his own tail, and a symbol came back to his mind. It was engraved on the cover of the green magic book by Hayerbo, a snake biting its own tail. This black wizard thousands of years ago had the same ambition as him to leap to death. But he failed. In the face of death, Hayerbo's self-righteous efforts were not worth mentioning. He inevitably slipped from the abyss to another more desperate abyss, but he was not a pure loser. The Ouroboros pattern that is Hayerbo's logo is not a simple mark or symbol, it is a word. In the era when Hayerbo lived, wizards were keen to use words to explain and define nature and magic, and Hayerbo having done the same, longing for eternity, he branded with his magic what was most essential to this world. The Ouroboros symbol represents death, death after death, death within death. It is a text different from other ancient runic texts. It failed because it was not compatible with the world and magic, and it was not consistent, but it was also successful because it was able to resist the magic power of death just like Hayerbo resonance. All this happened in an instant. Nelson caught Tom, who fell to the ground, but under his tightly closed eyelids, the eyeballs were turning frequently, and the complicated green runes were flickering crazily towards the dark pupils, the blonde hair, the mouth disdainful. In fact, Tom, who has already mastered Hayerbo's entire legacy by heart, is being unlocked by the key of death. In fact, they have no restrictions at all, but the proud black wizard did not expect that in the future, thousands of years later, there would be someone who possessed his magical power and ambition. In front of Tom, there was a short cry like a revolving lantern, fragile cats, soldiers who died in the war, elders who died tragically in street attacks. All these scenes showed the fragility of life, and all of these made people. Tom was terrified. He didn't want his life to be like this. No matter how bright it was just a flower that would wither eventually. At this moment, Hayabo's magic progressed even faster, and they had already eroded the edge of Tom's pupils. Soon, these deep black eyes would be sunk in poisonous green. Tom's vision began to change, from those bloody deaths to everything he cherished a childhood that was not beautiful or miserable, the joy of having his first wand, the friends he met on the way to school, the love from the weak, the satisfaction gained from him, and at the end, Nelson's transfigure overlapped and became extremely clear. His resistance to death is not for eternity, but for fear of losing. Everything he owns is too precious to this child, born under the influence of the love potion, so precious that he is enough to make an enemy of the world. The phantom of the black snake emerged in his heart, opening its bloody mouth, no longer like the patroness that Tom summoned with the magic of speech, but more like a beast driven by instinct. It rushed into Tom and the eyes of his eyes. He used its greed and madness to gnaw at those dazed runes. The eternity pursued by fear is not worth mentioning in front of love. The snake holding Tom grew bigger and crazier in the process. The real Hayabo has long been taken away by the gate of death. What Tom is experiencing is a war with himself. This is not good news. On the contrary, it makes Tom's situation more dangerous. What's wrong with you, Tom? Nelson yelled loudly, slapping Tom's cheek constantly. Under his command, a mayfly loaded with therapeutic equipment quickly approached, but Tom was still immersed in the struggle. Half of his pupils had been dyed dark green, but they were defeated by the stirring of the black snake, and it was no longer a problem. Don't shoot, don't shoot. After an unknown amount of time, Tom finally opened his eyes, smiled and held Nelson's wrist. If you keep shooting, your face will be swollen. Damn it, I thought you died of a sudden illness. Nelson breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand, and dispersed the special mayflies that had approached and were about to rescue Tom. It's not good to use the damn particle for a person who is almost dead, Tom said, relying on the strength of Nelson's arm. He stood up from the steps. The dry stone steps were already wet with his sweat. Tao's hair was tightly attached to his scalp. His eyes were wide open. He looked at Nelson and said softly, "Help me, are my eyes okay?" Nelson looked at it carefully for a moment, then nodded. "No problem. That's good." Tom breathed a sigh of relief. "I won. According to Professor Dippett's theory, my eyes are the same as usual, so I'm still me." "What happened?" Nelson asked eagerly. "I used to have the same thoughts as Hayabo, but I'm more advanced than him. It's a simple principle. I have everything he has. As you said, he is really our good friend." Tom stretched out his hand. With the hand holding the magic wand, he waved lightly towards the collapsed basilisk skeleton in the distance. The giant snake, which was shattered to the point of structural collapse, slowly raised its neck under his control and tried to climb up, using an extremely humiliating gesture. Firmly holding up the somewhat unstable underground space, Tom looked at his palm with a drunken expression on his face. "I'm right. Those people who are swallowed by the power of black magic are just mediocre people who have no ability to control them. But you were almost swallowed." Seeing Tom's movements, Nelson was completely relieved. "But no dying person can have this kind of ability. That's because of the back of this rag." "Well, that's because of, well." Tom clapped his hands awkwardly and changed the subject. "The time is coming. Don't delay your business." "Okay." Nelson shrugged, turned and walked towards the door of the dark room. "I didn't expect that what I have been pursuing so hard is here with you. What a trick of fate. Fate never messes with anyone." Nelson walked out without looking back, "because what I'm after may also be in you, Tom. It seems that you got a blessing in disguise, and you have some insights on death. Since so, can I ask you to help me identify the anchor point behind the door?" "Of course." Tom turned and walked towards the black door, into the darkness. Boom. Out of aesthetic needs, Nelson installed countless clocks of various types in this hollow underground lair. At this moment, these clocks were played at the same time, playing a stirring chord, and all the working mayflies stopped, looking at their creator with their ignorant eyes. The world fell silent again. Boom. This is the prelude before the arrival of Zero, followed by a clearer sound of gears gnashing, as if they were inside a huge clock. Boom. The sound of the pendulum of the clock became hasty, and the rhythm of the gears became neat and unified. The surrounding air seemed to be affected by this, and it was slowly distorted in the posture of the clock turning. The texts finally showed their value. Beams of magical power rose up and began to define a text that had never been created by a wizard. Time. Tom sat in front of the black door without fear, glanced at the hanging curtain above his head with a disdainful attitude, smiled disdainfully, looked at Nelson floating in front, and nodded slightly. Behind him, a black the hideous figure wrapped in the robe was slowly peeling off from his limbs and was led into death by the door behind him. It would have had a great story, a name everyone feared, only now it was just a poor wretch dying in fear. Boom. The chiming of the clock became ethereal, and the pool at Nelson's feet became boiling, and a steady stream of lost mist poured out of it, painting a rough dial behind him. Boom. The last sound was firm and powerful. In this land full of mysteries, all the creatures who can see the starry sky raised their heads and looked at the top of their heads. Facing the sudden meteor, many people had no time to appreciate it, so they closed their eyes and silently made a wish. On the desolate land, covered with ice and snow, surrounded by a group of wizards in black robes, a pitch black clock tower is radiating light towards the sky. Suddenly, a net woven by meteor gates appears in the night. In the southern hemisphere during the day, a few stars brighter than the sun suddenly flashed across the sky. This magic light shot from the clock tower pierced through the clouds, rushing towards a farther place. On the endless shore, it found a star with an unpredictable trajectory. Okay, but in the vastness of the universe, how strange things can become ordinary. We seize the future. Penguin took off his hood. The fanaticism in his eyes was replaced by seriousness and incomparable reverence. In a camp on the outskirts of Boston, the fanatical believers looked at the sun-like imprint left by the meteor flashing in the sky and started the carnival wearing silver ornaments. The bonfire around them quietly flourished. You did it, Nelson. Luolan closed her eyes, and her homesickness melted into a drop of clear tears, which slowly slipped from the corner of her eyes and landed on her face full of joy. In front of her, the shattered crystal bottle was still trapped in the constantly reincarnation in time. The dial behind Nelson was filled with raised black gravel and became solid and refined. A dazzling starlight shot down from the deep corridor and hit the center of the dial. 3 hands slowly formed, slowly and firmly walking. Tom raised his wand, and the dark magic power of death and eternity poured out from the tip of the wand. He was attracted by the black door behind him, but was pulled back by him forcefully and flew to Nelson. The dial still lacked the final shell, and this flaw Tom is doing his best to make up for it. PFFT. Tom blinked. He clearly saw Nelson's figure fall into the pool under his feet, but Nelson, who was suspended in midair, still existed. Boom. The clock struck 0, and Nelson took out the hourglass that had been hanging around Tom's neck from his arms and turned it over gently. Countless small balls flew out of his pocket, and under the urging of Psyche's reduction, those magic powers that had been shaped for various purposes were dissociated into their original appearance and integrated into the dial behind them. Behind him, Alexander's huge figure slowly emerged, holding Nelson's second hand firmly and turning it in the opposite direction. But even Alexander's strength is not enough to shake time. The magic power of his whole body is boiling with the light of the rune, and the steam that covers the sky and the sun is gushing out from its joints, and the scarlet one-eyed also becomes dazzling like the sun. Its clenched steel fist was easily pierced by the firmly forward second hand, but it always kept in mind Nelson's instructions. Sparks burst, steel rolled up, magic burned, and the structure burst. Countless blasts burst out from the indestructible Alexander, enough to destroy it. The scars and the magical power stored by Nelson poured into its body at the right time. In this collision of steel and fate, Alexander finally stopped the second hand. Crack. Like the sound of glass breaking, the second hand went backwards by a second under Nelson's preparations. Immediately afterwards, Nelson's figure suddenly disappeared, as if it had been wiped away. Chapter 445. Have you ever considered opening a circus? Palulu. Hearing the noise from outside the door, Tom's original serious expression suddenly became exciting. He shook his head, stood up from the black door, patted his buttocks, and walked towards the bubbling pool. The huge underground cavity is filled with dense mist, making everything here psychedelic, like walking in a fairy tale world, seemingly covered by moist water vapor, but Tom walking through it only feels dry and heavy, as if he was roaming in the desert, buried by the slowly accumulating quicksand. This is a heaviness unique to memory. Every time Tom stirs the fog, it is equivalent to experiencing the life of a dead person. Although life is extremely wonderful, for the mayflies and Alexander who greedily suck the lost fog is just a delicious magic feast, not to mention that after time loosens, these fogs that condense all life gradually become thinner. He can even taste anger from that spring water, but this anger is so far away, so untouchable. Just like a mortal cannot shake a fist at a god, it is also difficult for the world's anger to come to a certain person. Tom approached the pool slowly, not worried at all that Nelson would be drowned. He was not familiar with the environment here, but the skeleton that had been dead for many years was always prostrate at his feet, adjusting its position and waiting for another. The sorcerer who defined death paved the way. It's an intoxicating feeling. Tom clenched his fists. Black magic power surged at his fingertips, like flowing water and flames. He waved lightly, and the reverberations of those dead people receded like wind and clouds, revealing that he was being hung by two mayflies. Slowly Nelson was slowly dragged out of the water. "Are you too intoxicated to pick me up?" Nelson chuckled, and the pure liquid condensed from the mist dripped down from his body. Sighs of unwillingness, anger, relief came out from those water droplets, and then fell into the vortex connecting the blurred illusion under his feet with difficulty. "I thought a weirdo like you would prefer to take a bath in the spring of the lost fog." Tom shrugged, stepped forward, and said, "So, your experiment was successful? You just go back to the past?" "I'm not sure, Tom, but I think it should be." Nelson shook his head, his voice a little low. "I have a watch in my pocket. Can you check the time for me? Can it match the clock outside?" "Why don't you?" Before the words fell, the two mayflies dragging Nelson loosened their claws, and Nelson, who had lost his support, leaned forward. Under Tom's surprised eyes, he fell heavily to the ground. His body was supported by the magic power. The overcoat was under it, and I couldn't move it. "What are you doing?" Tom rushed to Nelson's side, grabbed the hem of his coat, and tried to help him up, but the coat was too heavy, and even Tom could only move the hem lightly. "Why is it so heavy?" He thought Nelson's clothes were already heavy, but he didn't expect that there were heavier ones. He saw that the pale Nelson was firmly pressed down, and even his breathing became difficult. "Alexander." Nelson wailed feebly. "Hello. Can you hear me?" Behind him, the phantom of the huge titan moved, dragging its collapsed body and slowly leaning over. From time to time, huge parts fell down. Tom hurriedly set up a barrier defense, but he never expected that the parts that fell from Alexander went straight through. After passing the barrier, he couldn't stop the momentum of falling until it penetrated the ground and fell deeper. He finally understood that this Alexander didn't really descend, but was just a projection of some kind of magical power. Alexander's big hand covered the sky and approached Nelson. Tom was afraid that this stupid big man would crush his master to death. But the bloody scene he imagined did not happen. It experienced a transition from virtual to real at a certain moment. He pinched Nelson's collar and flicked two bolts from his thick fingers. Two cute little hands stretched out from the hole and nimbly took off Nelson's coat. The two little hands fell off immediately and became. I bought a sturdy hanger and even thoughtfully put a layer of dust-proof cloth cover on the coat. "What a good boy." Nelson breathed a sigh of relief, greedily sucking the fresh air around him, and gradually some blood color appeared on his pale face. He raised his head with the strength he had just recovered, and stared at the two people who threw him down with strange eyes ephemera. "I remember the number of your bad guys," he said through gritted teeth. "I'll use you to make iron later." Tom finally couldn't help it, covered his mouth and let out a putchy laugh, covered his stomach and laughed. "Have you considered opening a circus with your mayflies? You think you can become the most important person?" "What? A circus owner? Clown?" Nelson began to stare at Tom with the eyes of the two mayflies, as if he was considering what kind of alloy he forged. "So can you really remember the number of each mayfly?" Tom found out the watch that Nelson was talking about from the inner pocket of the coat hanging on the rack. It was a gift from Jonas to them on their birthday that year. Time, while leaning over to look at Nelson, took the opportunity to pluck his hair, while his nimble little friend hadn't recovered his strength. "How is it possible?" Nelson curled his lips, trying to avoid Tom's murderous hand. "They are a whole, just like you can't name each of your hair." "How did you know that I would name my hair?" Tom was stunned, then waved his hand and said, "There is no problem with time. You are one step ahead of me. Are you really just kidding?" "Kidding." Tom plucked Nelson's hair again, and finally began to care about the situation of this unlucky guy. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so weak all of a sudden?" "I miscalculated the magic power needed to reverse time. The magic power I imagined would only be sufficient in an absolutely ideal environment, so even if I use psychics to restore and store magic power far beyond my own, the time travel drained me too." Nelson shook his head. "Most of them were wasted in the process of casting the spell, but as an experiment, it was undoubtedly a success." Nelson grinned happily. "Tom, we made it." "You made it." Tom curled his lips. "I didn't do anything." "You did, Tom." Nelson nodded firmly. "Isn't the first thing to do now is to get me up and get something to eat?" "That's right. Speaking of it, why don't you just test it on Credence? After all, he is destined to succeed." Tom lifted Nelson's shoulders, hearing the suppressed inhalation sound in his ear. Shaking his head, he said, "No, you're not that kind of person." Tick-tock. Tom's ears moved sharply, and he lowered his head to see the blood blooming like roses on the snake's bone. He finally broke free from his composure, rolled up Nelson's sleeve, and saw his bloody right arm. With his arm up, a large piece of skin disappeared, revealing bright red flesh and blood. Silver dust was slowly covering the inside along the edge of the wound. He pressed his hand on Nelson's shoulder, causing the muscles on Nelson's face to twitch ferociously. Raising his hand, the palm was already stained red with blood. "Damn, why didn't you say it earlier?" Tom put Nelson down and ran to his hanging coat. "Where did you put Bakeson?" "It's a magic injury, Tom. Bazion is useless." Nelson forced a smile, leaned on a protruding bone, shook his head and said, "In the equivalent exchange of magic, if there are not enough chips, it will take it by force. That's why Professor Dumbledore is so opposed to the dark arts, and I'm just a little skinny, which is already very lucky. I thought you were really omnipotent." "If I were really omnipotent, these shitty things wouldn't have happened in the first place," Nelson said with a wry smile. "Even I would get hurt like this after the first trial. Credence coming. He probably won't be able to wait to see Nagini. At least it proves that it needs to be perfected. Let's go back and open that damn box first." "What do you want me to say?" Tom smiled dryly and shook his head. The joy brought by the powerful magic power was quickly dissipated. "Are you a god? You have to take care of everything?" Nelson closed his eyes, ignored Tom's thoughts, and yelled, "Pour me a glass of water, Lord Riddle. The water tank is at the bottom of the wall on your right." "Chiron, are you interested in coming to Hogwarts to be a professor of arithmetic and divination?" In the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore stood in front of the tall centaur and asked sincerely, "I swear, everyone will treat you like your own kind, whether you are a student or a teacher. Prejudice always exists, Mr. Dumbledore, not to mention that we centaurs voluntarily become beasts. No soul that yearns for the starry sky will feel happy, because it has been recognized by humans." Chiron raised his head and looked up at the lush stars. His mind was still stuck in the moment when the meteor passed by just now. "The stars are very bright tonight." "That's right." Dumbledore, who was familiar with the centaurs, knew the number of turns they had taken, and raised his head to look at the stars. "The stars are very bright tonight." "Extraordinarily bright," Chiron patiently corrected Dumbledore, even though Dumbledore said exactly what he had just said. "If you want to know the answer to something, why don't you ask the stars?" "It doesn't seem willing to answer me." Dumbledore shrugged. "Times are changing, Chiron. Whether you belong to humans or beasts, even if you are a stone, I sincerely invite you to stand with us. The future is very dull and needs your help. You should have a friend who knows the future, Mr. Dumbledore, perhaps a closer relationship. Even this can be counted." Dumbledore took half a step back, and now he had a little psychological shadow on the prophet. "Of course not." Chiron lowered his head and stared at Dumbledore with a strange expression. "The stars are guiding the direction of this world. What virtue and ability do you think you have to be favored by the stars? I'm just a magazine called The Quibbler was found at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, which described in detail." Okay, excuse me." Dumbledore made a stop gesture, interrupting Chiron, who was aroused. "I won't embarrass you anymore. This time, I have one more question to think about to ask you. you ask? Zinkang has to decide whether to answer or not. The centaur closed his eyes and said inscrutably, "It can be seen that the two are very familiar, and Chiron is worthy of seeing the world on a business trip in France. The horse people can even joke like this. Of course, if you are really urgent, in return for offering us asylum, I can help Zinkang make this decision a little bit." A colony of giant 8-eyed spiders came to the Forbidden Forest. Did you know? Isn't this your problem? The centaur asked in turn. A few months ago, your foal entered the Forbidden Forest with that dangerous egg, and those spiders multiplied so fast that they even compressed. Don't you think it's too much for us to observe the starry sky? Sorry, this is indeed a school management problem. Dumbledore nodded. I want to know where the other acromantula came from. Interesting question. The centaur lowered his eyes in deep thought, then raised his head and continued to look up at the starry sky and said slowly, "It comes from a person just like us." Can you be more specific? A man like a centaur? Like stargazing? No, a man with magical powers. Dumbledore chewed on Chiron's answer. At first he thought it was just nonsense, but he soon had a great guess. I met him in the forest. He was an interesting man, a polite man, old but young. Chiron said slowly, "A man who, like you, it seems that it is not power, but the end of oneself. He possesses what you desire but cannot reach, but is dragged into endless torture by it. He is like that Professor Binns, a living ghost, a fantastic guy." Dumbledore stood under the starry sky, pondering the riddle of the centaur, not even noticing Chiron's departure. Strange. Why did your lord ask me to investigate a muggle who has been dead for many years? In Diagon Alley, Johnny, who had just received a report from his subordinates, scratched his head and handed the parchment to his partner. Do you think there is anything special about this man? If even we can see his specialness, the Lord will not let us investigate him. Joseph dialed it back without even reading the report. He is very good at reducing unnecessary workload for himself. Do your job well, and go to Nocturne Alley later. I heard that there will be a show in the afternoon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Because I Yawned in Class. By the way, do you know the date of the exam? On the way back to Hogwarts from Krakow, Nelson put one hand on Tom's shoulder and was dragged by Tom almost without touching the ground. The problem? He was wearing a thin linen singlet, which could hardly resist the cold air in the night. In Tom's words, "A wizard like you who has no magic power left is no brains. You deserve to find a share on the Hogwarts Express later." Coal shoveling, but he also had to learn a magic spell to keep him warm, while carrying Nelson on his shoulders. To help keep him warm, one sleeve was rolled up, and most of his skin was covered with silver metal. It was very solid gold, and upon closer inspection, the metal seemed to be flowing slowly, and the skin at the edge of Nelson's wound was also slowly healing. Nelson's coat floated in front of the two of them, emitting a faint fluorescent light to guide the way, and the folds of the coat looked like a mocking smile to Tom. "I'll call you when the time comes. I hope you don't end up with a ridiculous report card because of messing with your pile of junk all day long. In that case I suggest you drop out of school directly." Tom, like most wizards, has a very with a normal physique. He rolled his eyes weakly and said with a whimper, "In this way, you can have a bright future like Newt." Has Newt entered the Department of Magical Creatures? Nelson laughed. I thought his status as an international friend was a little troublesome. What kind of international friend is he? Did he marry Tina and become an American citizen? Tom shook his head. In some people's words, it's a misunderstanding left over from years of history. Nelson shook his head, standing on top of the ball, looking at the sparsely lit Auschwitz below. Here is no longer the brightly lit grand scene of the past. What hangs over the town is the joy of the war fading, and the betrayal full of trauma. Although the Muggle global war has been over for a long time, the decadence of failure still spreads in every town. The hearts of the participating countries from ancient times to the present, they have never experienced such a war that started quietly, broke out with great force, and finally ended inexplicably. A lot of people would have died here. Nelson narrowed his eyes and murmured, "There are quite a few people who have died now." Tom recalled those summer vacations and sighed rather sadly. "A few years ago, when I was walking on the streets of London, there were planes dropping bombs from time to time. I don't know which one it was. This kind of war weapon invented by ghosts only needs a bang, and the killing efficiency is much faster than that of wizards using the death curse one by one. The jackdaws flew away on the distant mountains, leaving the desolate forest alone. These damned Germans. Oh, sorry, the Germans except Jonas. They don't care what the target is. When they drop their bombs, they just throw them where the buildings are intact." Tom said angrily, "There are some times I can't help but get out of my wand and shoot at those planes. You know, an orphanage with a red cross painted on the ground will also be the target of repeated bombings. I have to learn something. That may be my life. The magic that is not needed. What area protection? What prohibition mark? Just use the Muggle repelling curse. If you really use the Muggle repelling curse, then Mrs. Cole might tragically take her children to the streets." Nelson raised his eyebrows. "No wonder there were no casualties in the orphanage. It turned out to be you." "What? What's your tone? Is it strange that Mr. Riddle is sympathetic?" "No, it's not surprising at all, isn't it? For a while, the West End was missing from the wartime map of London, and it was about to become a legend in CD City." Thinking of this, Tom felt a little funny again. "Those brats don't know who is right. They are good. Every time I go back to see, some little ones always hide in fear. Why, do I look very ugly?" "Very handsome, Tom. You don't need to say that." Tom smiled mockingly. "Later, because the orphanage was so well preserved, many people wanted to seek refuge in nearby places. They were really scared and fainted by the war. It's funny to be able to say such things, and I actually enjoyed being a god for a while." "God's credit is not as great as yours," Nelson praised. "I suddenly remembered that just a year before the end of the war, a young naval officer came to the orphanage to look for you. Mrs. Cole mentioned it to me, but I forgot, afraid that there was something important. Do you know the Navy yet?" Nelson narrowed his eyes, recalling the two encounters on the sea, when he left the UK, and when he returned to the UK, and shook his head. "I probably know who it is. I have met once, but I'm not very familiar with it." "That's good," Tom continued with a sigh of relief. "He thought you died in the war, and he donated something to the orphanage. At least those children would not suffer from the cold during the two most famine years." "Jack?" Nelson nodded. "That's a fun boat full of Jacks. What's even more funny is that many refugees who don't want to part with their big houses are already eyed when they see so many supplies in the orphanage. There are also aristocrats whose factories have been bombed. They even want to drive Mrs. Cole and the others to go to the air raid shelter and move in by yourself to enjoy the protection of God." Tom's tone was obviously a little angry. Obviously at that time the scene he saw with his own eyes was more exaggerated than what he said. What's more, spread some disgusting remarks, saying that since the orphanage has enough supplies, why don't they distribute them to those who need it more? Who are the people who need it more? Them? There will never be fewer people like this. Nelson was not worried about Mrs. Cole's unfair treatment. "Oh, I also need to apologize to another German, the former editor-in-chief of Jonas. He was in trouble himself, but he was also speaking for them, and I also helped them a little," Tom said with a relieved smile. Scare. And then they continued to spread those lies. "The orphanage is not God's shelter, but a safe house that Mrs. Cole got by trading the children's souls with the devil." Tom snorted coldly. "Since I like devils so much, we had to let them get in touch with the devil once. Why is their imagination always limited to God or the devil? Haven't they read other books besides the stories told by the church? I can't squat in the orphanage every day, but there are too many young people." Tom shrugged, and after almost shaking Nelson off, he took Nelson's arm back. "So a dozen butterbeer for the price. I asked Dumbledore to help me solve this trouble." "How did he solve it?" Nelson was a little curious. "God knows." Tom shook his head. "Don't think that Dumbledore usually does nothing, but his methods are wild and his methods are extraordinary. Maybe he went directly to the Muggle Prime Minister." Nelson thought deeply. The world of Muggles and wizards is actually closely related. The flamboyant International Wizarding Union established when the Secrecy Act was revised. I also saw the news in the Daily Prophet, Tom recalled for a moment, and said, several Eastern wizards held up banners at the conference, and it was written that they strongly demanded who should be the chairman. The strange thing is, I didn't saw a representative from the Ministry of Magic. Strictly speaking, this is not an organization jointly established by the Ministry of Magic. The participants should be the chief of the Wizengamot. Nelson narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, the general election of the Wizengamot is about to begin. Still waiting to see a good show. Speaking of a good show, someone in France recently made what's it called? A movie. Yes, a movie. Tom wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and turned to look at Nelson. Do you want to see it? You still know movies? Am I a savage? Tom said with a smirk. I first saw it in the Quibbler. I went to Martha's tennis shop a few months ago, and she told me that someone gave it to me. She got a ticket to the theater and asked me if I could take her to France by magic. And you want to know what the movie is about? What? Nelson had some ominous premonitions. He hadn't read this magazine for a long time because of his busy schedule, and he didn't know what tricks Penguin could do. Ahem. Tom cleared his throat and said in a tone as if he was reading a newspaper, behind the battlefields of the European War, there is a small town called Purgatory on Earth. The cruel Germans took the prisoners they captured on the battlefield, and the persecuted people arrested from the occupied areas were held together, and various inhumane experiments were carried out. Nelson raised his eyebrows higher and higher, almost jumping over his long-standing forehead before Tom succeeded in leaping to death. The captives did not give up hope of survival, but every time the sun rose, the German soldiers who walked into the cell with the roster brought them greater despair again and again, until this proving ground ushered in its new leader, God. Enigmatic N, a moody man who loves kill games and gets tired of killing in war. Stop. Who wrote the ad? Why is it so disgusting? Nelson raised his hand with his hard-earned strength and held his forehead. I don't know that, said Tom, laughing. Anyway, the Quibbler is calling wizards to Muggle entertainment. Damn it, I should throw him to the North Pole. Nelson thought about where to distribute the penguins, but sadly found that for people like penguins, the North Pole might become the only happy place after the South Pole. Have you figured out where you want to go after graduation? Tom suddenly asked. I suddenly realized a serious problem. Professor Binns may be able to survive more than you. Minerva just took office not long ago. Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. It is impossible for you to compete with me for the position. Are you going to teach the study of magical animals? That scene is too funny. Isn't it the final exams I need to worry about this semester? Nelson joked, before Tom got angry and said, I've made a deal with Nobby Ritchie to go to the Department of Mysteries after graduation. Time, I'm more curious about some things there. You might as well move that door through. Tom pouted and made a pertinent suggestion. Take it as your research result, and it will definitely calm those idiots. I thought you'd remove that door, Nelson said in surprise. For mediocre people, even if the treasure is in front of them, they can only see that it is a door, and I have already obtained something more precious, Tom said eagerly. We can find a chance to take Grindelwald away. Killed. Nelson doesn't quite understand Tom's obsession with killing Grindelwald. Are you so confident? Of course, today's me is very different from yesterday's me. After trekking for a long time, the sky gradually turned pale, and the two wizards who had grown up one after another finally came to the hidden teleportation formation, took a step forward, and returned to Britain on the other side of the strait. After returning to Hogwarts from Krakow, the optimization of the time turner is only a process of trial and error, and there is no rush. There is no clear news about the acromantula, who is slightly urgent. The dark thread buried early also entered the prelude to the outbreak, which instead gave Nelson a rare leisure time, and the most important thing became the next final exam. Although for him, the so-called review is just to go through the knowledge that he has already mastered by heart, but if he really gets a funny test result, as Tom said, he will be laughed at for a holiday, so Nelson will also enjoy it. When I was living on campus, I occasionally flipped through books. On this day, he got up early in the morning and went to the history of magic classroom when most of his classmates were still dreaming. You haven't been here for a long time, Nelson. It may take many days to make up for the lost knowledge. Professor Binns floated out of the blackboard with his hands behind his back, stared at Nelson's face for a long time, and sighed softly. "Why are you so weak? It's completely different from you before. This is just a necessary price." Nelson spread his hands. "Professor, contrary to what you said, I'm so relaxed that I can accept the next makeup class. Properly discarding some things is of great benefit to us. I have a deep understanding of this." Professor Binns did not chat too much, and a silver blackboard began to appear on the blackboard. "Today, let's take a look at the arrogant Ma. How I died of arrogance, and hopefully this history can teach us to be cautious." Nelson covered his mouth and yawned. Just when he thought everything was ready, the most intense conflict finally erupted from those subordinates whom he forcibly gathered together. Nelson shook his head. He just yawned. How did the arrogant Ma already skip the arrogance and start dying of arrogance? He hurriedly sat up straight, clutching the quill pen and looking at the notebook, absorbing the warnings from history like a sponge. Chapter 447, Judge Shaffick's Last Day. Nelson Weltoning Williams, the old man with a rigid expression, lowered his head and stared at the roster in his hand, squinting at Nelson standing in front. "The defense against the dark arts exam you are going to take next, at the request of Professor Slughorn, I will ask you according to the standards of the Newts exam. Do you understand?" "I see, Professor Mellors." Nelson nodded, drew out his wand, held it in front of his chest, and pointed it skyward. "I'm ready." "Come with me," said Professor Mellors, turning around and shuffling towards the small door at the back of the examination room. In the staid, ghostly tone of Professor Bibbins in his lectures, "Don't spoil things. They'll be here tomorrow for owls and newts." "I'll be careful, Professor." "It couldn't be better." Professor Mellors used magic to unblock the small door, and the dust that hadn't been cleaned for a year poured out. "I don't know if Professor Slughorn told you that when the end is over, the room needs to be cleaned up. Clean it up. Are you ready for the exam? Are you ready for the test?" In the dim hall, the majestic female voice echoed in the dome. "Albus Percival Wulfrich Brian Dumbledore." In the meeting hall of the Wizengamot, the lowest floor of the British Ministry of Magic, a grey-haired witch sat in the seat that usually belonged to Judge Shaffick and struggled to finish reading Dumbledore's full name on the parchment. Nobby Rich stood beside her respectfully, not paying any attention to Judge Shaffick's angry gaze beside Dumbledore. He even winked at Judge Shaffick and smiled mockingly. "It's me, ma'am." Dumbledore bowed slightly, and he changed into a luxurious dress. The purple robe revealed a hint of depth and mystery, and the golden lace added extravagance to him. He wore a brown-grey round hat on his head. It looks like it has been around for some time, and the phoenix-shaped family crest in the middle has been scrubbed and polished. Among the wizards present, some elderly wizards recognized it. It was the favorite hat of the former Dumbledore family. The phoenix fox was lying on his shoulders. Just from this appearance, he was more than a little stronger than Judge Shaffick, who was wearing the silver robe that everyone was familiar with beside him. Shaffick was undoubtedly aware of this, and he looked at Dumbledore with even more displeasure, as if he was already thinking about how to deal with the ignorant Hogwarts headmaster after he was re-elected. According to the rules of the Wizengamot's re-election, it should be Justice Shaffick at this time. "No, Mr. Shaffick is sitting here for today's inquiry." Seeing Dumbledore's polite response, the witch nodded in satisfaction, adjusted his glasses, stared at the two people in the audience who were in trouble, and said in silence for a moment, "But Mr. Shaffick submitted a proposal for the re-election of the Wizengamot chief 2 months ago. The law is still in the trial period. Before it proves unreasonable, it has the same effect as other laws. Therefore, Mr. Shaffick can still choose to continue to participate in the competition for the chief position of the Wizengamot. The situation has changed. I hope you can understand." "I understand." Dumbledore took off his hat with one hand and held it to his chest. "I trust the vision and wisdom of everyone in the Wizengamot." HMPH. Shaffick snorted coldly, glanced around, and said in a low voice, "I hope you can make the right choice." Compared with Dumbledore, his speech was not pleasing, but due to Shaffick's previous prestige, most people just put their displeasure on their faces and didn't curse out loud. But Shaffick didn't care at all at this point. He understands that Dumbledore, the junior whom he once held hand in hand, has an old enemy that most people don't know about, and this grievance will become his biggest weakness in the competition for positions. Shafik's vulture-like eyes glanced over Dumbledore, who was calm and composed, and flew towards his former seat, and fixed on Nobby Rich's face. This little toy turned his back on such an important day, trying to resist own. His intertwined power is beyond what a little mudblood can imagine. Seeing Dumbledore makes you think you can too. It's time to use Dumbledore's miserable failure to teach Rich a good lesson and make up for what his Muggle parents didn't teach him about survival. Shafik nodded in satisfaction. He had already arranged the fate of everyone present. After Dumbledore left the stage in shame, Ricky must be able to quickly adjust his position, right? One by one is really worry-free. He shook his head again, thinking it would be great if he could be as sensible as that junior of our Shafik family. He has already brazenly regarded Nelson as his junior, and even planned to change Nelson's surname back and let him take over the power of the Shafik family after he got tired of it. Sure enough, only Shafik, who is recognized by wisdom, can lead Britain to the right path. He was immersed in his fantasy and murmured, "What are you talking about, Mr. Shafik?" The witches on the stage did not hear what he said, only Dumbledore, who was on the side, heard him, but he did not laugh out of politeness. "Protect my chair." Shafik raised his head and said to the witch, "I don't want to get a new one later." This remark, that seemed to have a certain ending, made the neutral witch also show displeasure on her face, but she quickly restrained herself, turned to the next page of the parchment, held her wand against the emblem on the parchment, and rushed at the two of them. Said, "Swear to your wands that what is said in this room is true." "I swear to magic that every word of mine comes from my heart." Dumbledore and Shafik pulled out their wands almost at the same time and held them up in front of them. Immediately, golden threads like an unbreakable oath shot out from the parchment, turning into wisps of light rain to envelop the two of them. At one point, the Wizengamat's scale-shaped emblem abstracted into a W appeared on the chests of both of them at the same time. A way to bypass this limitation, but under the current circumstances, it can achieve the greatest fairness and transparency. "Be careful, Albus," Shafik whispered to Dumbledore. "From now on, lying will cost you absolutely nothing." "Thank you for reminding me." Dumbledore smiled, not caring. The Supreme Council of Wizards is different from Muggles. There are not too many cumbersome procedures and rules. Just like every time they conduct a trial, the members of the Wizengamat in the auditorium throw questions, and the people standing in the middle answer. In such a competitive environment, it is not impossible to directly start a debate between the parties or voters. "I approve of Dumbledore," the witch said, when a voice could not wait to come from the corner of the room. "He is the youth representative we selected. You know, almost every youth representative will eventually become the Wizenga, the chief of the Morocco. He was even recommended by Judge Shafik. We have to trust our own vision." But that was after the chief had stepped down. Someone soon objected, "Dumbledore still has a lot of time." "Yeah, it's really great to have an old fool who is greedy for power sit in that chair worth 500 galleons. From another corner, a slightly younger voice floated strangely. "Wait until everyone has dementia, and maybe there will be no wizards in England who are criminals anymore, because we have lost our sense of right and wrong." Before the two parties could speak, an evenly matched fierce quarrel broke out in the auditorium, but Shafik was not satisfied with the scene in front of him. He frowned and looked at the few front seats in the auditorium. Several noble-dressed wizards sat upright on it and seemed to be resting with their eyes closed. Because of their silence, the wizards behind them did not make their own voices. "Malfoy, what are you doing?" Shafik gritted his teeth and whispered, "Don't be too greedy." "What's the matter, Mr. Shafik?" Dumbledore asked with concern. "You don't look very well." "Just wait and see." Shafik ignored Dumbledore, and everyone in the spectators did not notice the brief exchange between the two candidates. Their quarrel focused on whether Dumbledore's qualifications are enough, and is Shafik really old-fashioned? After arguing for a long time, except for the advancement from ordinary quarrels to yin and yang, and then turned into personal attacks, there was no putting forward some constructive arguments. The witch at the chair finally couldn't bear it anymore, picked up Shafik's favorite gavel, and tapped vigorously. "Start the questioning session." She finally ended the boring dispute. "We have heard Mr. Shafik's proposition many times, but Professor Dumbledore's proposition must not be clear to you." It was another period of routine questioning. Under Shafik's falcon-like gaze, the wizard sitting next to old Malfoy finally raised his hands reluctantly. "Mr. Carlo, what do you want to know?" Dumbledore looked patiently at the old Carlo, who stood up slowly. "As we all know, Professor Dumbledore, you clearly opposed Gellert Grindelwald's claim of wizard supremacy more than 10 years ago." Carlo's face turned blue and purple, obviously not really wanting to say this. Speaking, the old Malfoy on the side finally woke up from the state of closing his eyes and staring at the unlucky guy next to him with a look of jokes. Old Carlo mumbled for a long time before continuing. "But now, Gellert Green, the wizarding group led by Devo, has been removed from the list of dark wizarding forces, and his magic factory has launched a full range of close cooperation with the British magic community. If this matter is blocked, our economy will definitely be affected. Devastating blow, in view of your previous strong position, and your previous conflict with Grindelwald during your trial in Norway. Now I want to know your attitude." Carlo's words woke up most of the sleeping people in the house. Even before the election, they all got promises from Nobby Rich and Mr. Black, but Dumbledore's truth is also very important. This determines whether they will make money smoothly in the future. So one by one pricked up their ears and began to listen. Shafik nodded in satisfaction. Although the process was a little scary, he succeeded in the end. This is Dumbledore's most fatal weakness, and he, who has been with Nelson for a long time, will be the last of this group of unfamiliar dogs' choice. He turned haughtily, facing the gallery, ready for the majority to choose. "I very much support your cooperation with the Magic Factory. In my opinion, this cooperation has undoubtedly brought better, higher quality and cheaper goods to the UK. According to my survey, the living standard of British wizarding families has been the highest in the last 3 years. There has been a lot of improvement over the years." Dumbledore uttered a long series of speeches fluently, which sounded like lines compiled a long time ago, but the flashing emblem on his chest continued to prove that all of this, it's all in his mind. "I specifically asked the creator of Magic Factory to find out that this initiative can completely change the structure of British wizarding society and give us a brighter future." Shafik's beard trembled triumphantly. Look, suddenly, he found that Dumbledore's answer was completely different from what he had imagined. He showed an unbelievable expression, turned around, and stared at Dumbledore. "You're lying." Shafik yelled angrily, raised his finger, and pointed at Dumbledore's face, accusing angrily, "You're cheating. Mr. Shafik, you said it yourself." Dumbledore spread his hands and smiled slightly. "From the beginning, the price of lying is something you absolutely don't want to bear. Shafik, I have something to ask you." Old Malfoy stood up from the tall red high-backed chair, looked down at Shafik, whose pupils were shaking, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Originally, Mr. Black should have done this, but because of the marginalization of the Black family, he could not get it. The seat of the Wizengamot, so this good job, that can make a lot of money, by talking about it fell on the old Malfoy. "What do you want to say, Malfoy?" Shafik's tone was terrifyingly indifferent. "Who are you scaring? I will be afraid of you?" Old Malfoy belittled Shafik in his heart, and said in a loud voice, "Although Grindelwald has been removed from the list of dangerous dark wizards, he isn't 17 years ago. He was still a dark wizard who endangered the world." "Really? So, I'm more concerned about your attitude towards the dark wizard. In my opinion, people who are close to the dark wizard, when he is in power, are dangerous to the whole world. Aren't you a dark wizard?" This is a groundless accusation. Old Malfoy didn't take it seriously. "I have received some interesting information. You cooperated with Grindelwald, who was still a dangerous dark wizard, to cut off the support of the French Ministry of Magic that was being invaded 17 years ago. Eventually leading to the defeat and even death of dozens of Aurors from all over the world and most of the French rebels." Shafik didn't speak, just stared silently at the wizards who stretched out their fangs towards him. He finally understood that the so-called winning was just a trap that pulled him deeper. Faced with his defeated dog-like attitude, the wizards on the stage had no sympathy. Under the guidance of old Malfoy, more and more crimes were thrown out, from colluding with dark wizards to corruption. From the irony is that most of them were sold to them by Shafik. As all kinds of old accounts of old sesame seeds and rotten grains were uncovered, Shafik knew that his situation was over, and even the ending would be more dangerous. However, most of the observers, including Dumbledore, were horrified by the detailed information and the huge amount Judge Dumbledore, congratulations. The witch stood up and offered the seat behind her to Dumbledore. This is your seat. I wouldn't dare to sit in a 500 galleon chair. Dumbledore smiled. Let me tell you a secret. Nobby Rich, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and showed a brighter smile. Its actual cost is only 25 galleons. That's really making money. Dumbledore blew on his beard. Is there anything else you want to say to your ex? Rich picked his chin at Shafik, who was looking ashamed. He had never been happier than today, even the day when he became the Minister of Magic. Thank you for designing the Hogwarts Express and the night bus for the convenience of wizards in Britain. Dumbledore put his hat back on his head, raised his chin slightly, and looked at Shafik, who was down and out, with contempt in his eyes. You may have to wait here for a while. Your trial. Choose another day. It's better to hit the Sunday. How did you do it? Clean that garbage room in 10 minutes. The entrance to the secret tunnel of Hogwarts. Tom shouted, his face full of disbelief. There are enough mayflies, Tom, and there are too many things they can do. Nelson raised his eyebrows. Even if you ask me to collect evidence of a person, I can even know what he liked to sleep with when he was a child. Looking down from the sky, everything in the shadows will be invisible. Suggest you become a house elf in the future, shrugged Tom. What shall we eat? Chapter 448, The End of Decay. Oh, by the way, how did you do in the exam? In the secret passage away from Hogwarts, Tom turned around and asked Nelson, who was following behind him. Although they could walk out in this kind of day after the final exam, but for Hogwarts, for some students, it may be due to their rebellious psychology, and this kind of secret passage that violates school regulations is still their preferred way of travel. But for Nelson and Tom, this is just a good habit they have developed, because they seldom go in and out through the gate. After all, in the castle's records, he is even a good boy who doesn't like to go out of school very much and only likes to spend time in the library. Student. Of course, no problem, Nelson replied reasonably. If the professor of ancient runes doesn't care about Credence's offense to her, there's nothing odd in on the final exam questions, said Tom. It's rare for a person to be her age who doesn't think about the health of her heart. Shafik raised his head feebly and quickly hid his eyes. The consciousness of those wizards who had been wandering in the auditorium came back at this moment. They were like a group of carrion crows. The eyes are full of unworthy greed, just like the close alliance in the past, just like the promise they made to each other. These despicable guys will always cling to the strong and eat up the losers who are gone. He didn't think he was wrong. After all, the wizards in the British Isles have come here for 100 years. Shafik's eyes wandered, seeing those wizards who had sworn to themselves before the election. Their clothes were even more polished than before, compared with the pureblood wizards who surrounded them. Old Malfoy was even fatter before. Pointy smiled dryly. No wonder those gallon-loving guys didn't react as violently as they imagined when Dumbledore proposed to cut administrative expenses. How can the 3 melons and 2 dates earned be put on the table? I underestimated you, Albus. Shafik looked lonely at Dumbledore aside and said in a tone of a senior who thought he was advanced, I have to remind you, if they dared to betray me for profit today, next time if you dare to betray you, this is a group of unfamiliar wolves. You must have paid a lot to defeat me, and then you will have to pay a greater price to maintain your power. I think you must have misunderstood something, Mr. Shafik, Dumbledore said with a smile. I have paid nothing, and I will not try to master anything. Really? Shafik snorted coldly, his eyes drifted away. He seemed to understand something, and said softly, is all this a trap specially arranged for me, even including the previous agreement? Is it worth it to pay such a high price for a illusory revenge? You misunderstood. Dumbledore was not so eager for Shafik's throne. He explained patiently and gently. No one is against you. No one is the center of the world. Are you calling me arrogant? Shafik stretched out his hand and shook his collar vigorously, not daring to meet the greedy eyes in the gallery, and wanted to escape hastily, but was stopped by Nobby Rich the moment he was about to take a step. He approached Shafik and looked down at him. Judge Shafik, today is the last day of your term. How do you feel? Rich, do you dare not even say honorific words to me? Shafik suppressed his anger. Rich was the person he despised the most in this dark room, and his disrespect brought Shafik's greatest humiliation. Dumbledore patted Rich on the shoulder and walked towards the witch who presided over the campaign, and the two chatted familiarly. I didn't feel it before, but I didn't expect this room to be quite bright. Dumbledore. Judge Dumbledore, I think it may be, because your heart is bright, which affects your eyes. Call me Dumbledore. Dumbledore held his forehead helplessly. If you must add a title, I hope it is Professor. Okay, Professor Dumbledore. The witch nodded with a smile. I don't think the Wizengamot will need the justice in the future. Dumbledore raised his head and sighed. After learning about the development of Muggle justice in these years, I feel more and more that the justice is so eloquent. The job requires too much quality, no matter in terms of knowledge, experience, or morality, but none of us will be exposed to this knowledge in school and life. This is a very dangerous thing. You are right, Professor Dumbledore. The witch is a well-known faction among the Wizengamot who is not decisive and never speaks up, which is why she can preside over today's competition. But the Muggle, the law is not for us. We need to hear more voices and let more people be able to express themselves here. There is no doubt that this chair, which seems to have been inherited from the Middle Ages, is undoubtedly a shackle on everyone's mouth. Dumbledore shook his head. This is not good at all. It is squeezing the future of this country. Shafik turned his back to the two people who were chatting, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He couldn't even hear what Rich was saying in front of him. Insulting himself is throwing decades of achievements under his feet and trampling on them. What a knowledge, experience, and morality. Is there something lacking in his world-renowned Judge Shafik? Shafik, I'm not your servant. According to the Charter of the Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot, as a legislative body, has no right to interfere with administration. Nobby Rich's expression was indifferent, but the flames accumulated over the years were burning in his heart. While maintaining his dignity as a minister, he wanted to severely criticize Shafik. At the same time, he remembered that Shafik, when Ke chose him to be the acting minister, he was full of enthusiasm, while savoring the torture and humiliation he had suffered during the years of sitting in the position of minister. His emotions towards this old man were complicated. I thought you chose me because your son-in-law did not do well in the position of minister. I thought you valued my justice and courage back then, but I didn't expect that you just wanted to support a clean and better the benefits of control. Even a guy like you dare to bark at me? Shafik just wanted to leave this disgusting place, and he angrily rebuked Rich. Get out of the way. You can't go. Rich stopped in front of him firmly. You need to pay the price for your previous actions. The Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot are short of tens of thousands of galleons every year. Those who have a close relationship like us in their department, deteriorating social conditions, and rising crime rates, those enough. Shafik's face was flushed. He finally couldn't bear it anymore, and vented the anger he got from Dumbledore on Rich. Go away, mudblood. The air in the hall instantly became quiet. Everyone stopped their actions and words, and their gazes refocused on Shafik, the former judge. Oh, who old Malfoy turned sideways and whispered to old Carlo beside him. Has he lost his temper to this extent? Old Carlo was still angry at his previous behavior and ignored old Malfoy. The boring old Malfoy shrugged, stared at Shafik intently, and rubbed his smooth bearded chin with interest. Shafik. Dumbledore turned around, showing a rare expression of displeasure. You can't say that kind of thing. Don't you have any regrets about what you have done up to now? Don't say that hypocritically. Dumbledore, Shafik said with red eyes, looking like a madman. A series of blows almost completely destroyed his mind. These self-confident fellows. He pointed at everyone present, and still did not forget to pour dirty water on Dumbledore. You liars, criminals, profiteers, and villains. Do you think it is fun to knock me down? Dumbledore kills the criminal will give you a better future? Ridiculous. He is much colder and smarter than you. You just changed from my pawns to his toys. I have regrets. The thing I regret the most is that there is no death sentence for you dark wizard who tortured muggles in Norway. There was a sneer from the gallery. They didn't care about such things at all. On the contrary, Dumbledore and the Muggle-born ministers cared a lot more. Shafik was over. Shafik. Dumbledore's tone became icy. Just like Minister Rich said, you'd better stay here and receive the trial you deserve. I promised Mr. Williams one thing. Rich turned sideways and gave Shafik away to the gate. He pays great attention to the inheritance of wizard history. He told me that the Ministry of Magic encountered most of the questions can be answered in history. WHAT** are you talking about? Shafik squinted at Rich. I have proposed a draft to establish a new department in the Ministry of Magic, called the Chronicle Office, to record history for reference by future officials. Rich said flatly, you will be the first contemporary person we record. Famous wizard. You want to screw me up with this? You have a good idea. Shafik squeezed Rich away and fled towards the door with a straight face. Mr. Shafik, I'm your admirer. Can you sign me? At the door of the Wizengamot Hall, an idle young man leaned against the door frame, blocking Shafik's way. He raised his eyebrows frivolously, took out a stack of parchment from his pocket, and handed it to Shafik. Thick. Shafik shrank his pupils, turned his head and looked back. No one moved in the hall. Dumbledore was continuing the conversation that had just been interrupted, and Rich also joined the discussion in the auditorium. No one cared about himself, or no one will worry about escaping. I think the Wizengamot needs fresh blood. As a legislative body, all fields and all walks of life need to be balanced, and decadent ideas cannot be allowed to occupy here. Dumbledore's harsh speech came into his mind, and he carefully looked at the young man in front of him. His face was a little strange, and there was a ridiculous doll hanging on his waist. He didn't look like an English wizard, and he had no attitude towards himself. No respect at all. Shafik had a bad feeling. He lowered his head, intending to bypass this young man. He didn't want to cause trouble, as long as he could get out of this trap. With the help of the Shafik family's entangled power, he had enough confidence to crush the house those two brats in here. The young man just looked at him with a smile, and the pendant around his waist kept shaking. Let me introduce myself, Mr. Shafik. My name is Penguin. You can also call me Penguin. Shafik ignored his strange speech, buried his head, and walked out quickly. The corner of the corridor was in front of him, as long as he could pass. When he reached the end of the corridor, he let go of the breath he was holding. Let's see. But after turning this corner, the ridiculous penguin doll came into his sight again. Shafik raised his head, looked at the penguin leaning on the doorframe with a distorted expression, and asked through gritted teeth, "What do you want? What are you doing?" "I just want an autograph." Penguin smiled and raised the parchment in his hand. "I think the Wizengamot needs fresh blood." Dumbledore's harsh speech came into his mind again. Shafik turned his head in horror. There was a corridor behind him. It was clearly the hall of the Wizengamot, and Dumbledore's speech continued. As a legislative body, Shafik's pupils shook. He pushed the penguin away, causing the parchment to scatter all over the floor. Extraordinary potential erupted from the old body, and he rushed forward with his head buried. All this is just an illusion, as long as it can pass. Mr. Shafik, it couldn't be easier for you to sign your name. After finally running to the end of the corridor again, the devilish voice came again, and the parchment was covered all over the floor. He took a cursory glance, and saw what kind of autograph book it was. It was clearly a statement of confession. "I think the Wizengamot needs fresh blood." Hearing Dumbledore's voice again, Shafik's face turned livid. "Go away. Run. Sign it, Mr. Shafik. I think the Wizengamot needs fresh blood. Sign. I think the Wizengamot." I don't know how long it took, but Shafik's face turned pale. He seemed to have fallen into a hell of eternal reincarnation. He ran for an unknown distance in the corridors he had walked through countless times. He also tried to attack penguins, but the penguin's superb magic made him despair again and again. Finally, when the penguin doll came into view again, Shafik knelt down on the ground with a plop. There was not a single muscle in his body that was not trembling, and there was not a single part of his soul that was not free from fear. His consciousness was almost swallowed by this reincarnation and despair. I sign. I sign. Is there a pen? Is there a pen? No pen. No, I will do it myself. He cut his fingers with a magic wand and signed his name on each piece of parchment with dark red blood. The wounds continued to heal and were torn apart, but the numb Shafik could no longer feel the pain. Pick up each piece of parchment, as if it is not a life-threatening spell, but a life-saving antidote. Why bother? Mr. Shafik, we don't need to make it so ugly. The penguin whistled, squatted in front of Shafik, and patted his wrinkled face. There is good news. Your report has been printed, and we will send you a copy, even in Azkaban. By the way, remember to turn around. Shafik didn't have much sanity left. He pulled the last piece of parchment trampled by the penguin, wiped the footprints on it with his cherished robe sleeve, and signed his final name. He raised his head, and the penguin had disappeared, but even without guards, he didn't dare to set foot in the corridor again. Holding the heavy paper and disheveled hair, he rushed into the hall of the Wizengamot like a mentally disturbed scavenger middle. The wizards who saw Shafik were very surprised. They didn't understand why he figured it out so quickly and came back right after he went out. Chapter 449 The Quibbler. Shock, the chief Wizengamot has such an unknown face. Nelson was holding a magazine that fell from the sky. On the cover, the old wizard in the silver robe was printed extremely clearly, and the vividness of the colors surpassed several streets in this era. Who would not be intimidated when a man is equal to the law in that chair that everyone fears in the halls of Morocco? In the photo, Shafik held the golden gavel high, looking calm and majestic. If this photo was printed on it like this, everyone who saw it would think that he was a majestic law enforcement officer. But how could Penguin, the chief writer of the Quibbler, give up the opportunity to do the whole job? Above the gavel held high by Shafik, a line of faintly visible numbers and letters blurred the pattern. Nelson's hand shook, and the angle of viewing the cover changed from facing the sun to squinting. Extraordinary objects are also quickly replaced by tiles made of characters. The golden gavel, costing 350 galleons, was personally handed by Mr. Piston, the then president of Gringotts, after the Honorable Justice Shafik reduced the stamp duty rate of 240 years implemented by Gringotts in. Created, set a spell that makes the sound majestic. Perhaps some readers have felt its magic. The Lord Chancellor's robes, presented by Mr. Malfoy as a personal gift, and the whereabouts of the purchase funds distributed by the Ministry of Magic are unknown. It is made of the softest mane of unicorns and the top quality fabric imported from Nurmengard. It is woven with silver thread and is warm in winter, cool summer. The value is immeasurable. The judge's chair, the purchase price is 25 galleons. The actual cost is galleons. The premium ratio of the seats of the members of the Wizengamot is the same. Every time you take the night bus, you will have 5 to 7 cents to become a Shafik guest of your honorable ass. The pure gold badge is actually made of gold-plated copper. This is the reward Mr. Shafik gave himself after successfully increasing the tax on daily necessities. For every badge produced, the Shafik family will receive a galleon allowance. Looking at the dense numbers and descriptions, Nelson's face turned blue and purple, covered by alternate helplessness and speechlessness. The paper media has been taken to the end by him. He couldn't help sighing, and threw the magazine to Tom casually. Who is this? Why is there a label on his face? Tom looked at the cover curiously. He held the magazine up high against the sun. In his eyes, the image of Shafik was different from the 2 editions Nelson saw. How did you get this shot? It's amazing. Tom squinted his eyes at the ukiyo-e that looked like hell in front of him, and was amazed. It's a bit like a desire camera, but how can a person have so many desires? Nelson twisted his neck, looked from the same angle as Tom, and saw Shafik sitting on the throne of power with a luxurious medieval crown on his head. Behind him was filled with piles of galleons. Golden people can't open their eyes. The silver robe is gone, replaced by a naked young wild body. Those famous wizards who can be named are just like the nobili that Nelson once saw strange, bent over, standing respectfully on both sides of him. Oh, it's the same kind of desire. Nelson retracted his head, curled his lips, and said, "It's greed." I finally know why Caractacus Burke, who was fine before, suddenly became delirious in Azkaban. Shut up. It's really low level. Tom snorted softly. It's even more ridiculous if it hasn't been killed yet. After all, Borgenbok is not a simple character. Nelson rubbed his chin. It's not that easy to eliminate. I've always wondered why a black market businessman dared to challenge an aura from the Department of Law Enforcement. Now that I think about it, if he didn't with the background behind him, his shop should have been wiped out on the first day it opened. He has confessed all the crimes. Tom couldn't wait to open the magazine, and such a heavy message was printed on the first page. When? So soon. He took out a pocket watch and checked the time. His expression became exciting. 5 minutes ago. Was it printed so fast? He promised me. Nelson squinted his eyes and shook his head, that Shafik will taste the bitter fruit at a certain time, which is why I gave him the prototype of the time turner. Can he use it? Tom was a little distrustful. You know, we can only extend the time to half a day ago. Maybe there is a special way. He has always been a person who is good at thinking of ways. If it is not, because I dare not trust anyone, I'm even willing to hand over the research and development work to him, and let him assist Luo Lion. Now it seems that there is no need at all. Tom marveled at the wisdom of the witch he had never met. Miss Lorianne. Her wisdom is as good as anyone I have ever met, and she can complete half of the work by herself. Almost all of her prototypes were built by her. I have to find some time to take a look. Nelson suddenly turned sideways, avoiding the bomb dropped by the magazine owl. I always feel a little strange. The efficiency shouldn't be so high. You don't trust me anymore. Tom raised his head, glanced at the bird droppings on the ground, and sighed. I want to learn prophecy more and more. It's not the prophet, it's the brain. Do you think I don't? Tom raised his eyebrows and continued to focus on the magazine. The first few pages listed all kinds of galleons he had embezzled since he worked in the Ministry of Magic, without any embellishments, but densely packed. The description is enough to shock anyone. Although Shafik's evils did not focus on corruption, these naked amounts can undoubtedly arouse the anger of readers in the first second. The wizard who suddenly reduced the quality of life because of rising prices couldn't help but get angry. Damn it, I finally know why Potter's shampoo has increased in price. Why? Nelson asked curiously. He once uniformly raised the tax on all daily necessities, because Tom closed the magazine angrily and went to eat. It's really annoying. I don't know who collected so many criminal evidence. According to the report, according to the regulations, he will sentenced to Azkaban imprisonment for a total of 190 years and 3 months. Even the ashes will not be retrieved until 200 years later. How come there are zeros and holes? I don't know who collected so many criminal evidence. Tom continued to praise. I must create a fountain sculpture for him in the magic department. Thank you very much. What? I mean, I thank you for him. Nelson knew that Tom was just joking. But if he really knew that he did it, the starting of the fountain would turn from a joke to a reality and be put on the agenda. For someone like you who cares about prices, everyone's life will definitely get better and better. Not really. Tom scratched his head. I met a goblin in Professor Slughorn's Slug Club before, and he recommended me a financial product that invests in commodities. I think the rate of return is good. I bought some stocks of fast smoothing hair products, but the growth rate has been very slow in the past few years, which turned out to be the ghost of exorbitant taxes. It seems that you have made a lot of money, Nelson said quietly. I thought you would only resell antiques. Where is it? Tom shrugged, put the magazine in his hand on the road sign at the entrance of Hogsmeade Village, and waved his hand. Come on, let's go and have a good meal. This meal is my treat. The two headed to the depths of Hogsmeade, where there are many distinctive small shops, and the magazine that was left at the entrance of the village flipped its pages under the breeze until the last one. A line of text slowly emerged. Dear reader, since you have read the last page of this issue, I think you must have a lot of insights on the content of this issue. Here, the Quibbler would like to tell you our good news. Starting from this issue, you can have a great day by sharing your opinion with readers around the world through the new magic that empowers magazines, just by writing. This line of text disappeared soon after it was fully displayed, leaving only a piece of white paper without any traces. The figures of Nelson and Tom disappeared at the end of the street. Finally, for the first time, new strokes appeared on the white paper. A question mark. Really? Hey? Hello? More and more words appeared on the page, and they became denser and denser. Soon, the entire sheet of paper was filled with densely packed words, with doubts, greetings, and inexplicable ghost symbols. After dark, the dense ink shrinks suddenly, and the page turns into a blank paper again. More and more complete sentences emerge on the page, and the content gradually becomes meaningful and related to the content of the magazine. Every copy of the people holding the magazine behind the Quibbler expressed their shock and distrust of the content, as well as their criticism of Shafik. In the clear and cloudless sky, the runes engraved in the metal that shuttled above the clouds were inspired by the invisible spells that came out from the pages of the books one after another. After combing through them, the huge and messy information was spread all over the world. The teleportation array connected to the center is sent to each magazine. Crash, the wind became stronger, and this thin but heavy page was closed by the air. On the back cover was a picture that was not very realistic. Shafik, with a frightened expression, was being surrounded by dementors behind the iron fence. In this picture below, a movie ticket that can be torn off is neatly printed there. You only need to go to France easily and comfortably through our local transmission network and enjoy an audiovisual feast. Lies are not worthy of being a mouthpiece. You have the right to speak out. The magazine lay there quietly, with the corners of the pages flipping from time to time because of the breeze, until a passing boy picked it up out of curiosity. This is a day when sales exploded. Penguin walked out of the gate of the Ministry of Magic as if at home, took the coat handed over by his subordinates, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "This is what I often tell you. News must be time-sensitive sex. But my lord, we gave away all the magazines today, and lost a lot of money." Short-sighted, the Penguin buttoned up and strode towards the bustling street. Go back and wait for the subscription letters that will fill the warehouse. Only the mouthpiece is worthy of lying, and only those with power are worthy of speaking. You know that for us, what is the greatest power? Cannon? Penguin's carefully constructed image almost collapsed because of a stagger. He turned his head, stared at his men's dazed eyes, and said word by word, "We present words to let everyone have free thoughts. And that's the kind of power we want to see. Understand? Understood? Look at your wise little eyes. You must not understand." Penguin sighed, straightened his collar, turned and walked forward. "Why did I bring you out like crazy today? Go down and get some exercise in a bitter cold place. I'm in charge of security, Mr. Penguin. Security also needs brains." Penguin sighed and turned the corner, but was stopped by an uninvited visitor. "You are a penguin." The wound on Aberforth's face from being scratched by the dragon still hasn't healed. He stood in front of the two with a stern expression, his wand hidden in the sleeve of his leather jacket. "Oh." Penguin raised his eyebrows, staring at Aberforth's face. "You are Mr. Gatsby. I didn't expect you to choose England for your vacation." Aberforth didn't wear the face he used to break into Ermengarde, but he was instantly discredited by the Penguin. With a light wave of his arm, his magic wand slipped from his cuff, and he let out a breath of steam. A cloud of white mist formed between the two. "There is an attack." He was just about to open his mouth to say something, but his head was firmly held down by the subordinates behind him, and he was forced into a prostrate posture. Then, the not-so-clever wizard swung his stubby black wand vigorously. The thick red magic spell shot at Aberforth's head. The release of this spell was extremely fierce. With the help of the Penguin's low-lying body, it was only seen by the victim before it got close to Aberforth, and what it aimed at was Aberforth's wound that had not healed for a long time. No one but him would have thought that he would explode in the street, and the Penguin scrambled out of his cover, frantically waving his wand to block the spell that was shot at Aberforth, and Aberforth raised his arm to resist. Between the two under the combined protection almost at the same time, the direction of the curse was changed, and it was shot out by rubbing Aberforth's scalp, hitting the unrepaired war ruins beside him, and instantly corroded a broken wall that was one person tall into a puddle black water. Penguin gasped and got up. Both he and Aberforth were taken aback. Despite the haste of preparation, the spell was far more powerful than he had expected. "What did you do before?" "I sail the boat for the Lord, but he doesn't usually take a boat, so I now believe that security work can be mindless." Penguin rubbed his chest, looked at the rapidly evaporating black water, and then at the tense Aberforth, and said softly, "Misunderstanding, Mr. Gatsby. This is a new colleague who is a little confused about the situation. I understand. I was so nervous when I first went out to wander around." Aberforth grinned and smiled forcedly. He is not the kind of one-sided person. On the contrary, he is a hero, so he immediately borrowed the opportunity to go downhill. Donkey changed his tone and said politely, "Maybe my attitude has misunderstood him. Mr. Penguin, I have some questions to ask you. Can I show you my favor?" Chapter 450 The Collapse of the Last Magic Workshop. "Shafik, do you have anything else to say?" Shafik knelt limply in the center of the Wizengamot Hall, exactly the same as those who were judged when they received the bad news. His eyesight was lax, his hair was disheveled, and his star-studded robes became grey. "No. I didn't expect you to plead so happily." Nobby Rich stood beside Dumbledore, acting as the clerk, with stacks of thick files floating behind him, which was shocking. "You don't know what I've been through at all. You don't understand at all." After rushing into the hall, Shafik could only keep repeating this sentence. "You will also, if you encounter it, it will tear you apart until there are no bones left." "Did you see a ghost in the corridor?" Rich sneered disdainfully, drew another line on the file in his hand, threw it into a thick stack of documents behind him, and took out a new one. "It has been going on for a long time, so long that in the dark underground where people lose their sense of time, he also feels hungry and extremely sleepy." He braced himself and said righteously, "Are you pretending to be crazy? Get rid of this idea. Your crimes are enough to make you dig up and flog your corpse even if you die." "Nobby, do you still want to play that Knight of the Law Enforcement Department in front of Dumbledore? You have become what I expected. Do you still think you can fool your former teacher?" Shafik raised his head in a daze, his empty eyes frightened Rich, as if he was facing someone who had been kissed by a dementor. Shafik didn't even have the strength to say this. He was just thinking in his heart, laughing at Rich, who thought he would have a bright future after getting rid of the shackles. After experiencing everything just now, he has lost the slightest interest in everything in this dark room. Even now, Shafik doesn't feel that he is wrong. He is just afraid of that man's power, afraid that when he locks himself in an endless loop, waiting for himself to make a choice that meets his expectations, that kind of feeling is comparable to God. No, the power of the devil. Actually, we all know that you are not an unforgivable criminal. Dumbledore bent down, leaned close to Shafik's ear, and said softly, noticing that the two chief wizards turned their heads. Only some wizards in the corner were still staring at this place intently. "I didn't expect you to understand, Albus." Shafik's eyes glowed with some brilliance, but quickly dimmed. "No, you won't understand. Our world is built on a crumbling sandcastle. In fact, termites have already eaten away the foundation and become a member of the majority, which can prevent the sandcastle from collapsing. I know that, except for the first files, the content added later does not belong to you," Dumbledore said with a smile in his lower voice, looking like a qualified Wissengammer youth representative who cares about the elderly. He paused and moved closer in order to prevent the sandcastle from collapsing. "What we should do now is to eradicate all those moths and then replace the foundation with a truly suitable structure and material. Otherwise it will one day it's broken, isn't it?" Shafik lowered his head, shook his head with a wry smile, and did not respond to Dumbledore. "I recognize your contribution to maintaining the Wizengamot, and your sin is not even a crime here, because everyone else is doing it," Dumbledore said softly, and he even put his hands on Shafik's shoulders, looking like a pair of teachers and students parting with emotion. "In fact, most of the people present thought so too. The Wizengamot has been doing this for an unknown number of years, and everyone is clamoring for their own interests. As for the original intention of the establishment, what is the significance compared with the power obtained by Garen? Some old people who walked with Shafik even wiped their tears for the embarrassment of the last era. They witnessed Shafik announce Dumbledore as the youth representative of the Wizengamot with a smile on his face many years ago, which almost declared that he would be the next successor, but no one would have thought that this handover would end in such a tragic way at such a time. In the minds of many people, although Shafik is old-fashioned and strict, he is an out-and-out respected person to the wizarding world. They don't realize the seriousness of his behavior at all. Dempsey sighed, "The Wizengamot really needs fresh blood. You're all doing that, but it doesn't mean it's right. You're squeezing the future of British wizards, making commoners nowhere to go, making the rich not enterprising, and people lack mobility. Stiff things will rot, and dead parts must be excision." Dumbledore's tone was a little fierce, but his voice was still controlled between the two. "Do you still remember the first law, when the Wizengamot was established? The most basic constitution?" "I also forgot, but a student of mine who likes history told me the answer. You know, in the next few hundred years, among the new laws and regulations made by the Wizengamot, few of them are not contrary to the original intention. This is the same as the Middle Ages in its own. What's the difference in being the master in your territory? I've heard this passage Shafik's lips murmured, and the words spewed out of his mouth were slurred, and he needed to prick his ears to hear clearly. Earlier, you and Gellert Grindelwald preached this idea. You called it the greater good. I remember when you betrayed yourself and chose to be an enemy of him. Why use this to convince me now? This is not his opinion, nor is it my prejudice, that I insisted on going my own way. Dumbledore sighed. The building will fall, and delay will only make the collapse more terrible. Express Wizard, you will not fail to understand this truth. The brilliance in Shafik's eyes was rekindled. It has to be said that these two epoch-making magical vehicles are indeed achievements he is proud of. I used to be like you. Shafik shook his head. No, I'm not as good as you, Albus. I used to be like Nobby. Graduated from Ravenclaw, full of enthusiasm. Thought I could do something. It's a big deal. When I was a student, I often traveled during the holidays. I saw the rapid development of Muggles. They have surpassed us in all fields except magic. So I said to my father, I want to let British wizards feel the convenience of Muggles, and he thinks I'm crazy, but out of favor. That locomotive and that bus are quietly assembled when Muggle factories are closed for the night. I heard that you and Nelson are related. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. He didn't know that these two things had such a close relationship with Shafik. Now that I think about it, this rumor may be true. He may not want to admit it. Shafik's eyes wandered, avoiding this question, and his memories fell into the horrible encounters in the corridor from time to time. In the cycle of himself, his not stupid mind made him aware of a Shafik didn't dare to think about the more terrifying possibility, and continued to recall. Later, after graduating with excellent grades, I entered the Department of Legal Enforcement, and I was in the same department as Nobby when he entered the Ministry of Magic. Unlike him, I don't need to waste time in a cramped office, and I don't need to make any achievements, and I can move up step by step. He raised his head, looked at Rich's still young side face, and continued to lower his eyes and said, I always thought that I would become the greatest wizard in a century. After I became the director of the Department of Law Enforcement, my dictatorship finally attracted attention. To express the dissatisfaction of others, it was a young man who had just entered the department, a mixed race with no background, and he yelled at me in the meeting. Only then did I know that everything I got came from my surname. My first name, there's no point in front of a last name, and even the straight honors I got when I graduated got credit for my father, who told me his Muggle-born mother was the one I pushed out, and I remember that girl, and in my impression, she was better than me. I thought she was already enjoying a better future. I didn't expect that she returned to her hometown, married an illiterate Muggle alcoholic, and gave birth to a pregnant woman. A boy born of resentment. Dumbledore listened patiently to his narration. Shafik's heart was not unbreakable, and when he began to reminisce about the past, Dumbledore felt that he was getting closer to what he wanted. What a brave man. He's a Gryffindor. Shafik sighed. Even though I know he's right, he can't stay in the ministry anymore. No one likes a colleague or subordinate like that. What happened to him after that? Shafik shook his head with a wry smile. He defected with his mother and fled to Nurmengard with the detailed information of Sealy. It was the winter of 1926. I didn't realize that he brought the information we took included the detailed defense map of the German Ministry of Magic that we had collected so hard. In order not to take responsibility, I even tried my best to cover up this serious accident. Under my deliberate cover-up, no one realized that Germany was the defenses of extraditing Grindelwald to stand trial will stand before the eyes of the saints as naked as a naked man. Dumbledore clenched his fists hard. He suddenly felt sorry for what he said, not to Shafik, but to those souls who died unjustly. You know what happened later. Grindelwald escaped from birth, Shafik said in a tone that could not hear guilt or complacency. He had no emotions at all. It was also from that time that I realized that I'm really just a moth hanging on the Shafik surname. I didn't join them. I was born to be one of the majority. When my father came to me and asked me to find a way to get rid of the shame of the Shafik family, it is in our interest to keep him and his mudblood wife forever in the fire of Paris, which is also a great weakening of the French Ministry of Magic. These requests are exactly what I want. I'm afraid they will find green. The reason why Devor got out of trouble was on my head, so I tampered with the order and delayed the ministry's reinforcement to the fire in Paris. Speaking of which, I don't know your name yet. I have always only called you Judge Shafik. Dumbledore had given up the idea of saving him. In his opinion, Shafik had already written a letter on his forehead. Dead words. It is better to ask the name. At least the injustice has the head and the debt has the owner. Don't you eat chocolate frogs? I've never been very lucky with this kind of trading card. Go ahead and call me Shafik. Shafik sighed. My name means nothing outside of my family name. Indeed. Dumbledore murmured, but Shafik didn't listen to this criticism. The greatest achievement in my life is those 2 cars and choosing you, Albus. Don't go my way. Shafik thought a lot, sighed, and didn't notice that Dumbledore was treating him disgusted with words and deeds. He said to himself, I know what you want, but those things will soon become meaningless. Why? Removing the termites that gnaw on the embankment needs to be picked out one by one. Shafik's eyes burst out with great fear. In the endless cycle, I want to understand one thing. You take my memory away. After you see it, you will understand. After all, wisps of steam gushed out from his forehead and floated in front of Dumbledore without being noticed by anyone. However, if we directly destroy the dam and then rebuild it, it is undoubtedly the simplest, most efficient, and most practical method for those who do not belong to the majority, Shafik said. Under the cover of blonde hair, the extremely sincere smiling face, in his view now, is undoubtedly the smile of the devil. There is nothing in the world that is free. If there is really nothing, it is only because of your stupidity that you did not realize it. Something was taken. The memory formed a cloudy teardrop between him and Dumbledore. Dumbledore blinked. On the surface of the liquid, the words Shafik wanted to tell him flickered like a revolving lantern, and his expression gradually changed. From being dazed to nervous, he finally narrowed his eyes, and his eyes became cold. He let go of Shafik, and stood up with a bang. Seeing Dumbledore standing up, Rich hurriedly approached. Professor Dumbledore, these confessions require you to personally today's Hogwarts final exam. Dumbledore waved his hand. You can figure it out yourself. If you really can't do it, wait for me to come back. Rich opened his mouth, just about to tell the urgency of the situation, but the phoenix that had been dozing on Dumbledore's shoulders had already opened his eyes, and with a burst of flames, Dumbledore disappeared. Isn't it? You can't apparate here? Richie twirled his wand in a daze, but it didn't do much, except to turn himself dizzy. Dumbledore did not return to Hogwarts as he said, but rushed to Diagon Alley without stopping. At the edge of Diagon Alley, there were many workshops belonging to various families. He hadn't been here for a long time, and the scene in front of him was quite different from what he remembered. There are many standard buildings, only a workshop with the Malfoy family crest on the corner remains. His figure flashed and appeared next to the workshop. An elderly craftsman carefully holding a cardboard box was chased out by a fierce-looking wizard. The building collapsed in the smoke. Get out. Don't really think that the old man will give up such a waste, like you said in the notice. Get out of here, and get out of your country with your non-profitable shit skills, and go to your doghouse. Go. He pushed the old man and shouted, I heard that there is a master in Nermengard who likes to raise you guys who can perform talents. You can sell your poor property and go there to try your luck. Maybe you can meet a grown-up who likes dogs. After finishing speaking, he laughed loudly, not concealing his malice at all, and without stopping at all, he ran towards the most prosperous and luxurious street in Diagon Alley. The old craftsman turned his head blankly, looking at the ruins covered by smoke and dust. A line of muddy tears dripped slowly from his wrinkled cheeks. Dumbledore followed his gaze, and those buildings, that were exactly the same except for the emblems above their heads, were like a forest of steel, like a circle of steel walls, making him breathless. Are you late? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.